That's not what I want to click. Okay, now let's system life. YouTube, please. You took like 2-3 minutes there just to even see the signal. There we go. I think we're good. Only downside to this event is it's not full. Yeah, I kind of expected that. It's a smaller event, so that doesn't surprise me at all. I have not done much of this Voyager log. More collapsed pieces. So, okay. I just gotta make sure the chats come through, because that's the thing that matters now, is it could be a little... Holy, third day stream. Yeah, I know, right? Don't worry, Infield and Blue Archive will get timed this week as well, so we're gonna be good. For those of you who... I don't see Cat. It's been so rare for me to get them in here now, which is kind of sad. But I think I've got them set up in here. Ooh, I'll win. I gotta catch up on Blue Archive, man. Don't you? You probably want me to catch up on Blue Archive first, don't you? Oh, hi. No more polls. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not super worried about it. Yeah, I got a lot of catch-up to do, so I'm gonna try to eliminate as many games as I can on the catch-up process, and then start adding in ones I haven't touched in a while back in. So that's why like Uma and Wuthering Waves are kind of the lower end. Didn't know you can get a... Oh yeah, whenever you load into crew deck, I don't know if it's set or if it's randomized. I don't actually know how they go about picking. But I've had just about pretty much every single doll greet me into the crew deck. But last time we streamed as well. Well, when I get caught up on all the other gotchas, we'll just binge the crap out of Wuthering Waves. That's what I'm looking forward to, anyway. Oh. One shudders to imagine what thoughts lie behind this man. One shudders to imagine what fiendish thoughts lie behind the mask. Mihono burp. Yeah, I saw the Desert Eagle girl. I can specify what dolls greet? Oh, really? I would not know where that is then. Is that a thing here? No. I have no idea. I don't know where that would be set. Would that be a mailing thing? Oh, point attendant. Oh. Never mind, I figured it out. Well then. Well, if I'm gonna do this, it has to be the Covenants, right? Oh, I can't use Mosin. I'm sad. Oh, wow, a majority of mine are out. Because I'm left with, like... That's it. I'm left with 2 out of 7. I can't even do Covenants, so you know what? We'll randomize it for now. Because I am missing too many. We'll use the other one then. Nothing else to really see, I think. It's probably because there's no voice or animation for them yet. If I had to imagine. Alright, Alright, well, today... Do I have the burn damage one? I have the shawarma. Is there any other fire damage one, or is it just the shawarma? Oh! We have the kebab. What sounds better, a shawarma or a kebab? I'm gonna unlock this one anyway. Because I've got like 2,600. Though I don't really... Maybe it's just me, but the kebabs I know are meats on sticks, but... fair, I guess. I think this is accurate for shawarma, but kebab? Now that I'm thinking about it. Do you guys know kebabs that are done like this? Because I only know of the, like, the few that my family have made. The Turkish? Is that how? Hang on. Now I'm curious. Because like I said, the ones that I knew were just meat, like meat on sticks. Oh, it actually is wrapped! Oh, that looks good, actually. Holy crap. So they put it in a wrap afterwards, so it's still cooked the same way like a kebab normally, but then it's put in... Okay. Okay. That actually looks really good, though. Holy crap. I might save this and try it myself one of these days. Though I don't think this is... It looks more like it's a... Like a... Almost like a pita than it is a wrap. The shawarma looks more like a burrito. Yeah, it's like a thicker burrito, isn't it? I mean, there's not much you can really do about it. I just want this called the Big Mix. But with really thick tortilla, like a... Yeah. That's what I'm seeing in the photo of this, like, recipe I just pulled up. It looks like a very, 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 very thick pita bread. Which actually, like I said, looks pretty freaking good with all the veggies and stuff in it. Oh. Maybe I'll try it one of these days. So, for now, we shall enjoy... We shall try a shawarma. Who shall cook us the shawarma? Randomized. Do we let the Latara cook? I don't know. Do you guys actually just pick like the top whatever the ones are that are good at cooking, or do you guys actually just random roll it and see what happens? Cause like I usually don't care. I usually hit the random button. But there was also instance of time where we were doing the macchiato training arc. You let Fetusa do it? You picked the wife. Ah, yes. Fair enough. I picked the doll who I gave a covenant. Why? I feel like that's a very hard one for me to figure out, Lena, you and Peanut. Alright, Latara. We believe. Oh, she cooked it. Not bad. I actually kind of wish that they had her write on a notepad here, but it's fine. She did it, boys. Nice. On a scale from macchiato to Sintresi, how good or bad of a cook is Fetusa? Probably mid? I can't... Because it's like, I don't think Sweeper cared about this. Nor do I think Fetusa really fully understands it, but she also isn't, like, Fetusa also has been around humans and probably has a general understanding of it. Maybe not to the degree that she would be a master of it. But I don't also think that she's gonna be like Macchiato, where she somehow just barely touches something and it turns purple. Been very diligent, yeah. Macchiato is just, yeah, I feel bad for Macchiato. You know what? Let's do the skill check. Let's do an absolute skill check, all right? Macchiato, it's just potatoes. Yes, I know. Macchiato, it is just potatoes. It's just potatoes. It's just potatoes. It was just potatoes! Where did all the training go? The Wawa special. I'm full. Ugh. Yeah. It was just potatoes, and then it was something else. Man, slop food. Do we give her another shot? Do we give her another chance? Pretty sure the devs have programmed her to be. Yeah, she has a very high failure rate. I'm more no doubt would be surprised by that. But no, she has managed to cook a couple times for me, which is pretty funny. Wawa on par with Juri from Blue Archive. Ooh, Juri? Oh. Yeah, that would be bad. Technically milk potato. Well, okay, hang on, let me see. What is in this? Can we even... No, we can't actually look at it further. Looks like chives. Not chives, green onion or something. There's some garnish on top of it that gives it the green. Uma time, yeah. Alright. You know what? Let's make sure we're on a good buff though. I'm just gonna put this back on burn. Let me get the other covenant to do it for us. Watch her fail this. Ah, Sabrina. Perfect. Who's water though? I guess I could. Should I? I should have done water, shouldn't I? Oh well. We have the ability to drop the sun with additional sun damage. At least we have some good food. Sabrina would have eat the food for. No, she. Look. This is how you do it. You tell her that to make her own portion while she cooks yours. That way she eats hers while cooking yours. The wink, though. We're good. Alright, we have the ability to drop the sun on people now. Alrighty. Let's just go. Remember, the chat, this event is after Basti's event, which means Basti is on the... Oh no! Which means both Basti and Lorelei are there. What also means Sakura is there too. Has this stream started? I would hope so. Can you guys hear me? Oh. I just realized Boy Mustina's here. After after all that, you fulfill covenant duties at the dwarves. I feel like if I did that, there would be an all-out civil war, and that's gonna happen, isn't it? There's just gonna be, it's gonna turn into I swear it's gonna be an 11-sided civil war with dolls in terms of who gets praised. I'm scared of that. Oh, did I finish this today? I did not. I keep forgetting to do this. Did I get my... I've got keys. I haven't had a reason to... That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do... I could just auto it. I don't need to do this. There's an 11-way civil war in this event. Oh! Brilliant. Dad, you today's drink. Oh, I forgot to do the drink. I don't think about the drinks. I forget the drink's a thing. There we go. Okay. I'm not worried about it though. Okay. So, the unfortunate thing is I don't actually have her weapon. I don't even think I even have her purple one. That's a 3-line rifle. No, I don't think we do. Well, actually, hang on. I don't think I've been saving... I don't think I've been... Oh, that's not what I wanted. I need to go check my weapons real quick. Because I have a bunch of purples again. I forget where... Here. Oh, no, I don't. Not as many as I thought I did. Lock that. Oh, I did get the Team P. I think everything else... I am good. Yes, okay. I can get rid of most of these. Did I water the flower? Oh, I haven't even set one yet. I need to do that at some point. Alright, I think I can get rid of these. 432! That's a lot, actually. Holy crap. Well, I guess that would mean I could do this. Because I have enough for a 10 pole. I have 15. Well, let's see. Can we pull it? Boom. Nope. Unless it debates us. There's a curl reference in one of the convos with Faye. Oh, really? Did we get debated? Nope. No debate. We got Vepli's shotgun. I think we're not on the guarantee. Oh, hey, got a purple. Okay, we got a purple at least. Okay, well that's a win. We got our purple, so if I need to level that up, I can. So we're in good shape. Purple is good enough for us. Though, like, if I really... Here's the thing. Would it just be okay, then, to use this spare... I have 2 of them? Wait, how many Sebo 6 do I have? I have 3. Would it be... I guess this could work as a backup. It's not hers, mind you, but it is a backup. Because I have these 2 spares. Am I gonna pull for sextons? I will try to. Combine the spares. Pain. It is what it is. Don't combine the spares. I was just doing that back then for Mosin's weapon. So Mosin's weapon is... Mosin's actual is calibration 6. Lee's purple rifle is better than the... Really? I guess that kind of makes sense. It's more attuned to her than the Samosek is. I mean, we could put it on for now. I just won't level it until I know for certain. Okay, how cursed do we make the attachment look? I'm just kidding. Let's not actually. She's more of a summoner unit than a Hydra. Okay, so she plays that way. It's fine. I'm not super worried about it. How many side nodes do we have? So we have 6. I mean, so 18. So 27? So only 9 battle nodes? Oh yeah, that is much shorter. Wait, what event are we talking about? Hang on. I don't know what event we're referring to, because there's been a bunch of them in the past, like the popularity one and everything else. Because there's a lot of people kind of upset over the popularity thing, from what I remember. Did I read Bastis? Yes, we did. It was a really goofy one. This music, though. It's a good bop. And I did not have the time to fix these two. There we go. Alright, so apparently this one is not narrated, so I'm going to do a lot more reading. So my voice is probably going to be coarse. I am noticing my voice is not used to streaming for a while, so I am definitely struggling with my voice staying relatively good today. So I might have to... You're talking about the Blue Archive? Oh no, I already got it. I've got the... I did what I usually do, Careless. I grabbed all the story nodes and the afterword. So there should be about 16, I think it's 16 chapters waiting to be read. My plan for Blue Archive is we're going to finish Volume 4 first, and then we'll hit the events. So finish Volume 4 and Decagrammaton, and then we'll hit all the events that I've met, which I think is 3 right now. And then I gotta catch up on Enfield and a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna actually just get this out because I need this at this point. Right. So we only have 5 story nodes, I think, right? You guys did say this one was short, but how short compared to normal events? Find out, I guess. Mere hours after Basti's return, the airborne beacon she and the bugs, oh right, they're called the bugs, acquired has already been put into service by the Elmo and the doll community. Of all those involved, Dandelion was the most appreciative of this change, as facilitating an untraceable connection between the Elmo and the outside world took a rather substantial portion of her processing power. Now she finally gets to lie back and relax while we still have the means to contact others as freely as we desire. More importantly, as the beacon now patrols the sky, areas once marked as dead zones on the map begin lighting up with stable signals, granting our doll squad's greatly expanded operational range. I don't know, don't ask me, I skipped the story because I can't read. Well, this sounds like I'm going to be helping a lot with that. I bet this does help to have a channel that's kind of like dedicated to covering the events, because it's like, I don't have to read this, because I can just get the story out, then I can watch it. If I cover it, that is. If I could cover it in a meaningful time, I guess. So I bet that does help. I know that's like what a lot of people did for AL with me. So I get that. I don't know if I already asked this question, but are you the same commander from the first? I believe so. Yes. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be. True, true. Too much reading. I already read enough financial report. Oh, you do financial reports? I get you. I look at code all day. So, I would like to read things that aren't programming language gibberish. As both our sight and reach grow, with that intangible sense of being in control has slowly but surely returned to me. Now, the one who made all this possible, Basti, the Griffin doll formerly known as GRMK23, is currently sitting on my... I'm not surprised. On my lap with a smug expression. Not daring to make light of her great achievements, I promptly shower her with praise until my throat goes parched. Despite how displeased Macchiato and Helen are with her acting all touchy-feely around me, Mailing and the other doll community's appreciation of her contributions made it so they have no choice but to tacitly allow her to have her way. How do you like your gift, darling? Like would be an understatement. It solved the signal interference problem and increased our comms range by over 70%. It's a huge boon for any future operations in the yellow zones. I kind of feel like this story is just going to turn into, like, Commander becomes like the, what is it? Not really an elected figure, but more like kind of a... I don't even know if I want to say king. Of, like, the yellow zone. Like, he just slowly helps out all of these places and people come to respect him over the other green and white zones. So he ends up getting authority in the yellow zone more so than the green and the white zones do. A figurehead. Yeah, that works. This beacon network is a huge step forward for planning our coming ventures. Chat is frozen? Is it? Canon event. Yes, it is frozen. Alright. Man, today is just not going great for Twitch chat. Let's see. We'll see if Twitch chat refreshes here. Sometimes it bugs out, which is unfortunate. Say his name 3 times and your dolls will leave you for him. What? Oh, right. Had a girl, Basti. For darling, I'll do anything. Our other collaboration with Connection Corp, right, I forgot they're called Connection Corp, is also proceeding smoothly. Miss Lydia, whatever, just tasked us with a particularly lucrative commission, acting as a protection detail for the construction of beacon stations deep within the yellow zones. There we go. I had to clear my throat there for a second. I assume that's also thanks to you, huh? That woman, I told her to keep her grubby paws off my darling. Whatever, I'm not the sort to be so petty about these little steps over the line anyway. Go ahead and continue doing business with her. Just be careful, darling. She may look meek, but she's hella sly. Port Mika's situation is still rocky, though. I might need you back there as soon as possible to act as our local liaison until Miss Lydia fully resolves the situation. Gotcha. Acting on your behalf sounds like the kind of thing reserved for the First Lady. Well, at that point, he would have multiple First Ladies. Because I think Lorelei is the one for McCulsh, is it? Will be the one for McCulsh, wouldn't she? That makes me super motivated. Wait a minute, isn't Phelan still in Port Mika? Zoe said Phelan left with Dushevnai and the other. Oh, right. With KSVK? Yeah, they took on a delivery request on a trading site. Apparently it's what Dushevnai and Fetusa originally set out to do when they left the doll community. To bring back a bunch of doll frames. I was wondering why you sent those two shopping, so that's why. I should check in with Zoe later. Just as Basti falls into thought, Sakura walks in after finishing moving her luggage onto the elm. Oh right, she's here. Based First Lady. Sakura's face brightens up right as she spots me. She cheerfully runs over, only to be intercepted by Basti, glaring at her like a fluffed-up cat. Too close, you're not allowed near, darling. Eh, that's not fair. Commander, Basti's being me. Oh no, it's gonna turn into this. Quit messing around, Basti. Oh, Sakura, have things finally been settled? Yep. Can't believe I'm officially a member of the Elmo now. There was so much work, I barely had time to stay by your side, Commander. Alright, hang on. We can't have Sakura in an event without doing this, right? We just can't have Sakura in here without this. The handle has to make a has to pat. These two are acting like a couple of Blue Archive. I don't think it's limited to Blue Archive care. Like, there's a lot of games I feel like this applies to. Doesn't that mean Truck-kun is also in the Elmo? I actually, no joke, I want to see how Dushevnaya interacts with Truck-kun. Like, I will not be surprised if after their first interaction, Dushevnaya has come up with some name for it. Almighty Steve or or some, I don't know, whatever she would think of. And her usual antics. It's so funny that Basti is getting her own day exclusive to being pampered by the commander while the highest echelon T-dolls watch. Yeah. War Chariot. War Chariot. The Chariot of Destiny. I could see that. War Chariot. I like that one, actually. Even so, I'm not giving Darling to you. There's a chair in the corner. Phelan has the other one. The best I could do is let you sit there. That's me, Peach. I was making a joke about the chair. I wasn't expecting this line to work with that. That's not fair. I worked hard for the commander. I want to be praised too. Is it because all I do is deliveries that I don't deserve to be praised? You worked hard, forging your own path and earning the recognition of those you've helped. That's more than worthy of praise. Yama will always have your back, just like how you have ours. Welcome back, Sakura. Stop! Don't get any closer! But what? Oh no. Oh no, this is how it's gonna, this is turning into a daycare. No, it's my turn. It's my turn with him. No, you're not allowed. Go away. And then you just hear hissing. After some tomfoolery, I pat Sakura's head and give Basti some snacks, finally calming them both down. Right, Sakura, if you're going to pass by Port Mika at some point, take Basti along with you. Well, it's nice to have someone else on the road for some chit-chat. Why is Basti going back to Port Mika again? I thought you'd go find GRG41 and... I forgot, she's called Phelan now. We've been partners for so many years now. Being apart for a few days is no biggie. Actually, do you even know where Phelan and the others went to? Didn't they head to Cliffwatch Town? If they followed the right path, they should have arrived by now. Cliffwatch Town? What kind of a place is that? Let me explain, Commander. Clearly excited by the chance to show off, Sakura sits next to me and carefully pulls out her delivery tablet, smiling as she prepares to explain. Bestie sneers at her audacity. How dare you! But still leans in anyway as Sakura taps the screen and zooms in to a treacherous mountain chain detailed on the map. It's a settlement located at the top of a yellow zone mountain road. They often hold open markets. While it's a small fish in the pond, unlike Port Meek or Makosh, it's quite famous among locals and merchants. Alarm bells ring without end when I think of trading in such a remote location. Even with our improvised signal range, it'll be hard to respond in time if anything goes awry. Phelan will be a-okay, darling. She survived the yellow zone for many years all by herself and overcame plenty of challenges. It's not the best way to put it, but she does have some sort of dull intuition that helps her sniff out unseen dangers and notice suspicious details. That applies to lies as well. Even when she can't figure out exactly what's wrong, she can still somehow navigate around deception. If you're still worried, I can check in with her regularly. After all, we both waited for your return for so long, darling. Sounds great. Sakura, mind filling me in on Cliffwatch Town and its surrounding areas of interest? I've never been there myself, given how remote it is, but according to an old company manual, it was a mountain village long abandoned after forced relocation, rebuilt in recent years by vagrant settlers. A new settlement needs your help. I'll mark it on your map. Oh gosh. Oh boy. The roads leading there aren't the smoothest. You'll likely encounter collapse storms and roaming bandits. And on top of it all, there seems to be an ongoing power struggle. A tale as old as time, I'm afraid. But that does beg the question. What's causing it and how severe is it? Well, it hasn't boiled over yet, but it's something you'd best keep your wits about you for. I'm not all the details surrounding. Wait, what? I guess that works. I've not all the details surrounding the conflict, but the two sides involved seem to be an underground broker and a cavalry squadron? They're fighting over control of the surrounding road network, probably for the right to collect tolls. Collect tolls? Sounds like both sides are real pieces of work. I've got an itch saying KSVK and the others are totes going to end up fighting for their lives again. Sakura strains a crease across her face, a part of her not wanting to agree with Bossy's statement. Well, for humans traveling the wasteland without the means to protect themselves, it's a no-brainer to spend money on some hired guns. That's pretty much bread and butter for PMCs and why they're skyrocketing in demand after all. Oh, about that cavalry squadron, there are rumors going around that their leader is apparently, dull. While opinions of her vary, there's one thing about her that everyone agrees on. That being... Oh. That just ends there. Yellow Zone Outback. The truck driven by Dushevnaya struggles forward along a rocky mountain road, bumps and all. Wild gales outside kick up rough sand, dust, and dirt, grinding against the windows in a cacophony of percussion, with neither rhythm nor melody. She is rich, excessively generous. They just left it at that. Steep cliffs flank either side of the road. Withered vegetation shudders in the wind. A danse macabre proclaiming for this crevasse. That's a... Abandon hope, all you enter here. I look forward to more Sweeper Fetusa shenanigans, because honestly they're like a really hilarious duo. Marvelous, truly marvelous. How truly marvelous. Fetusa presses herself against the window, excitedly jotting down notes in her journal. 5:15, we drove onto a winding mountain road in the Yellow Zone. While the rock formations are heavily eroded by collapsed radiation, one can still make out traces of human activity, dating back over a century, when the passage was originally carved out. With no heavy machinery at their disposal, they relied on primitive tools and carried debris by hand. The result is this very passageway that can even accommodate vehicles to this day. A true marvel of human ingenuity. What kind of psycho writes and keeps a physical diary in this day and age? You trying to leave some records of some hapless dimwit in the future to happen upon in some decrepit building or something? Moreover, what tactical advantage does noting any of this down give? Dear Nixie, please think upon it. Even after all this time, you can feel the determination of those who built this place emanating from all their traces. A true testament to the tenacity of human will. Don't you all think so too, right, Phelan? Hang on, you know, I need to do this too. Just because she's adorable. Look, Phelan is cute, leave me alone. I love the way they did her, what is it? I love the way they did her sprite in game. It's adorable. Never thought about it that way before. But when you put it that way, it all makes total sense. Are you freaking kidding me? Seeing Phelan's ears perk up, Sweeper is overcome with despair. This is getting out of hand now. There are two of them, two human-worshipping idiots. Y'all should have known that out of all those wrinkled flesh bags, the only one worth taking note of is that damn command. Alright, that was a reference I wasn't prepared for. Oi, Deshevnaya, how much longer are we driving? I want off this ride. Uh-oh. Deshevnaya looks back from her driver's seat. Oh, great war master, mine ears heed thine aggravation. But prithee these forsaken I can't read in this time. But prithee those forsaken jagged lands allow me not to be beside myself. How far till we reach the end? By the strings wound by 3 goddesses of fate, this hero shall grasp a worthy end for this quest with thee. Steady thine heart, war master, in no time shall our crusade see its end. I'm surrounded by idiots. I've had enough of this. We're here on a mission, or are we here on a mission or a sightseeing trip? Sweeper snatches the navigation device and gives it a once-over. There's still about... It's interesting how quickly the two of them can just switch positions like this. There's still about 20 kilometers left. But looking at the state of the road, I'd say it'll take us a few more hours. That's longer than what we estimated. Considering the terrain and collapse storms, it's better to be safe than sorry. Want me to take over the wheel for a bit, Deshevnaya? I'd rather we not. Phelan should learn where the brakes are before touching the wheel. Jeez, I was against this weird-ass commission from the get-go. Why would they want some ancient fossil from the Mesozoic era like Fetusa? How rude! Nixie, you're a fossil yourself! Maybe that's exactly what they wanted. You're a fossil too! Oh, man. Well, they certainly know how to make a doll's personality unique. Yeah, they could do a pretty good job with that. How tall is Phelan again? I don't have that answer. Do they actually even mention to us how their height is? We can only really see them in game, right? My Twitch chat is broken again. Oh, man. What is going on with my Twitch chat? This plugin is failing me. Worst case scenario, you know what? Let me see if I can switch it. 2 apple install. We'll go with that one. That one's gonna be the one for today, I guess. Maybe that's exactly why they want it? Bessie once said rich people like collecting old stuff out of whatchamacallit? Nostalgia? Ah yes, nostalgia. You really know humans, eh? If the server contains valuable data from the old world, then it could be genuinely priceless. Humans have a habit of attaching emotions to seemingly worthless vessels. The point of a tool is to be efficient and practical. Things like these are... Huh? As Sleeper places her hand over the server, she suddenly falls silent. Her attention lingers upon his frame. Fetusa senses a strange emotion rising from within their shared body, a sense of familiarity. Phelan, noticing the sudden change in atmosphere, softens her tone. I mean, as long as we complete the transaction and get the doll frames we came here for, that counts as helping Master out, right? And again, at least this kind of cargo won't attract unwanted attention. Shut up. Did you say something? I said shut up and don't jinx it. Wait, that turn looks... Dushevnai, a brake! Got it. The truck spins into a sideways drift as Dushevnai yanks on the handbrake. With the tires screeching, showing no signs of stopping, she opens the door and slams her reinforced mechanical foot into the ground to assist the braking process amid the shower of sparks. Well, that's a way to do a break. Sweeper and Phelan quickly disembark, weapons already drawn. A sizable firefight is underway ahead. One side moves about with maneuver units, while the other maintains a defensive formation using their distinct yellow zone cargo trucks as cover. For Jaegers, then the one being attacked is an underground broker? Ignore them. Ain't our circus. Sure as hell ain't our monkeys. Nixie, innocent souls are in harm's way. We can't just stand on the sidelines. What would the commander say? Give me a break. You've been picking up hitchhikers, fending off elids, and handing out our spoils to vagrants along the way. Remember Ulrich said that we'll become tomato fertilizer if we don't get back soon. I think she meant having us looking for fertilizer, not becoming it. Your body wouldn't make for ideal compost anyway. Yeah. Well, yeah. Unless you're making one of those, like, what are them? I'm like thinking is it Starbound, I think, has like robotic crops, and I'm like, yeah, that might work, maybe. I don't know if that's what we're looking for though. Also, I like how my Twitch chat's frozen, and now my own personal YouTube chat's frozen. Oh, it's gonna be one of these days, isn't it, chat? Phelan is not a fox. Yes, I know. She's also called a nugget, but I omitted the first half of that word. So, we're just gonna do with what I can for now, because I don't know what I'm gonna be able to really do about this if it keeps breaking on me, which is unfortunate for chats. By the way, it's too late for your complaints, Nixie. Gemini is already charged out, yelling something about for the Warmaster for the tall cube. What do I feel like she'd be like, Fernarnia? I don't know what that is, but Fernarnia! Sleeper's like, you actual idiot! Well, unfortunately, we don't have a handful of dolls for this. We do have at least Fetusa. But my Dushevnai is not anywhere near built yet. Does anyone have a General Liu to borrow? Of course Paul does. Alright, I'll give Paul some Sardis gold for today. And who's our fourth? Because why not? Cat. The enemies are all level 12 or so anyway. Yeah, I know. It's more of me just figuring what team to... Right. Can I just point out, it's absurd this thing has double, this thing has double... Hang on, let me zoom in on this thing. Look at that. Dang, bro. This thing's all kitted out. Wait, is her sword actually got a... Oh, she's got like a little sword thing on it, too. I'm about to say Sakura. I don't have Sakura, sadly. Miniguns on a horse. Well, it's the PvP Uma event, okay? It's a very special, when you go very hard into, guts and power, this is how you get it. Never mind. Man, it's been a bit since I've done this one. Since I've used Dushevnaya. Alright, well I'm just gonna do this, I guess. I don't know what else to do. Oh yeah, I forgot, she's got the stick. Alright, how does she play? Oh my. Summons Pegasus by her side for every 60 points of initial attack. Basic attack damage multipliers for herself and Pegasus, which I'm assuming, which is the horse, yeah, is increased by 5% up to a maximum of 50. So you would need 600 attack for her to get the maximum, right? All of that pose just to shoot a flare. Well, of course, she has to do that. Before using the active skill Desperate Gambit, which is the second skill, or the ultimate, applies lock on. Can I just click on this to see it? When taking damage from or enemy physical summon, defense is reduced by 30%. Okay. Oh wow, so she actually gives Papasha a little bit of a buff with this, doesn't she? Because I think, was it Town Watch or whatever Papasha's summon's called is also a physical? Okay. At the end of the action, Pegasus fires one instance of Gatling Cannon. No, I wonder what that means. Equal to 100%, 110% of attack, 2 points of stability damage. This attack is considered a load attack. And a basic attack, okay. At the end of the action, I read that one. After Pegasus uses Gatling Cannon, she gives a point of Convectus Index for each point gained in the current round before using Desperate Gambit, which is the second one. For each point gained in the current Nova for the use of the actives, okay. In the next round. All allies gain all allied physical summon gain 1 stack of boldness. Damage increase, 5% damage buff, okay. City Warden, yes, thank you, City Warden. So any summon basically benefits her. Is basically what this is saying. Okay. Enters Joint Ops. Is up increased by 30%. Oh, crit damage up, nice. Oh, so this just means that Pegasus fires alongside. Okay, so it's basically a joint attack. Got it. So yeah, I would see why you would want to do this, so you could just have her joint. You can just have Pegasus supporting all the time. Makes a lot of sense. Who do I not like? Oh, that's a Medzin. Get rid of him specifically. I don't like you. Hang on, I need the hi. Do it.
Hi.
There we go. We're good. It's like I need the hi. Can you hit all of them here? Yes, you can. Oh, but you'd get probably nicked by that guy. That's fine. They're level 12s. They killed Jimmy! We're gonna get you for that! You dare destroy my friends! I'll get you in the next turn when it's my turn to finally do something! I'll get... Honestly, the scream from the dude getting killed was funny. How dare you kill my friends! I may be the last one standing, but it doesn't mean that I'm out of the fight yet! How dare you do that to me! Where did the Varieger hies out? Oh yeah, wasn't that like part of the thing to have him, what is it, the director? Was it just the... I know they there was a thing to have them voice them all, right? I think the entirety of the Varieger cast got like their voice lines replaced. I vaguely remember that being a thing. Anyway, under the doll's unrelenting attack, the Variegas quickly retreat with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the other party watches in confusion. A doll-only banner should have won. Oh, yeah. That was one of the options. I remember that. Yeah, the options in that were really... Some of them were kind of funny. Meanwhile, the other party watches in confusion. They see Sweeper, who just struck foes with the fury of a berserker, now grabbing Dushevnaya by the neck and shaking her hand hard, and the face-palming Phelan at her side. Before long, a young man who appears to be their leader comes forward and greets the three dolls. While it would be unwise to label any action as out of kindness in the yellow zones, I can't come to any other logical conclusion as to why you would come to our aid. If I may ask, to whom do you pledge service? Ah, spare thy platitudes. The hero is a friend to all. By the commander's guiding hand, we work to shape a world of peace. I see, that makes perfect sense. Miss Hero must be the kind who can't stand by and ignore those in need, and thus stepped in to help. He's somehow on the same wavelength as Dushevnaya. Great, more cryptic babble. That makes absolutely zero sense. Oh, why can't I just delete my own system? Right you are, my compatriot. Alright, conventional wisdom would dictate that I should return the favor, though I'm afraid your interference might have been unnecessary to begin with. Even without the assistance from Miss Hero's party, we could have easily handled those foes. You damn rascal, Can't you just say thank you like a normal person? What's that acting tough for? Trying to talk out of paying us? Last town war master, we weren't planning to ask for a reward to begin with. I'm simply stating the facts. This Sweeper suffers. The Sweeper, that's it. I will erase my System 32 file. I just imagine she does that. You just see her like character body just go. And then it stands back up, and Fetus is like, what happened? Simply stating the facts. Just as the young man finishes, the doll spot a development in the situation and turn around. Unbeknownst to them, a countless
Combat automatons have encircled the hilltops behind them in a pincer movement. The red glares of their targeting modules flicker brightly, even under the blinding sunlight. Backup? Aren't they ours? When did they get here? Did you mobilize them during our engagement with the Jaegers? An interesting fella, ain't ya? Planning to settle this with force, I told you I'm simply stating the facts, which means you helping us is also a fact. We would have proven victorious without your aid. The only difference would be casualties, since mobilizing the automatons took longer than I expected. In other words, there's a 90% chance we'd have lost 3 men without your help. 5. I've run the numbers. Your men don't appear well trained. The probability of erroneous execution of defensive tactics is thus over 100%. The most likely outcome is 5 KIA with 3 WIAs. Pretty sharp with that face. Name's Pavel, merchant from Cliffwatch Town. I dabble in PMC jobs on the side as well. This is for saving 8 men today. Please accept it. Pavel gestures for one of his men to leave a bag of collapse pieces by Switber's feet. The doll flicks up the bag with the tip of her toe and catches it, weighing it in her hand. We're even now. Let's move. Hold on, you haven't answered my first question yet. Excuse me. 3 tactical dolls, one being a Sanctus Ferry model. That's not something you see every day, even in the yellow zones. You know Sanctus Ferry? I take it you've got a story of your own, huh? Of course, as long as you answer my questions, I'll answer yours too. Unless your identities are some sort of top secret. Nixie, remember that the commander is a wanted fugitive right now. You can't just give him away here. She's like, That makes 3 Pavels we've met in the series now. Oh my gosh, yeah. Have we had that many? I can remember 1. I don't remember the 3rd. Or I guess the 2nd one. I'm not trying to think what all the Pavels were. It's fine. Tomato. What? Tomato key! Things Sweeper does not want to be reminded of that she has said, but now has said it. Everyone, absolutely take a screenshot of this and then do not let her ever forget that she one day said it. Never let her live it down. Quiet, we are all servants, no warriors of the Tomato King. How dare you look at me like that? Want to get your head chopped off? Got a problem? Pavel and his men are startled by Weaver's sudden burst of rage. Only Phelan and Dushevnaya's quick reaction prevents it from escalating into further physical altercation. I didn't force you to tell. Hold on, Tomato King or Tomato Emperor? Isn't he that one badass who kicked out the former head honcho Makosh? You all serve under him? That's right, a super badass. You get it now? Don't underestimate him just because of the tomato in his title. And more importantly, don't underestimate us. Calm down, Nixie. They're not looking down on us. Please, that pain point of yours needs to go. I see how it is. So what brings you lot here? Finding the next town to overthrow. Cliffwatch definitely's got potential. I'd be happy to sit down with the Tomato Emperor himself and discuss a mutually beneficial partnership. Nay, such treachery shan't come to pass. The hero is entrusted with the mission. It's all to assist our commander and to hone our skills. We're actually here on a delivery task from Port Mika. Port Mika, and the recipient is... whatever, we'll have to ask around anyway. We're looking for one Miss Smolin. The small one is asking for Miss Smallin. I see. The new Uma Musume update looking pretty sick. I know, right? we got Gatling guns and stuff. Was it not Miss? Oh, Mister. The small one is asking for Mr. Smallin. Well, of course I know him. He's me. Oh, well then. Did they just add his last name in? Yes, they did. Well, that means you have a large stock of doll frames at your disposal, right? I do. So you are our client / commissioner. Could you provide us with some sort of proof? Let me see. This'll do, right? Pavel takes out his terminal and sends Phelan a confirmation message. It's actually him. What a coincidence. That'll make a great conversation piece later. Come on. Let's move on. We'll go back to my place, I think is what I said. Cat. Yeah, it was a really fast delivery. I'm gonna grab ice though before I continue because my tea likes to melt ice like crazy, so give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So Phelan's just holding the doggo sign the old time. That's a fox sign, I'm pretty sure. It's constantly used by, like, fox characters. So. But yeah. I've seen worse names. Sweeper should have been the name for a maid doll. It probably could have been, honestly. I bet the origin of her name to be silly reason. Oh, for Igletta? Yeah, I guess. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what they do for the names of a lot of them. We can still give Sweeper a maid outfit. I mean, I wonder actually why was her name, why was her designation like Sweeper? Was it because of like the street sweeper or something? She's like a swordswoman or whatever. You can't just kick us out of our home. We didn't do anything wrong. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Let go of my mom and dad. Behave, kid. Your parents have been ruled as anti-URNC dissidents, charged with corruption and negligence of duty. Any illicit proceeds, including all properties and wealth, are now forfeit to the governing authority. Considering their lack of involvement in full-scale armed rebellions, they should be out of the slammer after a decade of good behavior. Kid, just accept that your father will take the fall just as a real man should. That's horrible. Mom and Dad would never betray the URNC. We never stole anything. Dad's an amazing scientist. Even that General Carter praised him. This can't be right. You must have got something wrong. That's not up to us to decide, kid. It's up to the military tribunal, but the
Allegations that your parents falsified multiple projects and embezzled a large sum of R&D funds have been backed by physical evidence and testimonies. RIP. There's no GFL game exclusively released in China. Taiwan features GFL1 characters but uses GFL2 names. There's a new one? The only one I know of that, like, aside from, like, the one that's, like, a full-fledged game is, what's it called? The ones that they were announced, and then that one, like, was a third-person shooter game that I think got EOS'd. Fire Control's the only other one I know of outside of the one that was just announced. Pavel, you take care. Live well with... I see. You do know about Griffin dolls. Do you know about... yeah. Of course... just as Yusufnai is about to answer, Sweeper suddenly covers her mouth. You know I'm from Sangus Ferry. Which means you know Griffin is our arch nemesis. Don't bring that name up in front of me again. Pardon me. Alright, we're almost there. This is where I usually trade with people. With Dishevnaya driving the truck, Phelan and Sweeper remain on the route. Yeah, I was gonna say, he probably doesn't like Griffin. Anyway, Phelan and Sweeper remain on the roof to keep watch of the merchant convoy as they head into the mountains. A small but well-stocked rest stop appears ahead. 2 large cargo containers are already waiting. Dushevnaya nervously opens the container doors. She is utterly baffled by the rows of neatly arranged doll frames as she checks their condition. Some might be a bit dated, but it's all military grade. Most have brand new parts. I can personally guarantee their performance. Right, let me handle the inspection. This will take some time. This is where Miss Mailing comes into play. Following Phelan unloading the server from the truck, Pavel also sends 2 technicians of his own for inspection. Despite taking several hours, the transaction is a success, and Dushevnaya and Pavel wrap it all up with a handshake. No issues on our side. Please send my regards to the Tomato Emperor. Consider it done. I have no doubt the commander will be delighted. Mission complete. Can we go back and see Master now? I'm so nervous. Right. Actually, I've got one more thing to trade with you. Take a look. Pavel casually opens a heavily secured crate, inside of which lies an obviously custom-made doll frame. Sleeper's eyes suddenly widen. Nixie, this is a Sangus Elite doll frame. Really got an eye for this, eh? Picked it up while procuring mobile automatons. I've only seen it once myself. How much is it? You can't put a number on it. It's just a discontinued product after all, at least in today's world. However, I do wish to befriend that famous fella you lot call your commander. And since you also just saved my ass, consider this a special offer as a gesture of our friendship. I can't make any promises. No need to. We humans have this thing called diplomatic gifts. Besides, I do have another favor to ask. More precisely, I need Miss Sanguis Ferry here to help me with something. What is it? This server you just delivered is actually the control module of a military production line, and I have the corresponding encryption key. But even as I have access, I still need a Sanguis Ferry doll's processor to decrypt part of its encoding in lieu of the compilation tools that I don't have. That'll easily reduce my workload more than 20-fold. Never thought I'd be this lucky to meet both the Sanguis doll and get the server module at the same time. Why should I do that for you, human? I don't know if you'd like to, but I do know for a fact that while Sanguis Ferry frames are a dime a dozen, finding an elite frame on the market is like fishing for a needle in a haystack nowadays. I doubt there are more than a dozen of these left in the entire world. I just look like he's got the the bright rod thing. He does have some interesting facial expressions. This is an elite frame then. What is Sweeper then? Is Sweeper just like a common one, or is she also an elite? I don't know if they actually said if Sweeper Fetusa is supposed to be an elite or common. That or I just haven't looked at her files enough. And they said it was an experimental frame. Yeah, well, okay, I guess that does kind of muddy the water there. So probably somewhere in between. Okay. Some of us elite frames are ringleaders. Oh. Interesting. I'm sure you of all people know how important backup frames are, don't you? You're the only active elite Sengo's doll I've seen in. Okay, well he recognizes her as an elite. You just happened to arrive along with what I was looking for. Don't you think fate has a hand in this? Not at all. However, what's inside this thing does intrigue me. Fine, I agree. Oh, War Master, you're not coming back with us? Y'all heard me. I got my business to deal with. Besides, I was never really part of your group. I'm the last of the Singer's Ferry. I'm only following the commander because he's impressive, unlike you lot. Ouch. Ouch. You're not the last. We've fought alongside other coalition forces before, and other Sangvis. But I don't know where they are now. Probably hiding somewhere. I already know that. Anyway, I've made up my mind. I shall stay with thee. You idiot. At the end of the day, we're still comrades. You're our War Master. Whatever floats your boat. I was gonna say, Sweeper, you can make this call, but you also have Fetusa with you. I don't know if Fetusa wants that. I would actually kind of laugh if they do reactivate this elite. If this elite frame was a different... Well, actually, no. I'm assuming... Do they work the same... Sanctuary work the same way, right? Like, they have a neural cloud that is like... It's like their backup, so like the frame... Unless they have another neural cloud of another doll, all they have basically for this frame is basically just a backup for Sweeper. It's not like the neural cloud is embedded into the frame, right? Is Hive Mind Light? Well, yeah, they did mention that. What I mean more so is, like, do they still follow similar rules with, like, the whole, like... Because if this is an elite ringleader, is the, you know, do they need, like, the neural cloud of it, or is it something else? I think the intent is to give Sweeper her own body. That, yeah, that makes sense. Similar-ish rule for all dolls. That's what I was thinking. Whatever floats your boat. Remember, if you miss the planned return time, Ulrich might just twist your head off your neck and plant it separately. If you're going to stay, Cliffwatch Town on top of that mountain can provide decent lodging. Might be more expensive than elsewhere, but it's got charging stations and workshops. Pretty convenient for dolls. Oh, a new town? My instincts are tingling. Come on, let's uncover its secrets together. We'll head back there once War Master wraps up her new adventure. To the town guild we go, Fox Maiden. After that, we'll come back and keep the War Master company. Guess that's the plan then. Hope I can find some gifts for Master and Musty. That'd be nice. But Nixie, are you sure Fetusa won't get bored? She says she's okay with this. I've marked an easy route for you. You can get moving now. Okay, thanks a lot. Elsa's gone, I believe she has the same save. Much like the other dolls. Yeah, but would Elsa know that? Hi, you two. I feel like I've seen you before a couple times already now. The name's familiar. Also, there she is, boys. And girls, if there are any. I think I have like a 95 male and like 5 to 10% female audience. So there's that. I understand how you feel right now, but no matter how much you persist... oh, okay. Commander's departure and Griffin's disbandment are not things you can change. Even with these enormous sums you're investing, this Griffin you'll end up keeping afloat will no longer be the Griffin that you remember. But what if the commander changes his mind? He needs a place to come home to. At least, let me do my part. Please let me cover all of Griffin's operational costs for the next 30 years as well as everyone's pay. Jeez! You guys are not kidding that she's loaded! Helion is the same age as the commander, so she's one of the possible. I see. Even a dying star. Wait, are you saying? Are we calling her a hag over here? She's older than this. The command. Okay, I see. Protecting Griffin, that has always been the duty the commander gave me. I want to see it through to the very end. I don't think he's ever coming back. If you really intend to respect his orders, then what you should do is decide for yourself freely. Because as far as I know, that was his real final wish. That's why! Frostfall. She's Frostfall. Okay. I see, I see. If you still insist on staying at Griffin, I can prepare a position for you, but please stop bringing up financial support from now on. I'm sorry, but the Griffin you're familiar with no longer exists. It's over. Our Griffin. The commander is in my home. Oh. Hi. Who are you? Leo. Wakey, wakey, eggies and bakey. Something's come up and you need to make this call. You may make the call. The Chinese AK. Oh, is this another doll, I guess? Is this... I'm gonna butcher these names. Morning, did the inspection go smoothly? Yeah, my body and neural cloud, everything's fine. Good to hear, because we probably got some overtime on our hands. That truck from last night left Pavel's turf and is currently headed towards Cliffwatch Town. Looks to be loaded to the brim, seeing as how low the suspensions are sitting. The driver's a total rookie as well. They stalled the engine several times along the way. Have we ID'd the owner? Maybe it's just a passing merchant. I say there's more than meets the eye. Orlog's got a lot of trucks with the same model. It's very likely they're here to support that bastard Pavel. I may have also spotted signs of fighting earlier. It's highly likely that the truck's owner is in cahoots with Pavel. I see. Let's just keep a close eye on them for now then. Maybe Mr. Pavel just wants to do business properly for once. Even though we had disagreements before, wishing for Cliffwatch Town to prosper is a mutual goal. Girl, you're just too nice. Did you forget what that guy's done before? There's definitely something suspicious about this. One more thing. Elids were recently sighted on the route the truck is taking. It's unlikely they'll be able to escape if they run into a horde of those. Which means... get everyone ready. No matter what they're here for, I can't let them be devoured by Elids right on our watch. You... I knew you'd say that. Everyone's already waiting. You should hurry and gear up as well. Thanks. I'm gonna butcher that name. Zisui? Zisui? AK-47. Oh, okay. Got inheritance from a wealthy person. She's super lucky in money things. Like, she's an infinite money glitch, but at the cost of being unable to do. Ah, so she's got money, but she's not financially literate, is what you're saying. Hisui? I do not know Chinese. I know a little bit of Japanese, and that's about as much. Despite having taken an off-roading crash course, the treacherous mountain road still proves to be quite the steep challenge for Phelan. Oh. Phelan's drive. Oh. Oh. She desperately tries to keep the truck under control with 110% of her focus dedicated to guiding the steering wheel. Dushevnaya sits behind her with her anti-material rifle in hand, casually resting her feet on the seat back. Not having Dushevnaya drive was definitely a blood. She's so sad! It's okay! Those eyes. Yeah, I know. The 2D sprite is adorable. Yes, they did such a good job with the 2D sprite on this. Only Chinese is Lao Shi, which means teacher or sensei. Ah. This is the longest stream I've ever seen. Longest stream? No, this is its own stream, man. This is a different one. I guess if you want to consider all 3 days as one stream, sure, but at that point you're looking at like a whole day's worth of streaming. I feel like the truck's barely holding together as well. I wonder if we could patch it up for the heavier loads at Cliffwatch Town. I only set out half an hour ago and you're already wrecking our Hellraider? No way, I might have it roll over, but I won't get it wrecked. Just asking, do we have the money to spare? We might need some repairs. Fortune Supreme Leader entrusted us with doll frame procurement is in the holding chamber until under the passenger seat. Helen said we are to spend them as we deem appropriate, provided they are wise expenditures. You mean storage compartment, right? Oh, found it. Wow, that's quite the... Where the tail at Phelan leans forward to search, but suddenly spots a shadow crawling down from the cliff above. Elid! What? A sharp turn followed by a hard brake allows Phelan to evade the Elid, but the abrupt maneuver causes her to lose control of the truck as it starts racing down the cliff. Crap! Master's doll frames, no! Phelan panics and frantically stepping on the gas and yanking the wheel the same way she does in her games, somehow managing to bring the truck back onto the route. However, her rough handling is not without consequences. The truck jolts violently and its speed suddenly drops. The engine's blown, we can't accelerate anymore. I can't shake them off like this. Now's the hero's time to shine. Dushevnaya grabs her rifle, leans halfway out the window, and fires a precise shot aimed at one of the approaching creatures, piercing right through its skull. Stay away from our Hellraider! Just as she trains her rifle on another target, a group of quadrupedal creatures coming down the winding road above them catches her attention. Another pack of eels is what she first thought, but upon close inspection, she realizes it's a group of jockeys and their mounts. Those mounts are an amalgamation of savagery and discipline, galloping freely atop steep cliffs. Blending both might and speed, their form stirs a memory deep within Dushevnaya. Those are horses? No, they bear resemblance to horses, but are completely mechanical. They're the war mounts of the apocalypse. And the ones riding them must be the horsemen of the apocalypse. This group does not ride on ordinary wheeled vehicles, but rather mechanical walkers shaped like horses, allowing them to navigate the difficult terrain and overcome obstacles with ease. Something else showed up? I'll help you. No, they're not enemies. Before Dushevnaya can finish, continuous gunshots ring out. The horsemen fire down from the back of their war mounts, making short work of the pursuing elids that were inches from reaching the truck. Taking the chance, Phelan stops the truck and uses it as a firing position. With Dushevnaya, they finish off the straggler elid and those who try to get back up. Amid the swirling dust, the fully loaded cavalry approaches them along the mountain path. Like, if if they're, I mean, if some of them are Griffin, I feel like Phelan's gonna like recognize them, wouldn't they? I guess that they've taken on different, slightly different appearances, maybe. I actually wonder how well the characters recognize each other. Anyway, a specialized walker for mountain combat? This also serves as a vehicle. I remember Sanguis Ferry having something similar. They were pretty tough to deal with. Through the thick smoke, the two dolls vaguely spot the leader of their ride, waving a flag signaling peace. They do not lower their weapons, but also make it clear that they will not shoot first. Running at the front of the lead horse is a doll wearing a military cap. Beside her is another graceful doll holding an assault rifle. She is observing Dushevnaya with cautious vigilance. Hey, the vehicle over there. We are the Winged Cavaliers in charge of Cliffwatch Town's security. Beyond this point is territory under our jurisdiction. We will now conduct an inspection as authorized by the town mayor. You'll be free to go once we confirm you pose no threat. However, given our deployment to ensure your safety, a fee shall apply. Relax, it's okay. Look at their vehicle. They must have run into those Elas on the way and barely made it out. Let's make sure they've not got casualties first. Feast your eyes upon those fierce war mounts and horsemen. Even the brigands are so civilized. Content with just charging a toll rather than pillaging all of your possessions. This is truly a battleground of another realm. Shemnaya, please. A great responsibility rests upon us, compatriots. Should the foe not strike not first, let not the prospect of peace be shattered. Phelan has no comment. Phelan, who had been staring down the sights, suddenly freezes. Those two and those guns, they look familiar. No way, I'm not seeing things, am I? Phelan rubs her ocular receptacles intently. The two approaching figures become increasingly clear in Phelan's visual module. Even the IDs match. Aren't those two General Liu and Type 56-1? The two dolls on mechanical horses slowly ride toward the smoking truck. The lead doll follows protocol and makes a polite inquiry first. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to Cliffwatch Town. Does anyone need medical assistance? I'm Liu. I'm just gonna say Liu. I think that's the name. Leader of the Winged Cavaliers. Our duty is to protect and rescue all who travel to and from the town. Please rest assured, we harbor no ill intent. We only want to ensure your safety. Please state your identity and the purpose of your... Huh? Before she could finish, Lishu notices the animal ears and a familiar smile peeking from behind the truck. Those ears, G41, is that you? Well, it's really... Lucy. I guess that kind of works. Lucy. That would make... If that is actually how... If that's basically how you would pronounce that, that's easy to remember. Dork to dork. Long time no see. Phelan leans over and waves excitedly. I go by Phelan now. Oh right, despite her body being a little different, this one over here is KSVK. She's called Dushevnaya now. Good heavens, running into old comrades here of all places. Looks like everyone's got new names after all these years, huh? Let's introduce ourselves again then. Well, her new name is Liushi, and mine is... I'm gonna butcher this one too. Zisui? Zisui? I might even call her General Lucy. Meeting T-Dolls outside the album. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of one of those, man, it's nice to see you guys again kind of thing. Because it's like, you know, they all had that family life, I guess, if you want to call it that, back at Griffin. So, and then the 10-year split, yeah, that kind of is like meeting old friends again, or I guess old co-workers. Great greetings. A fateful reunion between the hero's old comrades. Though recollections of you two still eludes me for now, I shall spare no effort to evoke them once more. Prithee, allow me to refer to you as the General and the Khan for the time being. The Khan? Hey, you sure that's really KSVK? Could it just be a random doll who looks like her?
I was wondering that as well at first, but once you get used to it, you can tell she's really our KSVK. I don't see a problem. A decade's a long time. Enough time for people to change. The same ought to apply to dolls. Just never expected to reunite with you two here. What made you come all the way out here to a place as remote as Cliffwatch Town? Are they going to talk about the commander here? Oh, I wonder what their reaction that's going to be. Right, if Griffin dolls are here, does that mean... Lucy dismounts and peeks into the passenger seat with an eager anticipation. The commander, he's not with you. Without that familiar figure coming into sight, a trace of disappointment flashes from Lucy's eyes. Master, I mean, the commander is still on the Elmo. But the agreement has been terminated. We're going back to the Elmo right after this mission. Really? That means the commander can have dolls by his side again, right? I'm so glad. While they chat with Phelan, Dushevna curls up in the back seat, dejection written all over her. That kind of has to suck a little. I feel bad for her to a degree, because she does have her she does have her like old memories, but at the same time, yeah. Oh, hero, even with these magnificent riders at my side, how could I possibly not recall subjugating the dragons and defeating the demon lord with them? How grave! I must remember. I even remembered back then with Basti. Okay, Dushevna, what's wrong? Are you hungry? You don't look too well. Yeah, the hero never stills their feet for a momentary separation. I'm grateful for your concern. Dushevna, that's... Jisui, okay. Pardon my slip of tongue. I'm just a little unsettled, as my memory has been wiped clean. So, be it the fox maiden in the car or the general, none of my recollections tie back to you. Wiped? Who's the asshole that did that? Well, we haven't had the time to talk about what happened throughout the years. I know it must have been hard for everyone. Yeah, I really do kind of feel bad for Dushevna's situation. Hey, George. Most would share any info about the Skikon when they meet. Absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me. Especially, like Zuchero or any of the other dolls that have been in contact with him. At least at this point, like, you know, it's gonna spread. It would not surprise me if he just all of a sudden all the dolls start finding out very quickly. The agreement isn't just loosened, but actually terminated, gone, reduced to atoms. Pretty much. I mean, considering all the dolls are with him, a good number of them are with him now, it kind of leads me more to that, yeah. Or at least there's no reason for them to care as much, I guess. I've always wondered about that agreement, because it's like, how are they going to enforce it if he's out in the yellow zone with all the dolls? Like, what can they do about that? I don't see how they can really enforce it. Because it was some stupid agreement that was signed 10 years ago. Yeah, like, I mean, like, you already have the problem of how would you enforce it. He's already technically won it, so him breaking another agreement or a rule isn't really going to be any different now. Shutting them down is one, but what if they don't have the... How would you shut them down, though? If they're already connected... You know, if they've already, like, if all the dolls have, if a good number of them have synced with the Elmo already, and technically he now owns them for whatever reason, what can they do then? Like, I'm not really sure what they would be able to do with that. Being able to meet again is already a blessing. It's just a shame you won't be able to share your memories with us, Dushevnaya. They probably are gunning on the fact that he's a man of principle and won't actively violate it. The government should revoke the Radal's rights. Because of the base. What? It would be concerning if they were approaching triple digits. Well, he basically would become his own superpower. And once it becomes one, it's in the bin. Yeah, like, that's another point. So it's like, I don't really see, like, even if the agreement is still technically alive, I don't see any reason in honoring it. As far as the yellow zone concerned, because it's like you have like, if this story's kind of going the way where he's gonna end up being like this kind of figurehead for the yellow zone, even if people were to march into the yellow zone to try and find him, I don't feel like they're gonna have much authority there, or anyone's really gonna recognize him, or sorry, gonna recognize, like I said, the yellow zone, or sorry, the white zone or the green zone versus his. Because I feel like if the green or white zone were to show up, or people were to show up to like McCosh and ask around for him, they'd probably go tell him to pound sand. Like, I kind of feel like he's going to slowly get enough power, consolidate enough power in the yellow zone. He still supports the commander. Ah, okay. I meant if he gets too big, Griffin military would crush him with no hesitation. But Griffin's gone now, though, right? There's always the military. They won't be sending a couple of mercs or a few dolls. They would just bomb us from orbit. Do they even have that kind of technology, though? Oh, the guy. Okay, fair. Griffin Lion. Yeah, okay. I thought you were talking Griffin. I was like, the PMC group? I once did joke that Perdeus and URNC can just use the current cancel culture tactic on the commander through false claims of doll exploit. Yeah, that's totally gonna work. Oh no, he did the thing with the dolls. Every other doll that actually has that kind of an interest in him. Oh, really? Like, sure, maybe they might be upset, but they're like, all right, you're all right. When do I get it? Considering both Lorelei and Basti recently. There's no laws against the dolls, Batman. Oh my goodness. Maybe I can offer some help. No need to worry about the cost of repairs. I'll do everything I can. It's okay. Helen, that's DP12's new moniker, is already helping me piece them back together. One day I'll reclaim every recollection of the time I shared with you all. But until it's fully restored, I can't just recall your existence in my head. I apologize. No need to apologize, Dushevnaya. Sosui and I both know you've always been a steadfast comrade. That's right, no matter what, you're still our KSVK. Zero Khan. It's funny. There's like Frostfall and some others. Yeah,
That's where it's like I begin to wonder, would the dolls, like, if some of the dolls, like Frostfall, were told that they need to basically take out the commander, would they? Because I feel like that's a question that you'd have to ask yourself. Like, would they go that far? I personally don't see it. On a path strewn with thorns, the hero gains more comrades from the past. For the commander and for everyone's joy, let us gallop on. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, stop running around. We're not fully secured this area yet. Suddenly, a deep rumbling comes from behind the vehicle. The dolls turn around in unison. Well, a loud explosion erupts on the distant hillside. Dust and smoke surge like a tidal wave. Amidst a sea of yellow, twisted black shadows gradually take form. Hostile elids, 12 o'clock, 5 and counting. I know, with so many of them crawling around lately, it's as if something or someone is driving them here. I see them accepting the mission, then immediately going rogue once they actually meet the command. That I could see. Lucy, give the order. Lucy quickly exchanges glances with his Jisui. Everyone, mount up. Winged Cavaliers, defensive formation. Protect the vehicle and cargo. Roger. Jisui, take the squad to the flank. Watch out for elids coming up from below. Understood. Lucy, I'm going to butcher these names of the entire event. I know I am going to keep doing that, because I'm going to forget to call them that. Lucy masterfully commands the Cavaliers with a composure and fluency wholly uncharacteristic of her past timidness. It's as if she is a completely different doll compared to her old Griffin self. Does it just mean Lucy changed a lot during the past 10 years? Are these Cavaliers all followers of yours, Lucy? You've also changed, Phelan. Can't wait to grab a drink together and shoot the breeze with you. But now I have to ask, Phelan, Dushevnaya, are you still in shape to fight? Even faced with horrifying beasts, the hero never falters. Good, then... Oh. Issue Chambers her rifle. Let's wrap this up. Can't pronounce the names, but... Yeah, no, it's funny. Why not call her Squish? Which one? Alright, I think there was somebody else that also had a copy of her out. Let me see. Anthony does. Well, at least the good thing is I don't have to worry about this. Well then, that's nice. Lou. Yeah. It's more just I'm not great with Chinese namings. That is not... Because that's neutral. So where does the horse go from there? Does it go all the way back to the spawn point? Yes, it does. Let's move the cat up first. Actually, wait, can I even buff from there? Oh yeah, we can. We're good. Cat moves up. Main Discord server calls her for her art, really? Just because it's it's their favorite. One of you's gonna stun, aren't you? I'm waiting for one of you to stun. Nope. Oh, but it ends the joint op state. I can just use that again. Okay. Well, we'll just finish him off. Why not? Look at a horse in my. Is that an Uma Musume reference? How many of you actually? How many people actually here play Uma? I'm actually kind of curious. Because I know it's like. I'm actually curious, like, how widespread people's, like, gacha games are, if you do play. Because, like, I play a variety, but I don't play, like, a bunch. I only play, like I said, about... I don't play it at them every day, but enough. I play a bit, it's not my main. Yeah, it's fair. You stopped because lack of space. Oh, like lack of space in your phone or computer or wherever you play it. That makes sense. You have to kind of pick and choose. Pegasus. Neo-Soviet Union's horse, inspired tactical mountain walker derived from Sanguis Veritech. Doesn't boast much firepower, but is extremely effective as a weapon and reconnaissance vehicle in this sort of terrain. Me. Alrighty. The reason I know is because of... I feel like that doesn't surprise me at all. Haven't touched Uma since the 15 gigabyte update. I do not know which one that is. Is that the most recent? No, that's the... Is that the one that was like early July? Because there's a really, really big update around that time. Did you play it back in high school? Fair enough. Fair enough. I randomly joined. I have no idea what's going on. Well, first, welcome. Secondly, we're just chatting. That's just kind of how this stuff goes. We were asking if, I was asking if people here also play Uma or not. Because we are making jokes about Uma Musume and stuff here. So if I understand this correctly, that Griffin doll that Lucy used this Pegasus to steal all your business as a PMC, which is why you want to get back at her. It's nothing personal. We've even worked together in the early days of Cliffwatch Town. I respect her character and capabilities. Even without demands for a hired gun, the town's economy is good enough for me to make a living out of trading. Providing security services for other regions is also on the table when push comes to shove. The URA overall. Yeah, so the big July update. So that's that reworked URA, that reworked Unity. I think that was the main thing, was those two. And I think that was roughly around the time of the Summer Goldship and Summer McQueen banner. I slowly stopped playing almost all gacha over the last few years except GFL2. Yeah, that's fine. Like I was saying like a couple days ago, like don't feel like you have to play a bunch of them. Like even if I do play like 5 or 6, I'm not playing them every day. Like I play most of them probably at least once, maybe once every other day or every other 3 days. That's what I try to do. But that's mostly because I don't want to. I know it doesn't do great for daily income for like banners and stuff, but it's more personal enjoyment than banner income for me nowadays. Unless the game is one of those that I really like playing. Like, Uma is probably the one that I would log in almost daily just to play around. Because I actually do like Uma. I like the roguelike feel, or roguelite feel. They revamped URA and Unity. Yeah, the reworks are nice. I think they're pretty good. I'm still farming scenario sparks for them. The real problem is that I disagree with her about how the Pegasi are being used. I once offered to purchase them, but given her deep pockets, that's basically a bid I can never... Yeah, I was gonna say, she doesn't need the money. I see now. You bought this control module that used to belong to Sanguis Ferry because you want to take them over by force. Can you crack it? Sweeper, so you're trying to turn the horses against that. Yeah, that's a great idea. Sweeper sits cross-legged on the ground, her sheathed blade resting across her knees. A data cable connects her head to the old module in front of her. Data streams flash before her eyes, packed with information only the Sanctusferi Ogas system can decode, revealing an unexpected secret. Hey, Vitusa, come take a look. Jackpot. Nixie, what is this? Just like you said, it's the control module of a production line, but this one's special. The final product is installed with some sort of rudimentary neural cloud. It's probably there to assist the decision-making, but the data inside hasn't been erased. It's got to be full of Sanguis-related data. I might find what I've been looking for once I crack it open. Sweeper glances at Pavel and nods. I can crack it, but while I'm working, I can't guarantee what will happen to anyone who disrupts me. Get it? So scurry off, you lot. Also, I need a large external power supply. This little puppy will require a lot of energy to break open. I'm having commitment issues with most gotchas I play as I struggle to really keep my attention. Ale is really the only one I return to every once in a while when the Saka Empire gets a new ship. Fair. Yeah, I generally think it's better, like, for my own sake, to just enjoy them when I want to, which is usually, you know, 2 to 3 times over the week. Unless, like I said, it's a game I thoroughly enjoy. And there are a few of those. I think at most there's 2, which so I wouldn't say anything more than that I would really focus on, because there's a lot of other, like, non-gacha games that I also play that I also would like to spend more time on. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at. Though, I do kind of feel like a lot of gacha games are trying to get... I would like to see if they really do try to push themselves more on the gameplay side, because that does... You know, they're slowly, I feel like, starting to merge into something closer to the live service game model. Because we're seeing, like, the constant monetization reworks that are being done, not necessarily for, like, Blue Archive, but, like, you know, we've gone from this 50-50 system that, like, Genshin and those games have had to, like, the Arknight system, and now Silver Palace is doing its own version of that. So it's like, and then I think NTE doesn't even have a 50-50. So it's like all these monetization models are existing. It's like we're constantly changing between those. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen in the long run, and once all of these different systems are tested and which ones work. But I think it's going to come down more to the game being entertaining alongside the gacha being kind of nice. For me, either play a few gachas daily or log in once in a while if you play more. I'm doing the former because I play 2 gachas, even though it's exhausting sometimes. Yeah, I can get that. I can 100% understand that. Because it's like, you know, I've never been one person to really like to do the routine. Mostly because there's so many different things I'm doing on a daily basis. Yeah, like my work, I guess with my work, it's never really been routine. I am coding, sure, but like, what I might do every day is going to be dramatically different from the next or the previous, depending on how you look at it. So it's like, I'm not necessarily one that cares that much about routines. There's a couple things I did do routinely, but nothing on a grand scale. So I don't know. Probably also helps that FOMO doesn't really mean anything to me. I'm kind of more the, what is it? Que sera versus when it comes to that stuff. So, anyway, as the gunsmoke clears, the last eyelid stops twitching under the steel steed's hooves. Despite the sudden encounter under Lucy's command, the battle concludes as if it had been nothing but a rudimentary exercise. Alright, job's done. Everybody okay? No one injured? After making sure her comrades are safe, Jisui tidily stows her weapon. Nice teamwork. Looks like nobody's marksmanship got rusty during these 10 years.
Especially to Shevnaya. I don't remember you being this much of a nimble gremlin. It's day and night. It's night and day compared to your combat style back at Griffin. Yours also changed a lot. Is that how the Winged Cavaliers fight? I've seen my fair share of combat in the Yellow Zones over the years, thanks to this little companion, though. I'm no longer the General Liu who got the commander worried all the time. What was she like in GFL1? Because I know someone said she was like super timid before. Was she like the type that would like, you wouldn't want to make leader because she would get hit with like massive bouts of indecisiveness or something? She's forgot it, to be honest. Fair. It's okay, Yogi. You don't know it. You're fine, dude. If any of you GFL1 vets here know, I will be more than happy to get to see that. That's kind of why I do, you know. I do lean on you guys a lot, but it's because I do not have that background. She never really showed up in main story. Oh, she didn't? Was just inexperienced to say the least. Her squad would never pass training. Ooh, just straight up inexperience. Most of her personality came from quotes. I see. If only Ferrari was here to explain to Hall. I don't think I'm that big of a creator for them to notice me, and it's fine. I'm not generally someone who reaches out unless people want to, like, unless people want me to talk with them. You know, they're probably off doing their own things, and I think I saw some posts from them that are like way ahead in the future too. So, it's perfectly fine. Puzzle Squad main involvement was explaining Song of Viscacha. What? I guess the gotchas could be cuz like what is it? GFL1's gotcha system or whatever it is for collecting the gun characters were all just it's like the old Conclave construction system, right? Where it's like you have a bunch of resources, you feed it in, it spits out a timer, and then you wait that out, and then it gives you the doll, right? You might have some kind of a way to speed it up, I'm sure. But it's like you take this resource, give it a certain amount of it, and then wait the timer. That's my understanding of, because that's basically what Conclave's building system was back then. Or it probably still is. I have not actually looked at the game in a while. But that was what it was. I'm sure the materials are different, but that was what it was. Bra left Ozzer Lane, but Ozzer Lane never left it. Well, see, it's funny because it's like people sit here and like they're like, you can leave the game, man. You don't need to talk about it anymore. It's like, I cannot leave Ozzer Lane. The friends I have made over the last 7 to 8 years that still talk about it, it's not like I can't tell them, no, you can't talk about AL anymore, you know. Not to mention, there's a lot of like Ozzer Lane inspired projects that exist today. Granted, they don't really associate themselves with Ozzer Lane as much anymore for a lot of reasons, but you know, they I'm you know, like one of them, for example, I don't want to say that they were directly inspired by them, but they formed from the idea of it. I am friends with one of the CEOs of a corporation, so there's that. It's not like, so it's like I can't really like I can leave the game, but for me to dissociate myself from Ozzer Lane is not going to ever happen. It's just because my roots are too deep into the game. Or at least I should say the game's community, not the game. The game's community, I'm way too dug in there. It's one of those things where it's like if I tried to remove all the roots, it would probably be also require me to burn like a bunch of bridges that I don't want to. You know, it's like I'd have to do a lot of damage to my own, like all the friends I've made and everything, which is not really something I want to do. So it's like, I get it. People probably are like telling me I imagine some people are probably thinking that, but I'm like, I can't do much about that. It's just the nature of my connections and everything. Like I have CN players I talk to on a daily basis. One of them's the lore master for CN side. You know, he's technically on the Discord server too. So, I don't know how often he'd respond to if you pinged him, but he is definitely quite well versed in Ozerlane's lore, and I respect him heavily for all the stuff he's done. Trying to get what they want, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, to a degree. I don't really know how GFL handled itself for like the last, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years. But I would definitely, I want to hope that it didn't take the same, it hasn't taken, well, I guess I should say it this way. Ozerlane isn't taking the same approach that GFL did. But then again, I do feel there's a lot more care in the Mika team's work. So. Look at you, I'll tell you what amounts of resources people use for specific dolls. Oh. So the formulas or the recipes and stuff are already there. That was something I had to always look up when I did Conclave stuff. I was like, what's the recipe for this character again? The only problem for GFL was they made GFL2 story while GFL1 was still going. Well, is it GFL's one's like main storyline is done, right? Now it's mostly like side stuff if there is anything, or are they still going? GFL1 is on Steam nowadays, so you can give it I've already mentioned in the past that I would be more than happy to look into GFL1. Just kind of not necessarily to like make it a new gacha or to read through the entirety of 10 years worth of story, but more so just kind of like, let's see what it was like. You know, kind of like a trip through time, I guess, from the perspective of somebody who wasn't there when the game was out. GFL1 is mostly maintenance mode. Yeah, it's the victory. It's the victory lap scenario for a gacha game, where it's basically like all of the main stuff we wanted to do for this game is done. We're just kind of chilling. Understandable. There's a lower summary out there. I'm sure there is, but what I mean more so is just getting maybe a stream or two of just getting a feel for what GFL1 was like. Complete GFL1. Do it, you coward. I feel like I would be taking at least 2 years, maybe 1 year just to finish all that stuff for like story and stuff. So. I'm fishing. So thanks for this little community no longer the general community around all the time. Yeah. Lucy pats the steel steed's head. The steed lets out a gentle low neigh. Its red eyes slowly shift into a calm blue hue. I wanted to ask this earlier. This equipment, your horses, they're not in my database. What is this, a tourist at my game? No, for the same reasons, like, because Infield's out, right? For the same reasons, I look at the people that are playing Infield, and they were like, I kind of want to see what Arknights is like. I'm like, no, go ahead. You might, I think you may or may not like it, but it's at least kind of cool to see people wanting to look at what their older works is. Kind of means that they kind of like what they're doing, and they kind of wanted to see what they've missed. And I think that's if anything, a sign that they did something right. I don't think it's necessarily a tourist thing. As a rare thing, When they add a thing from 2 to 1 was the legend Mr. Pizza. Mr. Pizza's great. I love Mr. Pizza. Anyway, they look more like they look like they're more than just vehicles, and also have weapon modules to make them useful in combat. Did you design them yourselves? The way they moved also shows signs of having a neural cloud that's at least on par with basic dolls. That one specifically even showed emotional responses. You got a keen eye, Phelan. Yes, I call this one Dilu. She's a member of the Winged Cavaliers, just like us. Like the other steeds, she's also a combat walker, specifically designed for operation in this sort of terrain. And yes, they have a rudimentary neurocloud to assist in various tasks. I hate how the word tourist is now associated with such bad connotation. Yeah, it's... The sad thing, too, is... Like, when it was first used, it kind of did... It had a negative connotation, but at this point, like, it has about as much power as some of the other very colorful words that have been used on the internet nowadays. It's like if somebody were to label me that, I'm just like, you have no idea what you're... This is a meaningless title. GFL1 is legit harsh gameplay. It's fun that almost all people in the server recommend to read and listen to the story summary, then to play it if you want the lore. That's nice that they have that, though. But yeah, I've been given some heads up about the gameplay and stuff, which I don't mind a game being hard. I actually kind of prefer it. Which is kind of funny when you consider a lot of things with gachas being relatively easy. I mean, granted, heroic mode is something I'm just not ready for, which I don't know if I'd be really able to... I don't know if I need to have, like multiple copies of a character to feel comfortable with it, or if it's just really well built. I miss people calling me a weeb. Yeah, that was the old title. She may look a little crass, but she's a reliable partner. Steel war mounts with wings of iron, galloping across the wasteland, a steed truly befitting of the hero. I don't know, that'd be kind of funny to see Dushevnai in that. Dushevnai marvels of the majestic steel steed with great green in her eyes. Then glances back at the broken down truck she'd been driving. Shame the Hell Raider can heed no further to deliver its treasures to their destined location. Treasures? So you're here to trade with Cliffwatch Town? No wonder you came in a truck. Master Dushevnai's group needed doll frames, so he came to trade with someone named Pavel. Frames? Pavel? So that's why. Wait, you came all the way here just for that? The commander must be having a really rough time. Come to think of it, Pavel does have connections with the military, so of course he has access to this many exotic goods. Who knows just how many hoops he's jumped through to get them? You know him? We do, but not exactly on good terms, so to speak. He's ambitious. A little too ambitious. He wants control over the entire Cliffwatch town. He kept trying to get his hands on Dilu. I'm going to butcher that. And the other horses. But it's not like we ever planned to sell them to him. Zisui pats her steel steed as she speaks. Not to mention, he also holds a grudge against us winged cavaliers for taking over the security detail for the town. He kept throwing money at the status quo in an attempt to shake things up, but at least she would consistently shut him out with her own fortune. God knows why he's so obsessed with this place. If you play GFL1, put MG dolls at the front, 100%, real HD. Trust me. No. You don't understand. What needs to happen is we put the shotgunners in the back. And if we really wanted to make it cursed, make a shotgun for them that's like Borderlands. It has like the 16 times scope for whatever reason. And doesn't shoot birdshot. That's the dumbest thing about Borderlands I always had to deal with was, why does this have a scope? Why? I don't need the scope for this thing. Oh, man. So far, he's tried almost every method except open conflict. So he's a bad guy. That settles it. We shall now launch a great crusade to liberate the War Master and the Strategist. Hey, he's not necessarily a bad guy. Mr. Pavel is a reputable merchant, no matter how you slice it. We've also worked together to repel Varjagers before. 16 times the detail, 4 times the size. I would not be surprised if you could outright buy some 3rd gen dolls or even a top company. You forgot about Faye in here. A scope and an axe for whatever reason. Well, I mean, I guess that could have some use. If you're just like, if she just wants to have a pair of binoculars, but I would kind of feel like it'd be better to have that separated. It's not like they're, what is it? What were they called back then? Strelets? I think that's what they're called. Let me see. I think the Strelets back then had like a musket with an axe built into it. Or was it just that they had his axe on them as well? I don't remember. But the one thing I always remembered about them was something like that. He's just overly obsessed with the militaristic expansions, trying to unite the surrounding settlements under the banner of his own PMC. We want no oh, he wants his own power. I see. Anyway, enough about that. To our distinguished guests from afar, would you like to visit Cliftwatch's town market? Yeah, we got all sorts of delicious food and loads of exotic artifacts to offer. Which is why the winged cavaliers are needed for security in the first place. Have fun meeting the Strelets in GFL1. Oh, there actually are Strelets. That's kind of funny, actually. Isn't that also an artillery name? I don't actually remember. I feel like that's an artillery piece name, too. Now I have to figure out. Looks like that was actually the case, because I knew there was the infantry version, which was like a really, really super old Russian. I think it was like the Russian Empire type infantry, and then I think there was one that's also like an actual gun from like the old, like back then too. We can't just leave the frames here. Looking at the upset Phelan and Dushevnaya, Lucy smiles gently. Feel free to leave both the vehicle's restoration and tonight's lodging to us. Our mechanics can easily patch up such things. Eh? Are we truly worthy of such generosity? Of course, we're all comrades fighting for the commander after all. In fact, I was just planning to hold a banquet to celebrate this reunion. Exactly, don't be shy with us. Do you want to try my roasted meat? Not sure if my cooking will help restore Dushevnaya's memories by reminding you of Griffin delicacies, but at least the taste is definitely top tier. I also bought out all the leftover inventory from Griffin's cafeteria and put it in cold storage. You can taste the past if you want. I don't know how to feel about that. How old is that food, though? Soats are the name for one of the infantry mob series from one of the factions. I think so. Leftovers for a decade. Yeah, but that's not going to taste that good now, is it? Oh, free repairs and meals? That's the cold and uncaring poor Mika is no match for the warmth of old Griffin comrades. She's... Phelan, I can't handle this face. You really haven't changed in this regard, Lucy. Settled then. Lucy claps her hands at the cavaliers behind her. You three, come with me and Zushi. We'll tow the truck back. Everyone else head back and get the banquet started. We have guests to host tonight. Hoorah! We meet 3 cooks, and all of them are very well fed. Indeed, Sabrina, Shufa, and Azusui. Don't we take... I mean, no, Sinteresi's probably more of a confectionery character than she's a cook. I say Sinteres, it's probably more, well, Springfield and Sinteresi probably are more like confectionaries. Because they ran, like, Springfield ran the cafe, and then Sinteresi helped with the cafe. I at least know the story about the two of them switching positions. Sinteresi is good in all types of housework, including cooking. Yeah, so they're more confectionaries and bakers than they are actual cooks. Which still, that takes, like... I have not yet tried my hand at it, but I have tried working with dough and making bread. It's taken a couple times for me to get used to that. Oh man, the mess is horrid. When I first tried it. Following her order, the steel steed tugged the truck on a tour like a chariot. Sitting in the driver's seat, Zheshevnaya bursts into excited laughter. Forward, forward! Unlike her partner, Phelan is not impressed by the steed's performance. Rather, she rolls down the window and gazes up at the fortifications in the distance. Coming into view are precision engineered, reinforced concrete high walls lined with spotlights, as well as operational surveillance radars and mobile firing platforms. To combat elids, even retractable barriers and hidden napalm throwers are engineered into the defensive structure. That's... wow. Such perfect fortifications built in this environment. Is this all your work as well? I can't believe you two achieved all this while Basti and I were running around with kids smashing people's windows in. It's the combined effort of all nearby settlements. Then again, Lucy's wealth did help massively. Bread is easy for me. Made a lot of donuts because my father is an ex-pastry chef. Oh yeah, that does help. My family doesn't work with dough a lot. We just work with a lot of like pork and meat. So we're somewhat... I'm better at that than I am with dough, but I've gotten better at it. I've figured out a lot of things during my time of... does this work? Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that did, though. As the horse-drawn truck arrives under the wall, the concrete-reinforced blast door welcomes their arrival by slowly unlocking under the pressure of a massive hydraulic system. Oh, the gate just hailed us in. Could this very well be the gate, unsealing itself to behold the hero of the divine light beyond? No, we just call this an automatic door. Girl, you really need a factory reset. People knew we were coming and have been preparing for your arrival. Let me once again welcome you, Phelan, Dushevnaya. For former Griffin comrades to go to such great lengths to arrive here, please allow me to extend my sincerest hospitality. Oh, Valley 4 looking... I didn't get to read that. Oh. Learning is not easy. Just do it and you'll make it. Oh, yeah. It's something I've been doing a lot more of. So. I've gotten to the point now where it's like, I kind of want to get my own bread. Like, figure out a way to do bread decently. Maybe get pans or get a bread maker or something. That way I can just make my own bread instead of having to go to the store and buy it. Because that's something I always hate doing. Because it's like, oh man, I bought this and like 3 days later it's bad. Dang it. What's on the menu today? FNC? FNC. Oh, right. She's gone too. I guess I'll have to eat it all myself. With tray in hand, Type 56-1 sits down at the empty table in the empty cafeteria. Chewing noises quickly follow. Unlike before, everything seems so monotonous now. Even the once vibrant flavors are now but wax. The doll tilts her head, contemplating her current reality.
Everyone's really left, huh? Eating all by myself even makes the tastiest food tasteless. Come to think of it, why am I the only one with such a big appetite? Even as the commander's gone, I kinda hate that. Why do I feel so guilty? Food shared with everyone is the most delicious. That's the truth I put to heart. Commander, that fried chicken back then. I still want you to treat me to it again. Lou, wanna have some? Why are you crying? Is it because you missed the commander? No, don't cry. Have some guao. I don't know how to say that. 6-1. What are we supposed to do from now on? Miss Hellion says the commander will never be back. There's no place for us to call home anymore. Is that so? So you're feeling lonely as well? Actually, I was just thinking, why don't we go look for the commander? Eh? I still want to cook for him, and with you around, we'll never have to worry about money. Our home is where the commander is. If he's gone, we'll find him and build a new home where he's now. Can we really do that? Then what should we do first? I haven't figured that out yet, but first what we need to do now is to dig in. Here, have some of this. I'll go get you some of that if it's not enough. I'm not hungry. Wait, I'll eat it myself. Stop stuffing into my bowl. I'm good. Hey, it's like some of my friends when I play Don't Starve Together. They shove food my character hates in my mouth, and I'm like, bleh. Did someone say bread? Peek at the. Why am I scared? What have you done? What have you done on the server? What have you done, sir? Should I be worried? Dang, that's a lot of bread. Codename Bakery. I see. That's a lot of bread, man. Dang, dude. Yellow Zone. Winged Cavaliers camp at night. The campfire crackles in the night wind, filling the air with the aroma of delicacies. With tables laden with roasted meat, towers of canned food, and all manners of drinks, dolls and people alike feast to their heart's content. Such must be the temptations of chaos, a feast so decadent to even corrupt the hero. We should leave some for the strategist and the war master too. They'd love it too. You are a baker. Oh, so you actually do. That's awesome. That's cool. There's a lot of Girls Frontline songs this event, so I just want to mention Vanguard Sound has done incredible work for Mika and other gachas. That sounds like a very familiar group. I need to probably look up their works because I feel like I've heard that name at least twice in other games. Everything tastes so good, and Sophie's cooking is just as good as before. Hard to believe we're in the middle of the yellow zones with all these amazing ingredients you've got. That said, they don't have much in the way of fresh veggies. Commander would definitely want to make a market of our tomatoes here. 'Tis up to the hero to investigate said business opportunities. The Tomato King shall expand his empire even to the... I think I did like the, now that I think about it, you guys are talking about this, I'm like, I think I liked the, like, the main menu theme, like when you're just sitting on your account in the game for NeuroCloud. Because I remember, like, just chilling to that music, like, while I was doing stuff. It was quite enjoyable back then. That was Vanguard? Oh. Awesome. Hey, I'm on Twitch now. Oh, hi, Lena. I see you over there. I don't know if there's any Twitch drops, but you're welcome. You guys are more than welcome to be on Twitch or on YouTube, whichever platform you prefer. I am not going to make you pick. I love the Tomato King. It's so funny. I love it. The Tomato King will expand his empire to all quarters of the yellow zone. If you've never had a tomato, you will have a tomato. I'm going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by tomatoes. Spain. Oh god, I can see them saying that too because that game is so goofy. Hey, lay down Twitch chat. Do the goofy face. Lucy smiles and raises her glass at Dushevna and Phelan. There's been a slight uptick in traffic congestion recently. Many supplies got stuck on the road. There it is. There it is, the goofy face. So tonight's menu might be a little light. My sincere apologies. This is light? Dushevna turns, gazing at the table piled high with food. Hey, Foxpedia, was she really a Tito like this in the before days? Or does Griffin have some infinite money glitch, the memory of which has escaped me? Ah, there isn't Twitch drops in here. Well, back to YouTube. No worries, no worries. Like I said, you guys are more than welcome to be on either of the two sides. It does not bother me. I try to keep both chats, an eye on both chats, so I can read both of them. That is funny, though. I can't believe I lost access to the most important memory of all. No. There's no such thing. Lucy's just been incredibly lucky with money, even back then. She'll somehow make a ton of money no matter where she is, or no matter what she does. Master used to receive expensive gifts from her all the time. Though truthfully, she was always a bit clueless when it came to putting the money to good use. Not like she's changed by the looks of it. Well, I mean, if she is paying for the defenses of a town, I would say that's not a bad use of it, honestly. Since when there's Twitch drop for GFL, I was just saying, I don't know if there is any, but you're welcome to be over there. Despite all this wealth, you're still spending your days in the yellow zone, huh? Never change, Lucy. Never change. Eh? Is there something about my arrangements you're unhappy with? If you don't mind waiting for a bit, we have frozen seafood from the white zones and... No. That's not what we meant. We aren't here to be freeloaders. I'm just lamenting at the fact that while Basti and I were still messing around with Miss Lydia, you managed to build such an impressive stronghold in the middle of the yellow zones. Just look at how much of a reliable leader you've become. I can't help but feel like only a doll like you can go back... back to Master with your head held high. A leader, huh? All I'm doing is providing financial and tactical support. The Winged Cavaliers is the brainchild of all those who wish to protect Cliftwatch Town, not me alone. Compared to what you've just told me about the commander, what I did is almost too trivial to even mention. After all, he saved an entire city. Well, you're protecting one. He's saving. He may have saved one, but you're protecting one. They may not necessarily be equivalent, but they're still both pretty up there in magnitude. As Lucy reminisces about that familiar face, her gaze becomes gentle and nostalgic. Dull community. That's what it's called, right? So that's where the commander and everyone is gathered now. A community built on top of ruins and founded on mutual aid, developing agriculture to unite and help those in need. Truly a hopeful prospect. I'm so glad. Even a decade's time has not worn down his resolve. Yeah, even though I have yet to reunite with Master as well, Dushevna had told me that he's gathered many like-minded companions, all sharing the ideal of changing the yellow zones. The commander, the supreme leader, Helen, and everyone else, they're all striving to achieve a brighter future. It's for the best that Lucy has infinite money and not Basti. I don't want to imagine what Basti would do with all that. I would even say, like, I still don't know everything there is when it comes to finances stuff. Like, like I'm still learning a whole bunch of really, really cool things that I can do, and I'm just like, I'll try and see if I can do these at some point in my life. Oh, man. It's crazy. Which is why I, together with the Fox Maiden and the War Master, must likewise devote our utmost effort to fulfilling our mandated purpose. The Commander's mission. I'm so jealous. It's been a decade since I last experienced that sense of fulfillment. But I'm really glad he's safe and sound, and that he once again chose to become the anchor everyone could hold on to. He really still is the person we at once admired and vowed to follow. Tomato King needs an investment. He does. Lucy raises her hand and gently wipes the corner of her eye. Ever since the Commander left Griffin, my heart has never found peace. Because he always took everything on by himself. Ah, you girls are talking about Griffin. Hearing that familiar name, Jisui barges into the conversation. Did she tell you about this yet? When Griffin almost went under, Lucy took all of her savings and went to Helion, saying she could help fund Griffin through the crisis. Donating everything in your treasure trove? That's really generous of you, General. Well, Lishu's savings must have been quite a hefty sum, I imagine. I don't really remember the numbers. I just wanted to help everyone to the best of my... It probably might have been $1 billion. I don't know how much. I don't know how much money actually has. It might have been $1 billion or maybe a couple $100 million, but still, you know what? I want to help people. Wait, what do you mean I need money? Oh. Julian said she understood where I was coming from, but Griffin was faced with a systemic crisis that could not be resolved through monetary means, regardless of how wealthy I am. Don't tell me Lee is doing the Minecraft farm on the back. Yeah, she's got both an iron and a gold farm. I don't even know how to make those, but I know that they exist. Indeed. Griffin without Master is not a place us dolls would miss. After gaining my freedom, I spent a long time wandering, confused, lost. If I can't bring Griffin back, what else can I do with my money for? Use my money for? Yusui was the one who pulled me to my feet, saying, if our old home's gone, let's just find a new one. Which is how and why our fortune lady and I left Griffin to find the Commander. Then an intel broker we frequented told us that apparently a powerful bounty hunter was roaming around the yellow zones in an MCV. I knew that must have been the Commander the moment I heard that. Since Lucy had the money but nowhere to spend it, I had the energy but nowhere to take it out on, we just decided to move to the yellow zones together. One thing led to another. We ended up here in Cliffwatch Town. This place was crawling with elids back then. I believe the Commander would have done the same as we did. Yeah, thanks, but why? How? There's how many zeros? That would be funny. She can't count anyway. That is both sad and hilarious. You can make a gold farm with piglins, if I'm not wrong. I don't usually do the automated stuff for like the vanilla automated farms. I play more modded than I do vanilla nowadays. Like when I think one of the few times I was playing I think a newer version of Minecraft, because one of the mod packs I was trying out was a much more for a newer version of Minecraft. I was like, oh, what is this? This is the trial chamber. And then I was like, oh, this is how this works. I like slowly figured out how that all works, and for the life of me I am still trying to get used to the mace. And now there is a spear. What? Right, we initially just wanted to set up a small camp, have a place to trade with the locals, then continue searching for the Commander. But following the camp's establishment, more and more people flocked here, forcing us to expand into a full-blown outpost, which attracted a lot of unwanted attention. So then we thought, while the agreement prohibits direct contact with the Commander, it says nothing about preparing for things that might help him out in the future. Say, a stronghold in the middle of the yellow zones for resupply and to fall back on, or manpower to call upon in time of need. Nobody knows when the commander will need those things, or need those, so I have to have everything ready for him. And so I invested all my money into this place. As you know about Lucy, she doesn't even bat an eye when she spins. With more and more resources being poured in every year, the population grew as well, which led to today's winged cavaliers. Quick question. When did these war mounts of the apocalypse come? Where did they come from? Why are you calling them war mounts of the apocalypse? Well, we built them ourselves. This area used to be a NSU exclusion zone. You can find abandoned equipment under every rock. At one point, we came across several rolled over transports buried in a canyon, probably a result of some kind of accident. Luckily, their cargo is mostly intact, which is how we got our hands on the prototype unit that eventually became Lucius Dilu, as well as enough spare parts to assemble 30 more units. We happened to be planning a basic machine shop at the time, so Misfortune here shelled out all the necessary machinery and got them all fixed up. What is this? Oh, it's a concentration camp. Well, what? Spears fun with horses and elytra. Jousting is real. Oh, really? I guess that would make sense because it's based on speed, isn't it? I miss making nuclear reactors in modded Minecraft. I miss messing up nuclear reactors in Minecraft and then watching as the entirety of of everything in probably, I don't know, maybe a 20 block radius gets removed from the world. There's a workshop too? Can we see it? Yeah, of course. I almost said, but of course, and then, yeah. But first, has everyone enjoyed their meal? If so, let me take you on a tour. The dolls leave the encampment and arrive at an open space behind it. Wielders, machine tools, stamping presses line the wall of a shed. All rare finds in the middle of the yellow zone. At the same time... This music, though. Customized two-wielders, weaponized 4x4s are parked just outside. Several mechanics can be seen attending to said vehicles. Oh... Not only are the war mounts of the apocalypse birthed here, it's also where you forge your own Hell Raiders. I think Hell Raider, and I think that's some vehicle in Helldivers for some reason. Weapons as well? Lucy and I gathered these from all over after some considerable effort and money spent. Now we finally have a somewhat functional production line. It would be more fantastic if this foundry were capable of forging a wyvern mount. Or wyvern, whatever way you would say that. That's certainly a cool idea, but questionable as hell. We've experimented with many designs, but on mountainous terrain, mobility and ability to overcome vertical obstacles are king. Which is why Dilu and her kin remain the pride of the Winged Cavaliers. Now all 17 on black. Let it ride! Man wins. Let it ride! Man wins again. Let it ride. Jim, stop. Jim. No, Jim. Let it ride! Finally loses. Man! Lucy points to a corner of the field, where a herd of visually identical steel steeds is being adjusted by the starting line. Jeshevnaya's eyes light up instantly. Oh, war mounts of the apocalypse surround my sight. All of these are of the current mass production model. They may look indistinguishable from one another, but each has a special trait to perform various tasks in combat. Great ability, jumping height, etc. So, Minecraft horses. Basically. Yes, this one runs faster. This one jumps higher. This one's actually a donkey and this one's actually a mule. Dilu was military grade to begin with, so they all had high-end specs. They're even equipped with biosensors, radiation detectors, and ELID warning receivers. They are truly our most indispensable partners. Whoa, hello. Who are you? You're back. We have guests. Hearing the commotion, a petite girl holding a wrench hurries over from behind the shed, followed by two older members of the Cavaliers.
Valen's ears twitch upon taking it in the sight. The girl's stature and manner seem out of place for someone presumably raised in the harsh conditions of the Yellow Zone. If anything, she has way more in common with Zoe. As in, someone who was raised in a town with quasi-green zone level living conditions and then ran away from it. Oh, wow, blue Negev. Negev is the one I'm thinking it is, right? I think she has pink, it's like a pinkish red hair. Yeah, okay, no, this, yeah, no, this is her. Yeah, she's probably, I think, the one I've known for a long, well, I say that, but the number of times I've heard somebody say IDW Danya in my chats before I even knew what that was. Should not surprise people, I think. I'm Viola, member of the Winged Cavaliers. 3 days of GFL. Yep. This is the last one for now, though. We'll take a little bit of a break and focus on the other gotchas. I'm calibrating Dulu and I will never be able to say that one. Huang? I didn't notice. Viola, right? That's amazing. You already know how to work these machines at such a young age. Who taught you? As Phelan presses up against her with curiosity, Viola's face grows increasingly red. I'd like to tinker with machines. My father and my older brother taught me. Your brother? Yes, he's kind and gentle, always puts others first. Much like Big Sis Lucy. But he's already gone. Big Sis Lucy and Zuhi took me in. So I want to be helpful to them. Viola may look young, but she's our trump card. Unbelievable. With tiny hands you repair such big machines. How marvelous. So this is basically this place's mailing, from how it sounds already. Yeah, you're really impressive. I have a friend who's about your age and is just as talented. I'd love to introduce you to. Oh. Well, that'll be interesting to see. Dushifnai and Phelan both pat Viola's head, then look at the duo behind them. You two are dolls from Griffin, right? Boss brings you up all the time. He's Luca, and I'm Ivana. We're both among the first Cavaliers to fight alongside Boss, though these days we spend most of our time doing maintenance. After all, we can't let Viola do all the hard work for us. Why is Mika team obsessed with putting young girls as the overworked gene? Don't worry about it. Don't ask about who is the main engineering team for all of their server infrastructure and IT at Mika team. It's totally not very... The irony is an IT infrastructure team is probably one of the most overworked teams because they have so much stuff they have to do day in and day out. By the way, boss, everything's set. We're gonna win big today. Perfect, I can't wait. What? What is it? Something entertaining is about to unfold. We've got the horses in a field. What do you think? Horse racing, I see. Oh, this is literally going to be an actual racing thing, isn't it? Zahui. No, not Zahui. Jisui claps her hands, and several mechanics immediately pick out 3 fully tuned candidates. It's the Winged Cavalier's signature event, horse racing. I was joking about this, calling this event the Uma experience. I didn't actually know that we're going to start horse racing. It serves both as a performance evaluation for the horses and as a form of entertainment for everyone. What you think? Want to bet on which one will take the gold? First come, first served. A clash determined by the goddess of victory herself. I shall bestow my blessing upon the steel of the general road, as guided by the hero's intention. I'll pick the one on the left then. Here's the beautiful. That's it then. All bets final, no take backs. We have Uma Musume at home. Horse racing? Your attention, everyone. Our robot horses are equipped with sensor systems. If you fake an attack at its location, you'll activate its sensor and make it run faster. Oh, so our actions help determine how fast the horses move. That's right. Spurring your robo horse on is essential. I see. Then may the hero's guidance lead her mighty steed to seize victory. Wait, so are we actually shooting the horses? Win the horse race. Wait, who is that? Wait, who do I win? Who am I picking? Pick Gold Ship. Which one is Gold Ship? This one's probably Super Creek. Wait. Who would the yellow one be? We have Special Month Emperor Halo. That's the neat part. You don't know. Oh, I see. Harakite Ko. Gold City, I see. I'm assuming AoE attacks will probably get them to move then. I have a dumb idea. A fourth horse has entered the race! There's a free pull here? Really? Let's see if I can spot it. Oh. Guys, I don't know if I found it. Is this this doesn't seem like it at all. I don't think this is it. Yeah, I don't think this is it at all. Have you guys found it yet? It seems like it's a very hard one to find. It seems like it will be a very hard one to find on this map. I'm not seeing it anyway. It's just close. It's the small Juan. It's a small Juan. Totally, yeah. Are these the ones that just like... Yeah, they just claw. Okay. By the way, if you haven't noticed, Dushev Naya is holding a stick. Look, it's the Shadow Fly! You don't gotta do her like that, Draglord! Man just went and did her like that. Oh man. I'm assuming we oh wait, Dushevna's horse must. Oh, red must win. I see. Red needs to win. This is so silly. Oh, it has to be with it. Oh. Wait, can I just, like, park over here? No. Probably need to get rid of this person. This is funny. Well, Dushevnaya wants to win this, so... she shall shoot her own horse. Shoot the horns! Well, there is a site. Is this what you guys were talking about before? Urban too? Now that I think about it more. Alright, and the cat shall assist the Dushevnaya. And they're off! A great start by all of our runners. Well, at least the good thing is. Am I trying to think here? Oh, I need to have... okay. Fortunately, I'm just one tile off. There's nothing I can do to hit that one. Oh! I see. I'm gonna move her up there so she can do that. Hi, how are you? Wait, was extra movement, not command? Oh, wait, does this have an ability? Oh, no, she does get an extra command. Okay. Well, goodbye. Very important we did this. Well, move forward and shoot the Uma. What would happen if I applied Frozen to the other two? Wait, I need science. Uh-oh. So with that right, if I remember, because Frozen reduces their movement speed. So if I understand correctly, we can do this and then basically just like all-seeing eyes them or something. Oh, they're immune! They're immune! Ah, dang it. Unfortunately, it doesn't work the way I was hoping it to. They're immune to CC effects. Yeah! That's such a silly little map. Can we have more of that, please? Forward, trusty steed, to victory, warm out to the apocalypse. At the last possible moment, the horse chosen by Dushevnaya charges forward with astonishing speed and crosses the finish line with half a length's margin. Yay, the bond of the hero and his trusty steed prevails. Looking forward to exploring the world together, partner. Hold up, who said we're giving it to you? That's Lucy's steed. Don't get any funny ideas. Yeesh, not only did I bet on the wrong one, but she didn't even come close to winning. You win some and you lose some, that's just how things are. Though good on you for picking Dilu, Dushevnaya. You definitely have an eye for this. Let's just assume the general's warm out.
Must be the best of the best. I wouldn't say so. I noticed during the combat earlier that Dilu looked more battered than the others. As the prototype, her performance should be inferior to the brand new one I picked. Now I wonder what the key to her victory really is. Elon's got sharp eyes. Here, everyone, look. Lucia walks up and pats Dilu on the back. Dilu lowers her head, exposing her previously obscured designation stencil. Pegasus Mark I. Yes, Dilu's designated a Pegasus Mark I, meaning she's not only the prototype of all the other walkers, but she can also access, supervise, and manage the neural cloud of others. Which means Dilu knows exactly how to startle the other steeds into late starts, how to chase the pace, and when to go for the last spurt. Dilu may not be the best at running sprints or miles, but she always comes up on top during long races. This is so funny. I feel like I'm playing a different game than I'm supposed to be right now. Wow, such considerations never crossed my mind, even though similar strategies are a thing in a certain game I've played. Well, I should have paid more attention. Anyway, so Dilu is actually that special? I thought she was simply the first to roll out the production line. Dilu's situational awareness in the field is without match. She's even more efficient at commanding her kin than we are at controlling our own dummy links. Our battalion of 30 steeds has barely begun to scratch the surface of her capabilities. Phelan plays Uba Musume, I guess. Dilu is S rank on dirt. Dilu's other moniker is Evil Nature. Ah, it's Nice Nature, I see. That is so funny. Unfortunately, while our mechanics are great at working with hardware, we fall short when it comes to software. That's why we've only managed to decompile a fragment of Dilu's code. The majority of her capabilities remain beyond us. Leave it to Helen and Dandelion to solve this mystery. And Miss Mailing, too. Miss Dandelion is also at the commander's side? Well, well. Let's talk some more about the Elmo and the commander, shall we? Is Miss Mailing a comrade from Griffin? Mailing is the commander's current adjutant. There's also Ulrid and Suomi and Helen, the commander's right-hand doll. And let's not forget Springfield and... So Colleen is no longer the commander's adjutant? Hold on, who's this Ulrid again? Do we know her? Why does Helen look so different now? And what do you mean by Voimastina's... And what do you mean by Voimastina? Elmo's #1 cook. What the hell is Voimastina? Just as Dushevnaya, Alicia and Zisui are engaged in a heated conversation, Phelan turns her attention toward Viola. Owing to the years spent living alongside young human girls, Phelan has developed a heightened sensitivity to their emotional states compared to the other dolls. In this moment, the air of profound sadness radiating from Viola is most apparent to Phelan. Without a second thought, she walks over to Viola, as the latter is looking up at Dilu, gently stroking the horse's knee joint. What's wrong, Viola? Ah, big sis Phelan. It's fine, I'm just checking on Dilu. I don't really like it when they make her compete. It's bad for her joints. Did you know that real horses have an average of lifespan of 20 to 30? Yep. We just lost, what was her name? Tsuyoshi? At 31? I think that was her name, Tsuyoshi. I don't know how to say it right. Yes, Tsuyoshi. Though for them to be 31 years, that's pretty good. That's a very good lifespan. He was even older than me. I guess that makes her my grandma, right? Noticing the doll's puzzled expression, Viola blushes again. Sorry, that must have been a strange thing to say to a doll. Not at all. You're just worried about I almost want to say Dilu's getting too old for this and are worried for her. That much I can understand. We dolls are equally troubled by this. In theory, we can survive indefinitely as long as we keep maintaining and upgrading our frames. But the reality is, no one knows how long our neural cloud will last. If Dilu is sentient just like us, then must be able to tell what she likes and what she doesn't like. I'm sure she's proud to be able to fight alongside everyone in the Winged Cavaliers. Is that so? I guess maybe you're right. Looking at Phelan, Viola smiles, seemingly relieved. She reaches for the pendant hanging from her neck and holds it tightly. But to Phelan, it's clear that the sadness overwhelming her hasn't subsided in the slightest, and is in fact now tinged with dark dregs of emotion. What am I even thinking? Viola is Lucy and Jisui's comrade. I need to focus on Master's gifts. Lucy, Jisui, what should I get for Master? For the Commander? Well, allow me to help. I want to open a restaurant in the White Zone with the Commander. That'll do for me. Wow. Dang. Did you know that some horses like performing experiments on their trainer? Yeah, and there's a look-alike of her in this game. I will never be able to unsee her that way. I'm sorry. I will never be able to not see her that way. Okay. Wait, why did this become about you? Never seen Big Sis, Nushi, and Jisui this overjoyed. Watching Phelan and the other dolls break into hearty laughter together, Viola sighs. A complicated feeling wells up from within her. Yeah, it'll be troublesome if this keeps up. Hearing the voice behind her, Viola instinctively flinches and recoils to the side. Oopsies, my bad. How many times do I have to remind you? Viola hates it when people sneak up on her. I just wanted to take a good look at Boss and ended up too close. Sorry, it's been almost 2 years, but I still... No need to apologize. Everyone here has had their share of hardships. If it weren't for the bosses taking us in, Luca and I would have worked ourselves to death in some godforsaken mine by now. Not just us, but all the Cavaliers and everyone in Cliffwatch Town. We all owe it to Boss's generosity. Who else in their right mind would keep supplying impoverished villages with that much food and medicine, while putting herself in danger to clear out bandits and elids roaming around, all without asking for any compensation? From a tomb for those who had no way out to the home she's managed to turn it into. At this point, if Boss really decides to leave, all we can do is wish them... Yeah. That is kind of a hard thing I just now thought about. Leave? Us older Cavaliers know this very well. Sooner or later the Boss will return to their beloved commander. Now with these two dolls' arrival, I think that day might just be today. But hey, I think we can stand on our own 2 feet now, don't you think so, Viola? Even though it's hard to let them go, if that means Big Sis will be happy, then I guess that's okay. Seeing her comrades' mixed reactions, Viola something. That is definitely something I've thought about, though, is like, what are they going to do if she leaves? I'm sure they can handle themselves, because she's probably given them enough, you know. I don't think they can really be that upset about it, because it's one of those, it's like, she's got them to be able to stand on their feet, that they might be able to last. The problem is, who takes her place? And, like, can that person effectively lead? Because it does seem like they do have that Pavel guy, but it's very clear right now that he doesn't seem like he's got the best of motivations. The factories and such, yeah. They have the resources and the ability to stand on their own, but they may have to rely on the money by other means. I think the thing is too, they might be a little bit saddened to see her go, though. Please, I need medicine. My brother's dying. He's the only family I have left. Clinging to the underground broker's leg, Viola begs desperately. But the broker merely glances at her with disdain, then coolly shakes off her frail arms. With those pretty dresses, you must have been born in a green zone or somewhere even richer, right, young lady? No wonder you don't understand the rules around here. Go ahead and play that sympathy card all you want. It's not like it's worth a damn. But meds, oh precious meds, those cost money. Don't tell me you don't have a clue what money is. What money does, young lady. But we don't have any money left. I can do anything you want. Please let me work for you. Unfortunately, at your age, it costs more to keep you alive than what you can offer in return, unless you happen to be in some kind of tech prodigy. I've entered an Institute of Technology, though I haven't archived anything yet. I've published papers, and I can cook. Mom taught me that. I can also... Sounds like you've got some background. Usually no one would want to have ties to a kid with a past like yours. However, the broker extends a finger to lift the pendant hanging around the girl's neck. She flinches first, but ultimately does not resist the act. That's an NSU standard encryption key. How did you get your hands on it? It's what Mom and Dad left us. The last thing they gave us. It's my mom's keepsake. Anything but that. I'm not here to mug a little girl, but if you want medicine, you gotta hand me something valuable. URNC's the top dog now. No one wants NSU tech anymore. Aside from those who'd pay to collect antiques like this. I'm guessing NSU is Neo-Soviet Union, right? I think that was what it was. I just want to make sure I got that acronym correct. Yep, okay, cool, awesome. Okay. The girl shivers as she closes her eyes. She reaches for her pendant. In that moment, she feels as if her fate had been sealed. Abandoned, forayed, struggling until she's helplessly squashed like a bug, she seems to have accepted such an ending. That is, until one hand grabs the broker's wrist, while another stops Viola from removing the pendant. Wait. Just give her the medicine, I'll pay. I don't do business with dolls. You think I'm that desperate? Reputation comes first in the yellow zones. Tell your master to come personally if they want a deal. Besides, with the recent price fluctuations, only regulars get... Will this amount be enough? Oh, damn! Sorry, I meant to say Sorry, I meant to say I love doing business with dolls. You lot don't pull any of that kind of two-faced bullshit. Huh. How much is it? Would you like cash or check? Man changed on a dime so quick I got whiplash. You're in luck today, young lady. The broker reluctantly lets go of the girl's pendant and grabs the collapsed pieces right in front of him. The girl hugs the medicine box, blankly staring at the two dolls bickering in front of her. This again. Who's she? Sorry, Jisui, but I can't stand watching a little girl suffer. That's not the point. Pay for the girl all you want, but at least ask for change. Forget it. God knows how you got this rich. Anyway. Well, it's because a friend left her fortune to me. But enough of that. Let's check on the girl. I can respect that her intentions. Yeah, she may not be the best with money, but you know, I can't necessarily fault someone using it for good. It's like you'd want them to do better, but at the same time, you know, you can't really... I don't know. I can't bring it to myself to criticize her for doing that. So it's like I can start to see why a lot of people like her. The gentle doll walks up to the girl and softly strokes her hair, while the outspoken doll stuffs lots of food into her hands. Before even realizing it, the girl has already dropped to the ground and has started devouring the food without a care for delicacy. She doesn't even register exactly what she's stuffing into her mouth, only that it tastes incredibly delicious. The dolls watch her as she goes, smiling, a pure, altruistic, and untainted smile. She looks at the dolls through tearful eyes, her heart filled with words of gratitude, but in the next instant a thought that shouldn't exist interrupts all that. Well, you must remember, the dolls, they took everything from us. Don't be deceived by their appearance. They have no hearts. All their beauty and marvel exist only to deceive and manipulate humans. Dolls are tools, nothing more, and they too treat humans as just another piece of equipment. They can never understand true human emotions. The voice hits Viola like a bucket of ice water, promptly emptying her mind while leaving a sharp lingering sting. Name... What's wrong? Got a sick brother, right? Now you can go back home with medicine. My name is Viola. Thank you, both of you. Nice to meet you, Viola. I'm Lucy. And I'm Jisui. I need us to escort you back. The girl shakes her head and turns to face away from them. Hearing the two dolls' names, a strange feeling arises in her heart. Those are such pleasant, beautiful names. How could machines manufactured just to be tools be so radiant and warm? She silently berates her own ungrateful, wicked self. Tears she didn't even shed while begging at the broker now rolled down at her cheeks as she runs away. It sounds like projection. Well, I mean, some people absolutely have their own things against dolls, because didn't technically, like, Dimitri was very he had his own grudge against them too. Like, it wouldn't be that, it's not that strange to see people having grudges against dolls. Maybe their motivations for stuff are different, but yeah, at the same time, you know, there's a lot of people that probably definitely did not like dolls at all. Des played Uma Musume and decided to start putting a horse racing minigame in GFL2. Well, I mean, it was kind of funny. Sleeper realizes she has hit her limit. As the same as a doll, her August protocol should have easily allowed her to process the code within the control module, but the astronomical volume of data and the lack of a proper support module made the decompiling process extremely difficult. Fortunately, Fetusa, the data processing expert, is around to help her shoulder a large portion of the computational load. Which is also why she is now plugged into an external battery, as running 2 overclocked neuroclouds simultaneously is a particularly powerful, intensive process. While Dushevnai and Phelan are celebrating with their Griffin comrades, Sweeper is working tirelessly, coming close to fatally overheating on several occasions. However, she feels nothing but immense joy. Simply decoding and acquiring data related to Sangus Ferry from the control module is enough to satisfy her. It's obvious, ain't it? Sangus science is the best of the Bakamoroga! My brain just jumped straight to that meme. Not even... Not even a millisecond. This further reinforced why George reminds them of Strongham. But it's the best that's so well done. Oh man. Salvus Kakaku Sekaichi. These side events really are Dushevnaya. They kind of really are. Like, any side event, I mean... Oh, gosh, the fact that, like, both this one and Basti's were just hilarious is... Man. Perfect time to join the stream house. Oh, hi, Ron. How you doing? Got it. This one's ready to be booted up now, Fetusa. Got it. Let me get the firewall in place to filter redundant data. Don't get too carried away. No worries, this thing's simply borrowed Sungvis tech. Its neural cloud should be very bare bones. Alone. Huh? Unable to detect mastermind. No command update since 89,212 hours. This unit abandoned. Question. This thing, even unfinished, is actually somewhat sentient? Hey, accept my command. Command authentication failed. No clearance. Available access 1. Production list 2. Production inventory 3. Supply orders. Only the basic clearance. Is it because this one's not actually a Sangvis module, or because you're too low ranking, Nixie? Shut up! Someone's coming. As footsteps tick, Sweeper sees Pavel enter the room along with several combat automatons and armed personnel. Quick on the uptake, huh? Though I'm afraid your efforts will be going down the drain. This module requires higher military level clearance to access. You sure your key just so happens to have that? You've done well, Miss Sweeper. This frame's yours now. Pavel snaps his fingers, and two men deposit the box containing the Sanguis Elite doll, or Elite frame, in front of Sweeper. Now why don't you go play with your doll friends? Sweeper suddenly shoots up into the ceiling at the speed human eyes can barely follow. Dashing forward with her blade drawn, she cleaves through the combat automaton standing in her way before landing in front of Pavel. What? Pavel's automatons promptly react and open fire at once. As Sweeper is poised to make short work of them, a notification appears before her eyes. Her gaze freezes before backing off, gradually being forced into a corner. Sorry, bastard. Making this a fair arrangement was never part of your playbook, was it? Maybe you're the one willing to honor your side of the bargain. Unfortunately, I'm quite acquainted with you Sanguis fairy dolls. All that hard work just drained your battery. You've got, what, 11% left at most? I was wondering why your batteries were so shit. You were purposefully messing with my own power supply. I told you, I'm quite acquainted with you Sanguis fairy dolls. Because all these years I've been studying, reevaluating, and thinking about one thing. Why couldn't you defeat Griffin back then? That's none of your damn business. Sleeper backs into a corridor, only to find the exit has been sealed off. She paces around in the building, waiting for any openings to fatally strike Pavel. But the young merchant surrounded by guards gives her no opportunity to do so. Instead, he merely explains to her in an almost nostalgic tone. All the doors are locked down. You won't be getting out of here even if I die. Time to surrender, Miss Sweeper. Don't worry, I share the same view as your master, the Tomato Emperor. Order, security, and development are higher and higher demand by the people of the Yellow Zone. Only those with power can provide that. I wish to join your Tomato Emperor's cause and invest in his own currency forged through steel and fire, his exceptional battlefield talent. What you just did was to help me obtain said currency. I see. Aha. Well, that's not a great way to go about this. I won't damage your frame nor your neural cloud. I just need to make sure you stay out of the way when I do my job. What job? A totally real job, just like those horses you bragged about that don't even exist in the records? At Sweeper's words, Pavel's face twitches. They're not made up. Pegasus is a weapon developed by Dr. Smolin. It had undergone... Oh, he's tied to it. Okay, I see. He had undergone 3 combat trials with excellent results. Whether paired with humans or dolls, it wouldn't be outdated even by today's standards. Aside from proving his worth in a truly glorious war, Dr. Smolin accomplished everything that was asked of him. I don't know how well those horses perform, but a couple of wonder weapons won't affect the outcome of a war. No, they can't, but they can affect me. If only the Pegasus can be proven to be a reliable weapon, then all its development will be genuine and meaningful, and the URNC will finally take another look at... Another look at what? Unfortunately, that's all I can reveal for now, unless you would kindly surrender and make this easier for both of us. Before Pavel even finishes, Sweeper's blade is already darting towards him, impaling the wrist of an automaton shielding him, as it nearly pierces his eye. A chill runs down Pavel's spine as he sweats profusely. Meanwhile, Sweeper snatches an Aegis shield and dashes out of the room. Sweeper breaks through multiple combat automatons before her battery is drained. She collapses against the final sealed door, helplessly watching as Pavel approaches. Don't forget to put in a good word for me in front of the Tomato Emperor when you wake up. I mean, he's... This just... Oh, man has no idea what he is doing. Yeah, this is totally gonna go over well with the Tomato Emperor if he ever gets the chance. Totally. Brilliant plan here. Let's kidnap one of his dolls. Well, I don't know if Sweeper recognizes him that way, but
Let's totally kidnap one of the dolls allied to him. To keep her from messing with him so he can take over the horses that the other dolls that are more likely to be not only allied but like prized friends of his and mess with them to the point where now they're in trouble. This is man does not realize what he is doing. This is going to be a man kicking a container, thinking that he's going to get a lot of money out of it, only to realize that it was actually filled with bees. Her frame shuts down completely, and Sleeper's consciousness sinks into darkness. At the final moment, she thinks indignantly, "Can't believe you called it. Damn it." No, you were right, Nixie. Aside from the commander and those human juveniles, plenty of humans aren't kind. External communications is jammed too. Looks like Mr. Pavel really thought this through. This'll take some time. Pavel looks at the Sanctus doll lying on the ground, then at the pile of combat automatons she dismantled all by herself, letting out a sigh. Had she been at full power, she could have easily broken out. Not destroying her while letting her destroy him, while not letting him destroy, was the only way to leave room for future cooperation with the Tomato Emperor. Though Pavel doesn't know his exact identity, he wisely deduced that he's likely the very terrorist behind the Lviv incident, the commander with a bounty and millions to his name. Unless absolutely necessary, Pavel doesn't want to make an enemy of someone with such threatening potential. You're going to by messing with the other dolls. With the... I look forward to where this is gonna go, because I know how stupid this is gonna be for him when he realizes and doesn't connect all the dots. Because messing with Lucy is going to only actually hurt that chance. He still has a chance, just not a big one anymore. It's probably going to be a series of misunderstandings, and by the time he even realizes it, it's probably too late. He has a brain cell. He kind of does. He's just... This is a case where he doesn't know who he's up against and what he's about to do and how that's going to affect things. He doesn't know the relationship between Lucy and all those other dolls either, which, unfortunately, like... This is another scenario where it's like the previous event where like everyone has only their immediate knowledge, and unfortunately the pieces that they're missing that would actually, like, I'm fairly certain if Pavel knew that Lucy and the the Cavaliers had good affiliations with this same person, he probably would be like, yeah, this is a bad idea. Because this is basically going to, one, he's basically kidnapped a doll. Two, he's going to get on the he's already on the bad side of two of the dolls that the commander has some ties to. He's probably about to not only make that relationship worse, but the other two dolls that helped him earlier are probably going to see him negatively. So now you have 5 dolls that speak out against you. Where simply knowing the relationship of the commander to all 5 of the dolls probably would have made you realize, yeah, let's not do this. But he can't, how would he know? So that's why I'm like, oh, this is gonna be funny when he realizes. Unless absolutely necessary, Pavel doesn't want to make an enemy of someone with such threatening potential. Lock her up. Make sure to treat Miss POW here well before we send her back for negotiations with her master. Oh, you've made a horrible mistake. Negotiations? What are you... Oh no. Oh no. This is like watching a level 1 in a basic like RPG game, walking up to the final boss and kicking it in the leg. You don't know whether you should be incredibly concerned about what's about to happen to this poor person, or whether to get the popcorn. Oh my goodness. Having said that, Pavel retrieves an encryption key from under his collar and inserts it into the control module Sweeper unlocked earlier. It's okay. It would work at the level 1 isekai. Fair point. A train crash you can't look away from. Yeah. So, chat, here's the real question. Are you which one of the two ways are you going? Are you the popcorn route, or are you the, oh gosh, this is going to be bad? For those of you who've already read, you could still answer this. You just have the insight that we don't have right now. Sweeper could have easily decimated this module during the chaos earlier, but either out of her sympathy as a fellow Science creation, or other reasons she did not. For that alone, Pavel is grateful to her. Command verified. Administrative clearance confirmed. External hardware recognized. As if his blood is rekindled by the pleasant tune, Pavel realizes his fingers are trembling. The moment of truth has arrived. He suddenly inputs a command string as the module hums to a mechanical rhythm, typical of old hardware protesting its lack of calibration and maintenance. I paid for the ticket, I watched the show. I love the number of people saying popcorn. This is going to be interesting. Because you know what? I'm going to go with the popcorn route. Ultimately, the sea of formless data materializes in the shape of Pegasus quadrupedal carrier, along with all commands and functions pertaining to its neurocloud. You were right, old man. As if he had been rehearsing this his whole life, another set of commands long in the making have been executed by Pavel. The module now displays in progress. Following that, he pulls out his communicator. Hello? All ready? Alright, I got it. Don't worry, of course everything's ready. This day has finally come. Big brother. Oh no. Welp. Climbing out of her bed, Viola gently puts on her coat and grabs the backpack prepared in advance, and heads towards the area where the Pegasi are stationed. I kind of should have figured, but still. The horses stand silently. She walks up to Dilu, rises to her toes, and inserts a key into the back of her head. After some considerable effort, the horse turns in confusion toward her everyday friend and mechanic. Red and blue glares flicker in her eyes before finally settling into a conspicuous deep crimson. Dilu's final struggle pains Viola. Dilu shakes her head violently as if stricken by an ailment until her head finally droops, letting the spasms fade into an eerie stillness. I'm sorry, but I can't let you fall into the doll's hands. Viola spreads her arms and hugs Dilu's head as if to soothe her. Alright, it's done. Now I just need to get on it. She reaches for the saddle and starts climbing. Nishu isn't a particularly tall doll, so this shouldn't be a hard task. So now they have not only done something against the Tomato Emperor, the Tomato King. They have now done something against the town. Even if the dolls leave, they will never recognize Pavel. The rest of the city will never recognize Pavel. So, yeah, even if he does take by force, he's probably going to have to wipe out the entire population, in which case he has no town. So, this is totally going to go well. This is a train wreck I will not be able to watch. Or I will be able to watch, and I'm going to be sitting here with popcorn now at this point. She reaches for the saddle and starts climbing. Lucy isn't a particularly tall doll, so this shouldn't be a hard task. Yet somehow, when Lucy and Jisui rode on a Pegasi, they always appear so reliable, so towering. Viola instinctively checks the direction of the barracks, only for a pair of heterochromic irises to greet her. Fear instantly makes her legs go numb. Viola. It's me. I thought someone snuck in. Sorry? Uh-oh. Why are you apologizing? I got worried about Dilu's condition, so I came to check on her. The commotion must have woken you up. No, not really. I stayed up to keep watch, since enemies can show up at any time. Speaking of, something happened to Dilu. As Phelan walks past her toward Dilu, Viola realizes this is her only chance. If she so much as attempts to escape while riding on Dilu, the dolls will definitely catch up to her, or simply shoot her dead on the spot. The sudden realization that something's up halts Phelan. She turns around and pounces Viola aside, narrowly dodging Dilu's devastating back kick. Having missed her strike, the steel steed bolts forward, sprinting toward the gate, leaping across rooftops, and finally vaulting over the wall. Yet even with Dilu's lightning-fast speed, Phelan is somehow faster. She manages to hold onto the reins and follow her over the wall like a jockey trying to tame a Mustang. A loud thud echoes from outside the gate. Horrified, Viola lies on the floor. By now, the others have woken up and rushed out of their barracks. Viola, are you okay? Doll immediately rushes to her and pulls her into an embrace. Viola stares into those eyes, filled with worry and concern. She bites into her lip until the taste of blood and rust finds her. Viola suddenly went berserk and ran off, and Mrs. Phelan followed after her. What's going on? Hearth the War Master's old legion attacked us. Luciu, don't leave Viola out there. Come hide her. Wake everyone up. We've got an emergency. Atop the Night Mountain Road, sounds of steel hooves tear through the tranquility. A petite doll with beast ears clings to the steed, desperately trying to rein in the one-ton beast. Whoa, Tila, what's gotten into you? Slow down, slow down! Could it be some kind of EW attack? Phelan grips the reins tightly, trying to slow the beast down in vain, as simply keeping herself from falling off is already taking up most of her strength. Yet as Dilu heads straight towards the cliff, Phelan instinctively lets go of the horse and jumps backwards, watching Dilu plunge into the abyss. Only for a pair of flaming wings to shoot out of the steel seat's side, much like her mythical counterpart. Her free fall is slowed into a gentle glide as she descends into the valley below, disappearing from sight. A jump pack? That's a feature too? Lucy's really got some crazy over-the-top pet. If Basti finds out about this, there's no way she'll settle for anything less than a Cerberus she could bring back to the Elmo. But then again, what the hell's going on? She's very confused. Yeah, that's not gonna bode well for them. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Lucy. Name's Pavel Smolin, one of the many merchants who greatly benefited from your efforts to protect Cliffwatch Town. The reason for my visit today is not other than to acquire your quadrupedal carriers for my PMC business needs. I'm sorry, Mr. Pavel. As Cliffwatch Town's co-founder, I would very much like to meet your needs, but Dilu and the other steeds are already like family to us winged cavaliers. Family? A doll talking about family. Don't make me laugh. Hey, you done talking? Leave if you don't have anything worthwhile to have. Please tell me you can at least compute just how wasteful your actions are, right? Those are weapons meant for the battlefield, yet you're using them as nothing more than delivery bikes and rescue dogs. This is more than simply squandering the potential of new technology. What you're doing is spitting in the face of its creator. Don't you feel ashamed of that? To some extent, maybe you're right, Mr. Pavel. But even those menial tasks you look down on still need to be done by someone. With Dilu's help, we winged cavaliers can respond to crises and carry out various rescue missions flexibly. Why was there a card-shaped slot in the horse's head? Good question. Family. Dude, man, this you can experience what 7 months of sleepless nights look like. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen there. We've definitely gone into popcorn route though. There are simply no walkers more efficient or stable than the steeds in mountainous terrain, so I'm afraid I can't grant you your request. Then how about this? I can provide the Winged Cavaliers with helicopters in exchange for temporary leasing just the one prototype unit. We may be dolls, but we wouldn't trade our family for anything either. Miss Lucy, dolls are pretty good with numbers. Are usually pretty good with numbers. I assume that applies to you as well. Sorry, but I might be the one exception who's bad with math. What about this figure? You consider this a good offer? Again, you should really take your leave, Mr. Pavel. You won't get what you want from either of us. This isn't about money. We don't have any monetary issues now, and we won't in the future. Pegasus. What did you say? I said those steeds are called Pegasus. Anyway, I get it. I'll come back with more funds for my next visit. You're really good at doing business, Miss Lucy. Goodbye. Good at doing business? Me? I just feel like I just made Mr. Pavel even angrier. He just can't take no for an answer. Don't take it to heart. I don't think I have enough popcorn. I feel like I should go make popcorn at this point. Riding on ATVs assembled by the Winged Cavaliers mechanics, Dushevna and Lucy catch up to Phelan by surprise. Or by sunrise. The latter had already scaled down the cliff, scanning for traces left by Dilu. Foxmaiden have lost contact with the War Master and the Strategist. I don't know if the signal was jammed or if something else happened. Maybe that Mr. Pavel was really up to something. Dushevna, Lucy, I've marked all the tracks Dilu left along the way. Thank you so much, Phelan. Yeah, I'm curious where this is gonna end up. This heading does lead to Mr. Pavel's area of activity. Let's hope it's just coincidence. Following the Pegasus hoof tracks, the group veers into an inconspicuous fork in the path. Before long, the dolls discover a small base hidden in the mountain path. Could this be the Demon King's fortress? It appears there's movement by the entrance. Let me see. Phelan raises her zoom level and focuses on the writhing shapes in the shadows. They've got lots of patrol units in front of the base. Scouts, denegates, the whole 9 yards. Seems to be all Sanguis ferry machines, similar to what Mr. Pavel had earlier. As Basti would say, he's acting really suspicious right now. I wonder why Mr. Pavel is so obsessed with Dilu that if he can get his hands on so many combat automatons, and how he was able to remotely control her. Husband, you believe this can be traced back to the server we handed over? Or perhaps something the War Master did? I think so. Everything just adds up. It makes less sense if this is all coincidence. Yeah. What do they call it? Occam's razor at this point? Just stop before a dialogue node for a small break. Do you guys actually want me to go get some popcorn? It's gonna take like 3 minutes though. I think I have probably at least enough to make at least a couple bags of popcorn if I wanted. Those combat automatons Mr. Pavel has, while they are numerous, they are also pretty common. Chekhov's gun, actually, to them at least. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a bit of Occam's razor too, because you have like all of these all of these pieces that are coming together. The gun being the same. Yeah, that would be, yeah, for them that would be the case. But I feel like Occam's would still somewhat apply here because of all the different things going on. I mean, popcorn's good. It is pretty good. I don't want the curse of popcorn between your teeth curse on me. I mean, just get water and swish it between your teeth. That usually gets rid of it for you. That's usually what I do. Either that or just going over and brushing my teeth real quick if I have to. Both of those work. Well, they're also pretty common. Meanwhile, not even Griffin's database has info on Dilu and her kin. As a one-of-a-kind prototype, she must be extremely valuable. Since he was willing to trade a dozen military-grade doll frames for just that server, he must have been expecting profit.
profit. Mr. Pavel offered me higher and higher quotes back then, but I didn't believe he was doing all of that for just profit. Simple. We simply apprehend him, make him surrender the War Master and the Strategist, and beat the truth out of him. Right, this War Master and Strategist Dushevnaya keeps mentioning. Are they also our Griffin comrades? They are a Sangvis doll found by the Commander. You don't need to keep correcting yourself, I think she understands by now. They weren't active back during the Griffin days, and they are actually two minds inside the same body, but neither of them is a bad person. A Sangvis fairy doll. Indeed. Dilu's design contains lots of Sangvis tech. Now that I think about it, why did we even find Dilu here in Cliffwatch Town? Just as Lucy dives into thought, Phelan suddenly raises a hand, signaling for the two to drop to the ground. Their sensors return several proximity mines that the dolls are far too familiar with. Phelan quickly marks their positions and those of additional turrets and surveillance cameras. Going the long way will consume much time. Foxbait in general, be aware of the things that go bump in the night. With Dushevnaya's heads up, the two dolls also lock onto the patrolling scouts and diner gates. The security level is really high, it's almost airtight. And judging by his force's deployment, they've got heavy weapons set up on high ground and reserve units held in positions. Such a meticulous defense can only mean Pavel's got some military expertise. The hero's suspicions have been proven. Aye, that Demon King and those brigands are truly in leagues. Lucy nods, acknowledging Dushevnaya's speculation. Anyway, let's update Jisui and the Wing Cavaliers with the coordinates first. This area seems to be jammed as well. As Lucy operates a terminal, several dark muzzles protrude from the provision above, aimed directly at their head. Oh. Flashes erupt with crimson glare, all directed at the dolls. Watch out, General! Startled, Lucy stares at Dushevnaya. The latter calmly shoulders her rifle, clearly used to situations like this. Lucy, are you hurt? I'm fine. Watch out and get ready to return fire. Also, they ran into one of the scouts. Overleveled dolls to the rescue. Totally overleveled. Do we have anybody else with Lucy here? I don't know if everybody has Lucy. Oh, Spino does. Anyone else past them? Just keeping in mind so I can keep giving people Stardust Gold that are in my list. Nope, does not seem to be the case. I almost kind of feel like I probably should do this first. Oh, that would reveal him. Well, that's fine. Who do I not like the most of the group in the back here? I don't like this guy. To kill Jimmy! And then I can just run to her up here. I can probably move her here and that still hit all four of them. Oh, with the bonus of this guy. Exactly. Who do I not like? You looked at me funny. Goodbye. Fetusa with the multi-kill. Hello, sir. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do much about the rest of the group. Goodbye, sir. Oh no, you can't hit him. Goodbye. Grenade. I like the guy. Why not? He point at me. He point at me. After a round of exchange fire, Lucy's group successfully destroys all automatons at the forefront. However, more and more firepower pours out from positions above. The suppressive barrage forces the dolls to repeatedly fall back, ultimately retreating behind cover. Is there no end to this? The worst part is we don't even know what's inside the base. We might be walking straight into a trap if we blindly rush in. I know the hero fears not. Adapting to our foes, for our mana is all consumed, is utmost prudence. General, now is the time to take action. It's alright, we already achieved what we are here for. I noticed during the engagement earlier that all that reinforcements came from the rear of the right flank. That area looks to be the most heavily defended. There, General? GFL2 quickly marks a spot on the terminal. Yes, that's probably where their warehouse is. Even though I'd very much like to take Dulu back now, a frontal assault with just the three of us is not ideal. Looks like we need to draw something up before we go in. While Lucy and Phelan and Dushevnaya are attempting to infiltrate Pavel's base, a group of men is on their way toward the Wing of Cavaliers outpost. Their leader is none other than Pavel, followed by his subordinates driving vehicles, towing mortars and other heavy weapons. Didn't expect you to be this amazing of a strategist, boss. I just took some notes from the Tomato Empress's impressive... Emperors. They forgot a couple letters there. Impressive records in Makosh. As your true strength lure the enemy in, then strike them when it hurts the most. It's indeed very effective. But by doing so, won't our base be destroyed? We can't trap dolls like Lucy forever. We can, however, distract them for, let's say, 17 to 23 hours. And that's plenty enough time. As for our base, don't you worry. A bigger, better base with even more weapons and a grand stage will soon be ours. Following you around sure was the best choice I've made, boss. As expected from the air of the White Zone. A real intellectual.
Follow you around's been great, boss. I too stupid to know how to do things. You see, you think of clever things with mathematics and diplomacy. Diplop? I don't know what it is. I just beat things with gun.
I even heard you've got some big corpos backing. Why mingle with Yellow Zone peasants like this if that's the case? Don't you think you're speaking out of turn for someone who supposedly knows as much as you do? Oh, my bad. But those dolls in the Wing of Cavaliers aren't pushovers either. Can we really take over their outpost in such a short time? A fortress like that will be a tough nut to crack, even with the superior numbers and firepower. However, historically, many so-called impregnable defenses have been unraveled from within. You should really pick up a book. Just do your job and watch as a new chapter in Cliff Watch's history unfolds.
Diplop. The big talk. Yeah, exactly. You do the talking with people, boss. I just shoot gun.
While Lucy, Phelan, and Dushevnaya are planning their infiltration, the Wing Cavaliers are also gearing up for the fight. Out of safety concerns, Jisui has shut down all their steel seeds to prevent what happened to Dilu from repeating. Fortunately, thanks to their rigorous training in various vehicles and weapons crafted by the workshop, the Wing of Cavaliers are confident in the battles to come. Can't reach Lucy. Is this Pavel's doing as well? I knew that rascal was up to something lately. Now he's finally gotten his way. Boss Jisui, let's storm them directly. Our big guns haven't got a chance to shine. It's a perfect opportunity to put a big fireworks show. No. Lucy told us not to act impulsively. Our task is to defend the outposts while they're out there scouting. We've only lost Dilu so far. It's not enough to affect our overall effectiveness. Everyone get ready to... As Jisui is about to issue orders, a message comes from the lookouts. A unit has bypassed their defenses and is now right under their perimeter. An alarm blares, signaling the highest level of readiness. The Wing Cavaliers immediately leap up and rush to their respective defensive positions. Engage! Arm yourselves! A sense of unease rapidly devours Jisui's mind. Lucy, Phelan, and Dushevnaya being so far out of reach now seems like the result of a deliberate trick to lure them away. Compared to her situation, Jisui is actually more worried about Lucy. She fears that she won't be able to help her partner out now that she's held up defending the base. Of course, that's not the only thing bugging her. The Winged Cavaliers never let their guards down against Pavel. Drones, radars, and various other sensors have all been purchased by Lucy and meticulously maintained by Griffin to Griffin standards just to keep an eye on him. By all accounts, they should have seen this invasion coming from a mile away. Commander, what should I do in a situation like this? A bone-chilling sensation crawls up from the depths of Jisui's mind. She doesn't want to think about it. She doesn't want to acknowledge it. But as Lucy's second in command and the outpost's sole defender now, she can't dismiss the possibility that someone orchestrated all of this from within. Pavel's will of stupidity needs to be studied. It's greed. It's greed and thirst for power. It's gonna be what ultimately costs him in the end. Will it cost him his life? I don't know. Rousing rhythms accompany the steady hoofbeats of the steel steeds. In Cliffwatch Town, people know that hope is right around the corner when they hear hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Whether faced with the Varjägers or Elids or any other threat, the Winged Cavaliers will always come down from the mountainside and trample everything standing in their way like a tide of fire and steel under the fearless doll's lead. Yet at the same time, they are an army of kindness. No matter how humble their standing may be, the Winged Cavaliers will always charge headfirst into enemy lines to protect the weak and innocent. Viola witnessed all of that with her own two eyes not long after arriving in Cliffwatch Town. She also immediately recognized the two dolls leading the charge, the same ones who came to her aid without hesitation. And undoubtedly, they too remember her. Viola reaches out to them, and the two dolls immediately take notice of her as well. I don't understand. The thing that bothers me is I don't understand. Is their contempt that big that they would even? Like, this is literally turning into. I'm worried this is going to turn into "Don't bite the hand that feeds you." In a way, because technically Pavel's only alive because of these two. They went and bought the medicine for her to save him. But now, basically, both of them are basically backstabbing them. Which is... yikes. Isn't this Viola? What are you doing here? How's your brother? Viola shakes her head sorrowfully. Jisui's expression dims as she dismounts and gently pulls her into an embrace. Must have been through a lot. You have nowhere else to go. Stay here with us. But no need to worry about anything. We'll take care of you. We have many amazing comrades. They'll teach you everything you need to survive in the Yellow Zones. And you can leave here when you feel ready to do so. To freely pursue whatever you want, what you truly want. The dolls understand better than anyone the harsh nature of the Yellow Zones, and that it's nigh impossible for a child to survive on her own. So Viola knows they can't and won't abandon her. This is the naivety of dolls. Their world is simple. A person's a person, a life's a life. They act exactly as they're told, no questions asked. But Lucy and Jisui are different from those Viola's familiar with, because they no longer follow anyone's orders. To freely do what I want? So you founded this outpost, took people in, formed the Cavaliers, all just because... yeah, because we wanted to. Because doing so fills us with joy. And hopefully, what we're doing can eventually be of help to the commander, even if all he ever wanted was for us to be happy. Here we go again. Disgusting, repugnant, sickening, you clueless machines talking about happiness. Never suffered like us. All you're doing is just imitating that commander of yours. Stop. Don't keep being so kind to me. Just show your true colors already. Stop making me look even uglier than I already am. Alright. Despite these superior numbers, the attacking automatons cannot break through the Winged Cavalier's defenses. Jisui moves along the walls, inspiring each member while providing them with fire support. Even drones high above cannot escape the doll's sharpshooting. none of them get to release their bombs above the outpost before they're shot down. Even with Boss Lucy's absence, we still got Jisui. She just eats too much. Boy, I heard that. You can't fight on an empty stomach, can you? Let's feast after this is all over. The Cavaliers erupt in cheers and once again start humming their battle hymn. The counterattack has begun. As for Pavel, this outcome just retroactively made him realize how wise a decision it was to not to act against the winged Cavaliers in the past. Even with superior firepower numbers and prior knowledge of their deployment personnel, they still failed to achieve anything due to Jisui's leadership and the defenders' high morale. Gosh, this doll's a monster, man. We're running out of time. If Lucy gets back, they got a single doll. That's enough to make you piss your pants. I've bagged hundreds of these clankers already, but I've never seen one like her before. Aren't command modules banned? That's not a command module. That's a power they themselves earned. Fortunately, I've got mine as well. I was gonna say they're combat veterans. They're very experienced. Oh, we're surrounded. Oh, we're surrounded. I see. Well, this will be quick. Well then, Cat, you can go over here, wipe these two out. Vitusa can stand right here and take out these four. Dushevnaya, you can do the funny. And you can absolutely annihilate this man. That was a good turn. Oh, hi. Goodbye. Oh, she had both already. Nice. Dushevnaya with the double kill. Under Jisui's leadership, the winged Cavaliers successfully repelled the attack on their outpost. All the mortars and heavy weapons meant to tear down their walls are destroyed by their own drones, leaving only smoldering wreckages. Watching the attackers flee with their tails between their legs, the defenders do not pursue. Instead, they shout and cheer, accompanied by people humming the hymn of the winged Cavaliers. I don't know what that says. Now you know not to fuck with us. I have no idea what that says. Stay vigilant. Scan the perimeter for any stragglers and get the wounded to the infirmary. Roger. After wrapping up her commanding duties, Jisui hops off the wall position and exchanges a high five with the Cavalier, coming to rotate her out. As a doll, her reaction speed and perception are far above that of humans. As such, the celebratory atmosphere around does not distract her from analyzing the situation. During the skirmish that just concluded, a feeling that something is off kept gnawing at Jisui's mind, siphoning her processing power away. Now that the bullets have ceased flying, even just for a moment, she immediately realizes what exactly is off. Who's opening the gate? What? The sudden interjection puts everyone back on edge. Worst thing is, as the gate's opening grows wider, a familiar figure, one of the winged Cavaliers followed with devotion and admiration, charges in. It's Dilu, don't shoot! No, take her out! The conflicting order plunges the Cavaliers into disarray, making many miss what would have been an easy shot. The steel steed rampages through the defensive positions while a swarm of hostile Sengus automatons follow in her steps, and flood through the gate. Jisui starts regretting not calling Lucy, Phelan, and Dushevnaya to retreat. She still attempts to maintain control over the situation, ordering the Cavaliers to fall back to the buildings until enough time to stop this nonsense. She turns towards the voice instinctively. The sight greeting Jisui makes her pupils dilate in shock before narrowing into a furious glare. Luca's right. You really are a shit-eating scum. I don't have time to argue with you. Pavel stands before Jisui with his arms, and held within his arms is none other than the girl named Viola. The girl keeps her head bowed, not daring to look at Jisui in their eyes. Let go of her. Viola, how... You animal! How did he get in? The Cavaliers all raise their weapons, but no one dares to act rashly under the fear of hurting the shivering young girl. As instructed by Pavel, the mercs and automatons who followed him in also hold their fire. A tense standoff ensues. Jisui has no choice but to acknowledge Pavel's composure bordering on madness. Though armed with a pistol, he doesn't point it at Viola. Jisui looks at the latter, hoping she could create some opportunities for herself. Yet Viola is still avoidant of her gaze. No matter how much she doesn't want to accept it, that chilling sensation spreading through her body forces Jisui to come to terms with the reality. Jisui, eh? Got yourself a sizable facility here, didn't you? I admire it. Dolls nowadays are making warlords of themselves and living a comfy life while actual humans are stuck withering in the wasteland, surviving by digging through trash. Ridiculous, don't you think? Got the bullcrap. Let go of Viola and we'll consider letting you walk out of here with your head attached to your neck. Relax, I'm not so pathetic as to use her as a hostage. I never meant for it to get this awkward, but I'm in fact here to make a deal. A deal? That's right, a deal. The terms are simple. I'll let you live. You don't even need to drop your weapons. Just leave the outpost you are in. I will not hunt you down. In your dreams, you're just a thief who only has the balls to show up when Boss Lucy isn't here. Sure, but right now, this thief has the firepower to back up his words. We can go back to shooting, and I'll maybe lose at most a tenth of my men and 30% of my mechs. But you, on the other hand, will all be wiped out. So let's not do this. Why? Other than Cliffwatch's town security contract, I don't believe there's any bad blood between you and us. That's true. Although it's not that I wanted to profit from that either. I simply hate how you and that Lucy just love sticking your noses into everything. I get it, it's all out of altruism. But your mimicry of human behavior, that just pisses me off. The next instant, Pavel's smile vanishes, his gaze turning cold and sinister. Hey, remember back when we had that one syndrome that was basically just like a person having a complete utter hatred for dolls? Getting a very familiar vibe to this. But of course, granted, they probably had justifications, still. It reminded me of that for some reason. These people aren't doing anything bad, yet for some reason they're still like, I hate you. Why do you exist? Yeah, I think it was Niketa's event, if I remember right. The next instant, Pavel's... Oh, I heard that. I only have two terms. Disband the Winged Cavaliers and hand over all the Pegasus units. You're saying, we're mimicking humans. That's your reason for attacking us. Forming the Cavaliers, building the Walkers, you're just carrying out someone's orders at the end of the day. No matter how convincing you make yourselves look, you can never understand why humans do such things. That's not true. Me and Lucy, what do you even know? Before the boss showed up, people of Cliffwatch Town were getting raided by bandits and devoured by elids all the time. It's the bosses who brought us food, clothes, medicine. It's them who gave us weapons and taught us to stand for ourselves. We would never betray them. We'd all give our lives if the bosses told us to. How pathetic. Look at how they turned you into little puppets with the tiniest bit of kindness. We're not puppets, and neither are our bosses. They could have stayed in the green zones, enjoying a life of comfort and luxury, yet they came all the way out here for the sake of their beloved commander. When they saw our hardships, they didn't hesitate to spend their money helping us. How are the bosses any less human than you? Actually, I'd say they're more than him. No one even ordered them to do anything. They've always followed their own hearts. Can you say the same about yourself? Do you dare say you're doing all this of your own free will? Oh, yeah, right. Because he's got the backing. The surrounding cavaliers all resonate with Ivana's words, but Pavel simply fires a shot into the air to shut them up. You lot are really hung up on these dolls, huh?
Guess that's what happens when you're just a yellow zone bumpkin with no clue what a doll is capable of. They literally just witnessed what one doll is capable of. What do you mean? This guy's an idiot. Sure, dolls can be more efficient, their assessments more accurate, but so what? As a leader, if there's one thing they need to fully understand, it's betrayal. If they can't foresee it and can't understand why it happened, then they are a failure. Well, why don't you tell them yourself? Right. What do you mean? The one who opened the gates was me. Is that so? The one who installed the receiver on Dilu and tampered with her control authorities was also me. And I installed receivers on all the steeds, so Dilu can now control them at will. Viola snaps her fingers and the cavaliers gasp in horror, some nearly collapsing in despair. The steel steeds that should be powered down and stored away now glow red-eyed. They trot onto the open field and gather around Dilu, silently threatening their former partners. Oh no, this can't be real. Looks like both humans and dolls have learned a valuable lesson about betrayal today. I have a bad feeling this man's gonna be like 12 feet in the dirt after this event. Either that or he is gonna be either significantly questioning things or other things. All it takes is a little fiddling with your so-called free will and trust to turn on you. Dolls reduced to slaves of their own programming. Much like this horse, your loyalty is nothing when faced with a higher authority command. But humans, Ms. Jisui, do you finally understand a human's betrayal? You and Lucy recruited Viola yourselves. How did you convince yourselves she's worthy of your trust? Much like you, the human mind is also built upon countless choices. But no matter how many ones and zeros are in that noggin of yours, you'll never truly understand what makes us the way we are. You'll never be human, and naturally you'll never be able to lead humans. Honestly, I would say even getting too close is ill-advised for both sides. You piece of shit! A notification from her senses alerts Jisui to a new development. In the corner of her visual module, a young cavalier is taking aim at Pavel. But just as Pavel warned, the combat automatons have been keeping track of their movement all this time. Before he could fully raise his rifle, the automaton's weapons are already pointed at him. Don't! Despite Jisui's plea, the young cavalier adjusts his aim and pulls the trigger with a determined expression. In response, the automatons behind Pavel answer with a hail of gunfire. Despite the T-Doll's split-second reaction, allowing her to spring into action before the bolts go flying, Jisui barely manages to pull herself between the two parties. Back off! By the time Pavel and Luca stop both sides from escalating further, Jisui is already riddled with bullet wounds. You do not have the right to call her that anymore. It's fine, I'm tougher than I look. Stop moving, Viola. You're now a target as well. Viola freezes, gazing in fear at the cavaliers who have been with her through thick and thin. The contempt and hatred in their eyes sends a shiver down her spine. With how hard you're still trying to defuse the situation, I'll take that as acknowledgement of my terms. Everyone abandon the outpost. Leave and go find Lucy. Boss. No, we can still fight, and we'll win. Of course we will, but that victory will be nothing but a Pyrrhic one. No one needs to die for this. Do as I say. Take what's important, abandon the outpost. And that vehicle Phelan drove here too. Gifts for the commander are on board. Make sure to return it to them. Ignoring the sparks pouring from her injuries, the dolls slowly hold up her arm, staring her straight at Pavel with a complete expressionless face. Pavel seems slightly shaken under her sharp scrutinizing gaze. After a pause, he slowly nods. Paying no mind to the cavalier's protest, Jisui orders the unharmed to help carry the wounded and supplies out of the gate. I didn't mean to say T-balls. For some reason, my brain just processed it that way. It be what it is. Meanwhile, she herself remains where she stands, unwavering, still facing all with Pavel and Viola. But, Jisui, you need repairs ASAP.
Don't worry about me. You and Ivana take Phelan and Chef Nye's truck back to them. Tell them that those are Cliffwatch Town's specialty caramel pies. I bet the commander's gonna love them. Boss? Not gonna follow my orders. Are you still Winged Cavaliers or not? Don't worry, I'm not planning to do anything stupid. I haven't had the chance to see the commander again after all. A copy. After making Luke and Ivana leave, Zisui finally moves. Yet she doesn't head for the gate herself. Instead, she slowly and calmly wanders deeper into the camp, despite countless muzzles pointed at her. Viola. Yes. You once said you had a sick brother. That person. Yes, that was Big Brother Pavel. He was suffering from a serious lung disease back then. I was only able to afford these medicines thanks to you and Lucy's help. And because of these actions, he'll probably be dead. Wait, those meds back then. Yes, they were from Yeah, oh, he never knew? Well then. I just knew that Big Brother who hates dolls will definitely overthink things if he got wind of that fact, so I never told you about this. Is that so? So you weren't lying back then. Hearing that, Viola jolts as if she's been electrocuted, covering her face in shame, unable to meet anyone's eyes. I see. That's great, Viola. I'm happy for you. Eh? Viola looks at Jisui. The smile blooming on Zisui's face is the same as when they first met, pure, bright, and possibly dazzling. At the same time, more cracks seem to spread through those wounds on her body. Lucy and I have always been worried about you. Being alone in this world without a family is bound to be a painful experience. While everyone wishes a found family like the Winged Cavaliers could help soothe that pain, nothing compares to real blood ties, right? The fact that you still have someone in this world makes me truly feel happy for you. You always like this. Can't help with that. I'm a doll after all. Jisui lets out a self-deprecating chuckle and shakes her head. Ula gazes at Pavel with a pleading look, but he simply holds onto her shoulder and orders his subordinate to head to the workshop behind the camp. A large quantity of weapons and valuable machinery stored there are what Pavel came for. The frame needs repair, or you'll suffer critical failure soon. Why didn't you retreat along with the others? Because I still have questions for you, and I have the right to not answer. Well, not planning to spare us that luxury, Mr. Winner. As long as Lucy is still around, I don't consider this a victory. Plus, it's not like I need something that hollow from you. I'm just here to achieve my original goal, simple as. Your original goal? I need the Pegasus. So Jilu, you really want to die on this hill, huh? Because the Pegasus was our father's creation, but because no records of it could be found in the URNC's archives, our parents were prosecuted. If that's indeed the case, why would you assume Lucy and I wouldn't refuse to help you out? Why would you do the same? Would you do the same if I told you that my parents worked for Griffin's enemies? The war is over. Yeah, these guys, these are people that, this is like the, what is it? Japanese man continues fighting the same war after like, what, a decade or whatever? Jisui gently shakes her head. She then steps forward, but her once steady steps now falter. We always sought coexistence, even from our former enemies, not to mention Griffin is no more. She and I are just two dolls without an owner, searching for our commander. So I refuse to believe that that's your real motivation, at least not entirely. I trust what Viola has told me was the truth, but Pavel, you've got other goals besides saving your father, don't you? Precisely, my ambition lies further beyond. Turn Cliffwatch Town into a second Makosh. No, something even... I mean, you could turn it into a second Makosh, you're just gonna be George. Man's gonna be George. No, something even greater than that excuse of a town run by nothing but Shet Fabian proxies. Considering the last of those was found in what, the 80s, 90s? That's it. It's not surprising. All this because they didn't communicate. Well, it's their own hatred that kind of blinded them here. They probably would have been able to get they probably would have been able to do more if they had actually talked about it, but their hatred for dolls basically made this whole thing fail. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have achieved that long ago. You're not even cut out to be a good villain. What? You're making fun of me? You damn clank. We found real villains under the commander. So we can tell real villains from wannabes. If you really were one, I wouldn't have told everyone to just leave. Pavel stares at the dolls in shock. With her power draining and body damaged, her eyes are now losing focus, and her speech module is barely holding up. And yet, even in this state, her likeness still sends a primal chill down Pavel's spine, as if he were a prey meeting its predator. If you really were one, I'd have stopped you, even if that means putting everyone's lives on the line and sacrificing both me and Lucy, because I can't and won't let the commander face another enemy like that. So it's a good thing you're not, don't you think? But you're never becoming a hero like the commander either. You'll simply be Viola's big brother, and that's enough, right? Stop, let me check. Jisui gently sways her body, as if Viola's words were completely over her head. Then, like a broken marionette, she drops to her knees. Even so, she looks up at Viola and Pavel, her lips curled up in a faint, almost mocking manner. Having a family isn't that enough. With your little sister, you won't become a bad person, isn't that great? Because no matter how hard you try, this path you're on will only make you puppets of damnation. Those words seem to have struck a nerve deep within Pavel. With a groan, he furiously draws his gun. But before he could pull the trigger, Jisui collapses entirely. The last spark flickers across her body. The light in her eyes fades. Yeah, now he's definitely not getting the commander's help. He is definitely not getting the commander on his side at all. Or the Tomato King. Man has basically just ruined his entire future. He's already, not only now has he kidnapped someone, he's caused significant damage to another one of his dolls, and he's booted out a bunch of people by force. Man has committed generational damage to his entire bloodline. As Pavel walks into the hall, he contemplates for a second over whether or not to step onto the fancy carpet. For how accustomed he has become to the yellow zone, he almost forgot what the air in the green zones even smells like, and has thus developed a fear of bordering on disgust towards all this lavishness. But ultimately, he puts his foot forward and walks toward the ridiculously large conference table placed in the middle of the carpet. Can Viola be spared from our wrath? Maybe from the commander and the dolls. I don't know about the rest of the human cavaliers, though. The bigger problem is that, like, here's the big thing. Like, here's the thing. Even if both of them get out of there, they will be considered traitors. It doesn't matter. Like, that is a like, the thing about grudges is they will not go away easily. Even if she's just a child, she still did something, and both her and her brother will be harshly judged. Probably to the point where nobody will respect them. So if they feared what the two dolls could have done to them, they are now about to fear what probably a bunch of humans would do to them. What I'm basically saying is, if for any reason there's a bunch of humans left at that outpost that aren't with the Cavaliers, they aren't gonna like them. And considering how things are in the yellow zone, it would not be surprising if both of them disappeared one day. And at the same time, nobody would care.
Do 1,000 good things and people will still remember the one bad thing that you do. Yep. Yep. That's the rough bit of it. Anyway, seated at the head of the table is the very man that holds Pavel's fate in his hands. The man gawks at the table full of delight like a ravenous lion, only to be struck with the great annoyance. Decision paralysis. Oh, Rurik! This man... He's not around anymore now, is he? Oh, here you are. Please tell me you've showered. It is an honor to be received by you in person, sir. I had completed a thorough personal hygiene routine. You! It's not William, but it's you! Yeah, good. Come sit closer then. Yeah, right here. By the way, I've got some good news and bad news for you. The bad news is your mother died in prison last month. Pavel braces himself against such earth-shattering revelation and stares at the man who just delivered the news with such nonchalance. There is neither malice nor sympathy in Rurik's voice. Nothing but the kind of impatience reserved for trivial time-wasting matters. The burly and rude man shifts to a more comfortable position and looks at Pavel. The good news is your father's still kicking. Guess it all comes down to how tough you are. Is that so? As R&D officers of the Neo-Soviet Union, your parents had their heyday. Shame that the world today doesn't really treat people like them kindly, isn't it? That's not something someone like me ought to comment on. However, my parents were just following orders. They opposed the peace agreement and the restoration of diplomatic relations, because my father believed it was nothing but a blatant betrayal of the martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war. A sugar-coated lie. Sure, but that's all in the past now. No need to waste my time on all that rhetoric. I've got another meeting to attend. He's saying, yeah, I don't care for that. I called you over because I've heard you've been putting in good work in the yellow zones, pulling strings everywhere, trying to clear your father's name, right? You flatter me. My parents, my father, the allegations against him were completely baseless. Claims like embezzling research funds or supporting terrorism, those allegations only persist because the NSU archives are still classified. And since my father worked at OKB Smolin, right? You know about it. Look, kids, stop bribing URNC officials. It's pointless. You'll never prove your father's innocence to the URNC or the New Order or that Griffin Lions motherfucker. Dang! For God's sake, there are too many fall guys like your old man, all crying foul play, all trying to clear their names. But if you can somehow prove OKB Smolin actually existed, and that his projects weren't some made-up fantasy, then perhaps Girard's influence can help him regain his freedom sooner rather than later. I understand. Thank you so much. How can I repay you? Everything. That facility, all the equipment, and the research data in it, will take everything. Also, I know you've had a hand in arms trafficking. Here's a list of who you can, can't, and must sell to. No more guesswork from now on. As some might say, the yellow zone needs some rules. Understood, I'll do my best. Ah yeah, so he is a proxy now. Faced with Rurik's outrageous demands, Pavel only bows his head. He knows he stands no chance in the moment. No matter how crass Rurik looks, he could easily crush Pavel and the innocent Viola with a mere twitch of his finger. Here's some advice. Start looking for your father's research. There's got to be something, unless he really was just an inept, corrupt official. This is the first time I agree with that one guy you... What is it? What's the infamous meme that you like? The guy that you don't like actually has a point. Give you startup funds plus surplus equipment seized by the URNC. That said, it would be a mistake to treat this as an investment. Think of it more as the time your father has left. Should you fail to bring back what I want in due course, I'm afraid you'll really end up an orphan. I won't disappoint you, sir. Alright, you can go now. Let me go over the plan. I'll draw the enemy's attention from the front, use this chance to circle around and infiltrate the warehouse. All these Sanctus units must have a central control center acting as the root of their management system. Destroy that and they'll be done for. We also need to seek out War Master and Strategist's whereabouts. The War Master is no doubt in grave shape, but the Strategist undoubtedly has a plan. So long as a sliver of hope remains, the hero shall never give up on their compatriots. Lastly, whatever's inside that server we brought, blowing it up now would surely save us a lot of trouble. Although I'd still appreciate an opportunity to speak with Mr. Pavel, rescuing Dilu and your comrades comes first. Let's move. Lucy knocks out several Goliaths, moving along their programmed patrol path, triggering a chain reaction. Taking advantage of when the automaton's vision are obscured by the dust kicked aloft, Dushevnaya and Phelan slip into the base, while Lucy plans how to further draw the enemy's attention. Dushevnaya, Phelan, everything proceeding as planned. We're in, General. Yes, we're headed towards the warehouse. Now it's up to you to keep their attention off us, Lucy. Got it. Lucy takes a deep breath and pops out of cover. Everyone, look over here! Yeah, that works. Look at me, stupid! Following rapid trigger pulls, several light automatons go down instantly. The alerted sentries all direct their guns towards Lucy and immediately start shelling her position. At the same time, Dushevnaya and Phelan proceed rapidly towards the warehouse's coordinates. In order to remain concealed, they move through a narrow corridor formed by containers. That just hurt something. Phelan stops abruptly. Dushevnaya, watch out above. Almost as soon as Phelan shouts out, Dushevnaya raises her rifle and fires. Bang. The bullet punches the core of the automaton hidden on top of the container before it has time to alert the others. That was close. True to their keen senses of yours, Fox baited, thou saw the malice mired in Shadow's Nine. My frame doesn't have that kind of feature. Also, what? But Phelan flicks her ears, perplexed. It is kind of strange. Even with Lucy drawing their attention, there are far too few sentries near the warehouse. Who's to say the Demon King's minions shan't find themselves wanting of ammunition? Look, the treasured treasury of the Demon King stands before us. Coming into view is a warehouse looming in the shadows. The two pick up their pace and reach its entrance under the cover of smoke. The electronic lock on the door is flashing red. It's locked. Foxbane, step back. Dushevnaya raises her gun and fires at the lock's control panel. Well, that works. As the lock is wrecked, the heavy door creaks ajar, followed by the doors kicking it wide open. Don't move. Hand over our stuff, as well as the War Master and the War Mount. Eh? Phelan sweeps across the warehouse, but the scene of the Pegasus towing the server and a panicked Pavel she envisioned is but a fleeting illusion. Instead, sunlight pours into the ceiling vents, illuminating drifting dust. Only silence greets them. Dushevnaya freezes awkwardly in place with her gun held in a weird pose. It's empty. Oh no. Despite their lightning-fast reaction, the heavy blast doors still slam shut behind them, sealing their way out. Dushevnaya immediately aims at the vent, blasting open an exit with a few shots. At the same time, explosions go off beneath their feet. Dushevnaya grabs Phelan and throws her at the vent, just in time before the floor collapses. Foxman, leave the rest to thee! Wait! Before she could finish, Phelan sees Dushevnaya fall into a swarm of combat automatons empty-handed. Still, Dushevnaya cracks the head unit of one, trying to backstab her wide open with her elbow, while sending another one trying to tackle her, flying with a kick. Even with her covering fire, Phelan cannot stop Dushevnaya from being overwhelmed and dragged away. She then escapes through the blown open vent onto the roof. Taking advantage of the distraction, she drops a few automatons giving chase to Lucy and waves at her. It was a trap that got Dushevnaya. Coming. Lucy slings her rifle and leans into a sprint. Using a disabled Sanka's doll as a springboard, she hops onto the roof and grabs Phelan's hand. Together they land back into the warehouse and make short work of a few stragglers. We're low on ammo. Let's rescue the Shevnaya and pull out. Yeah, we can't lose her as well. I'll take point, you cover me. Dush karate kick droids. Yeah, she did do that. After a fierce resistance, Dushevnaya's frame starts to shower sparks from the damage and her joints are overheated. Her skill and specs have kept her going thus far, but the overwhelming odds are bound to prevail eventually. The short-haired doll bites her teeth, looking for the opportunity for a last Hail Mary. Just as her arm is about to be torn off, an Aegis Deadeye, developed by using single-cell technology, suddenly fires. The scorching energy beam instantly vaporizes several of its allies' cores. What? On the opposite side, two claymores turned their blades on their allies, impaling the bulwark that was tearing Dushevnaya apart, freeing the latter. The unexpected development feels strangely familiar, and Dushevnaya excitedly utters that fondly given name. Strategist? The Snake's dolls not respond, only gesture for her to follow. You wish me to follow thee? Lead the way, O strategist. I was gonna say they hacked into the automatons. Under the automatons' lead, they fight through several blast doors, ultimately reaching a large open space where Sweeper is being held. Her joints have been disabled and she is chained down like a caged beast. War Master, no! Dushevnaya moans and bawls as she drops to her knees, slamming her fist into the ground. But the automatons following her simply walk up, pull out the power cords, and plug them into Sweeper's body. Moments later, the elite Sanguis Fairy doll's eyes light up once more, and she immediately throws Dushevnaya a sharp look despite her frail state. Not dead yet. Get me out of here. Whoa, could this very well be the great spell of resurrection? It's called recharging! These units don't have much use left. I need to get myself back to... A hail of bullets rains down on their position. The friendly automatons jump in to shield the two, and are instantly shredded to pieces. Just utilize the back door. Yeah. Well, they were compromised in a way. Dushevnaya reacts right away, despite not even recognizing the source of inspiration for her next actions. Perhaps such instinctual impulse once came to her in a dream, or rather, somewhere deeper than her level 2. She picks up Sweeper's frame by her legs, using the blade protruding from her forehead to impale an enemy automaton core. Alright, I was waiting for the day that Sweeper would be used as a weapon. Bad check Discord. Oh, what have you guys, what now? What has happened? What is this? The face! The face of Dushevnaya! What on earth? I'm not ready for this. What, darn it! With her limbs locked in place, Sweeper turns her head around and sees her body being swung around like a sword by Dushevnaya. One after another, enemies are cleaved in half through their combined efforts. Don't worry, War Master. We'll fight as one. Who wants to fight as one with you? Don't tell me that was that looked like an actual thing. Take this super move single series, War Master Hurricane Slash. Hey, quit spinning around, Dushevnaya. Do you think I'm a boomerang or something? There's an opening at 2 o'clock. Should we try to stage a breakout there? As you wish, War Master. I'll lead you out of this nest of devils. Oh my gosh, that's so goofy. That is insanely goofy. Evacuate at least 2 allied units, or eliminate all enemy units. 0 allied units have been evacuated. What, you're telling me you're telling me I get to choose? That I could choose between taking everybody out instead of running to a spot? Okay. Well, let's just get rid of that. Because he's not paying attention. They're all not... Yeah, I was gonna say they're all idle right now. Either take everybody out or take everybody out. Yes, exactly. Perfect. This. You got a flank on him. Either you leave or I leave, and I ain't leaving. That was a perfect position for that. I think I could just stand right here and she wipes out all. Oh no, she doesn't. Oh, that works. I was like, I can pretty sure I can take these all 4 of them out. Cause I'm fairly certain. The ship now is fully charged. Yeah. You can get rid of him there. The stick. She's got the stick. I almost kind of wish you could actually rename the weapon a little bit. Despite their Griffin days being ages ago, Lucy and Phelan advanced with flawless coordination. Covering one another, they press forward with maximum efficiency, searching for Dusevnaya's whereabouts. Their effort is soon rewarded as Dusevnaya can be seen breaking through the automatons while swinging a sweeper around, now heading toward their direction. General Foxman, I found the War Master. Don't swing me around like... Yeah! She's swinging someone? It's a long story, but she's our comrade. Now, do we retreat or do we keep searching for Dilu in the control module? Right. Nixie, where's the server we brought? Vitusa's working on it, but without Pavel's key, taking over a few units is our absolute limit. There's nothing we can do then. Let's retreat. I have a bad feeling about this. As if this were all part of Pavel's scheme to lure us in. War Master, is the strategist still inside you? Don't worry about that idiot. Can you put me down first? I would imagine her just yelling about that. After a long-fought breakthrough, 3 dolls and 1 sword finally escaped. Making their way back to their ATVs. We made it. This many skirmishes in one day may prove too much, even for the hero. I could barely fathom the battles the General and the Khan normally endure. Could it be because this is the Demon King's lair? We've clashed with Pavel before, but I had no idea he had this many Sangvis machines. I wonder if he's received outside help or worse. As they converse, Sweeper regains control of her full body with Lucia's help and slowly sits up. This should be the next weapon for the blade. That would be really funny.
But at that point, that like you're gonna wonder how far they're gonna go before it just gets absolutely silly. Because like Sweeper being used as a sword is kind of goofy, like the entire idea of it. Dushevna, I shall never forget that humiliation I just suffered. War Master, I could still talk this through. We could still talk this through. Quit messing around. What did you do for Pavel, Nixie? I reactivated that control module for him. That's it. His encryption key mentions something about called a Pegasus, a mechanical walker. It's a decent machine, but nothing to write home about. I think he's after what's inside the prototype's storage. Logs, data, coordinates, whatever. Even though we've come this far, I still can't believe that your friend is a Sangvis doll. Last time we fought alongside them was still under the commander. Hey, please don't forget about me. Nice to meet you, Miss Lucy. I'm Fetusa, the commander's favorite, as well as Nixie's manager. Hi, I'm Fetusa. I'm apparently the favorite of the commander, as well as Nixie's mom, Nixie. Shut up, woman! Stop popping out randomly. You done with your job or what? Give me some time, okay? I need to greet our new friend first. Nice to meet you, Miss Fetusa. Just what have you been up to? Helping you. Remember those automatons that I took control of? I also recorded the entirety of that glorious combination bayonet maneuver of you. Oh no. Ahem. Anyway, we need to regroup. Fast. I saw in Pavel's plan that his forces are gathering around Miss Lucy's outpost. Only now, Lucy remembers to check her communicator that had been jammed while they were in Pavel's base. A message from Jisui. Wind Cavalier's outpost has been attacked? Pasta, we must return at once. Well then. Something tells me this isn't going to be great for him. In the kitchen, Jisui is full of energy, busy cooking one dish after another. Yet all of a sudden, she feels as if she's lost all motivation. She unties her apron and steps outside. Standing by the doorway, she closes her eyes and enjoys the breeze. Winds blowing by seem to whisper memories of the past. FNC and Spaz 12 argue over who should rule the cafeteria. Someone jokingly shouts AK-15 is the true master chef, and everyone bursts into laughter. Jisui smiles too. Jisui, what's wrong? Feeling tired? Not at all. So have you made up your mind? Do we leave and keep looking for the commander, or do we stick around and make sure everyone here can at least survive? If it's the latter, we need at least 2 years to build this place up. We won't be able to focus on finding the commander then. Until then. Is it really okay to leave that decision up to me? It's your money, of course. It's your call. Were you planning to leave it to me? I want to see the commander. I really do, but whenever I think about what would happen once we left, that these people won't be able to fend off the Elids, that whatever little supplies they could scavenge will be plundered by bandits. I just can't bring myself to leave. I'm sorry, Jisui, but I must stay. At least until the people of Cliffwatch Town can look after themselves. That's a great call. I'm all for it. But weren't you just reminiscing about Griffin earlier? It's not as if we'll never be able to see everyone again. It's just we're delaying that day a little longer. Plus, we'll even earn the commander's approval if we help more people out. It's just the right thing to do. I'm just trying to imagine. Man. I could really see why a lot of people are like this character. This event really puts her in a very strong light. Like, yeah, sure, she's not great with, she's probably not the best with her money financially, but you know what? She's putting it towards good things, and I can't really, like I said earlier, you really can't criticize that. So, yeah, I can definitely see why a lot of people like her. Can I really handle this? I'm far from competent, unlike Miss Springfield or 416, who were of such great aid to the commander. Then start learning today. Install every management plugin and operation module you can find. But we're still just dolls. While people are willing to bear with us now, do you think they'll continue to accept our leadership in the long run? If they don't, we'll just leave and go find the commander like we planned from the beginning. Jeez, you're amazing. It's like nothing phases you. Not at all. I just believe that as long as people can still sit at the same table and eat together, no conflict's too great to resolve. The 56-1 has such a glow up in both meanings. I have no idea what she looked like beforehand. You know, I can look it up, I guess, real quick. Because I'm actually kind of curious. Because I'm actually kind of... I don't know a lot of these characters, so I'm actually kind of curious how they all look. Was this 56? 6-1. Oh, wow. That is a very distinct art style. Actually, I feel like I've seen this artist. She has a very distinct art style. Yeah, they really changed her. Not bad. Her mod 3 looked more similar. Very bottom of the gallery. Okay, yeah, I could see that. I mean, yeah, like I see a lot of the things that make it up. It does work quite well. It's really less. I don't really think it's necessarily that much of a glow. It's just I feel like the art style is a lot more homogenized. Or at least the way that all the characters look are somewhat close to each other. Jimmy's the main artist for the dolls. Ah. So, I don't think it's necessary that she's changed much, because looking at some of the artwork from the first game, she does look very similar. It's just you know, they all kind of have that same look now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. She does look a lot, I will say she looks a lot more modern. Because the older anime, yeah, that's the much older anime style that I'm familiar with. This is the more modern look that exists now. The dining table is a place of warmth. The more people are seated, the warmer it is, provided there's enough food for everyone to feast on. Let's work hard, starting right now, Lucy. First, we need a big enough table, and then we'll fill it with everyone's favorite dishes. If something sad, upsetting, or unbearable happens, we'll smile and settle it at the table, together as one family. I really miss those meals with the commander around. I'm gonna cook up a feast and stuff him full once we find him. Even after some time, Pavel has yet to recover from the anxiety induced by the situation, alarmingly staring at the doll on the ground. For his past self, dolls were nothing more than high-performance machines. No matter how human they act, imitations are what they'll be forever known as. But just a moment ago, in those brief moments before she shut down, this doll evoked in him a sense of dread that not even that Rurik Gerard managed. A true sense of dread that encompassed his existence. That what that mirror doll might be was his better.
Now that T-Doll who evoked that emotion, that inferiority he undoubtedly felt, lies motionless, her working fluid pouring out like blood, slowly seeping into the ground. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Pebbles shivers uncontrollably. Fear and anger mix into the adrenaline driving his muscle forward as he raises his gun and makes a beeline towards Jisui. Enough, big brother. Move aside, Viola. Can't you see she's already out of order? I won't forgive you if you keep hurting her, even if you are my brother. You've got it attached to a doll? Have you forgotten? Griffin has always been part of those who dashed Mom and Dad's dreams. These two might very well have served as their henchmen back then, but they also saved your life. So now you want to be friends with them again. Even dolls aren't that naive, Viola. There are consequences for betrayal, you know. It's something you'll never outrun for the rest of your life. I'm glad he understands that. He'll have to probably face that reckoning, though. Since I owe the success of this operation to you, I'll let it slide this time, but I hope you can remember what all our efforts have been for. I know. I'll go get some rest. We've got a lot on our plates next. I already found the coordinates of OKB Smolin inside Pegasus MK1's database. It's not far from here. Once we find the facility and get in touch with the conglomerate, Dad will finally be free. But brother, that obnoxious old geezer from Gerard, that Rurik, isn't he already— Yeah, I was gonna say, if he's already dead, there's no one to honor that. Will the conglomerate still need us? Of course not, nor would they want a crumbling facility in the middle of the yellow zones, unless it's really hiding something extremely valuable, like secret blueprints or equipment of some sort. Yeah, yes, Paddle, please listen to yourself before you face an angry commander. I think he's already gonna face an angry commander. Whether or not he dies out of it is gonna depend on his next moves. Though, considering he's with the conglomerate, I don't think he's already got a lot of negativity working against him right now. So it's like, eesh. Like he's already probably dug his own grave. And if that's not enough, I've got other plans that do not rely on the conglomerate. But did you make deals with someone else as well? With a spoiled rich kid, yes, but at least he's somewhat reasonable. As long as I can prove myself useful, getting Dad's conviction overturned is a piece of cake with his connections. Of course, nothing comes without a price tag. For that, I need enough influence to be seen as worthwhile in the eyes of the conglomerate. Given how fast the NSU fell apart, the production lines and manufacturing tools in OKB must still be intact. Once I take control of those, I won't be some nobody anymore. As long as everything goes according to plan, Cliffwatch will be the first step toward my future empire. And then I'll stop being a pawn and finally become a player. When that day comes, I'll get to free Dad on my own terms. That's right, I'm a player, not a pawn. I just like the power now. Only the powerless become puppets. Miola looks at her brother with a heavy heart. It's clear he's trying to convince himself more than his sister. You get it now. I planned everything out. Just listen to your big brother and we can get our home back. Okay, brother, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. Sleeper Dushevnaya, Phelan, and Lucy managed to commander an off-road vehicle. Driven by Dushevnaya, and with the encouraging sweeper perched on her shoulders, they head toward the Winged Cavalier's outpost. The terrain quickly proves more challenging to traverse than expected for such a vehicle, especially when compared to the steel steed's mobility. Soon the four ditch the car and continue on foot. The prolonged journey makes Lucy increasingly anxious. She repeatedly attempts to reach Jisui, only until the moment a contact offline alert pops up. Lucy, who is leading the group, stumbles and drops to her knees. Phelan and Dushevnaya rush to help her up. Jisui's signal is gone. Damn it. Does she have backups? Yes, but we've been so busy lately. Jisui took care of a lot of things in my stead. It's been a while since she last backed up. If her core got destroyed, she'll lose a lot of memories. If only I had stayed at the outpost. Stop, Lucy. Basti taught me this before. The moment you start thinking in what ifs, there's never going to be an end to it. So let's leave that until everything's over. That's a smart line. Lucy looks at the doll even smaller than her and nods. You didn't have to do her like that. You didn't need to look at her and say, look, she's smaller. Noticing her shivering, Phelan gently holds her hand. Dushevna instead turns around and gives Lucy a motherly embrace. Even with the metallic arm's overwhelming force triggering her pain sensors, Lucy accepts this warmth. Thank you, everyone. What a touching moment. Let's join them, Nixie. No, shut up, as if it wasn't your fault that things went up shit creek in the first place. Hey, don't blame me for all this mess, or I'll send that footage of you being used as a corrosion doll blade plus 25. The enhancement number. To the commander. Dang. And enhanced 25 times? Holy. Or stat gain plus 25? I don't know how to put that one sometimes. Don't you dare. Anyway, with our current circumstances, we don't have the firepower to retake the outpost. The commander said we could call the Elmo for Elmo backups when needed. I think it's the right time to do that. As if asking a human for help, that's an utter disgrace. Don't you have any pride? Sweeper, it's literally the one you at least are willing to work with. In the current situation, even 1 or 2 dolls is all it takes to turn things around. Get us Voimastina and she can handle them all. We can't rely on Voimastina every time. Besides, she's on a mission of her own. Let's call Kukai over. Oh, and as long as we keep the commander in the dark about this doesn't count as asking him for help, does it? That works, I guess. That's such a loophole. While the dolls argued, Lucy's communicator suddenly beeps again. That's a Winged Cavalier's distress signal. Lucy pulls herself through the pain of losing Jisui in response to the signal. Damn, this truck is such a pain to drive. Shut up, keep driving or we'll end up down there. Oh, it's our Hell Raider. Racing at full speed through the mountain road, they see the truck full of doll frames driven by 2 Winged Cavaliers, mechanics being chased by a horde of Elids. Luca, Ivana! It's the boss, thank God we're saved! Lucy doesn't hesitate and charges straight at the enemies. Phelan and Dushevna immediately follow suit. I'm all out, Super, you're up. Perfect timing, I've been itching to do this. Leave them all to me. I guess they would be out of ammo after all the fighting they've been doing.
Hi, hi.
I like how they put these tiles here. It's almost as if they want to punish you. Those bell fleas, though. I don't really think I need a reason to stay on that tile, though, so I might just do this. Oh, I need to be the one left. Bruh. You know what? I don't care. I'm not worried about the water. We don't have any healers in this team anyway. Well, actually, I don't think we do. I'm just gonna say, let's just get rid of her. Oh wait, no, you guys are on. You guys are just watching. Never mind. I'm like thinking about I'm just like trying to reduce the number of turns I need sick.
They didn't implement elemental reactions. Well, it's more of I don't really. It's like tide away doesn't matter that much. I mean, well, it's technically more damp because I don't really have a healer. Probably should just do. Well, I could move here. That should be fine. If we engage them early, we engage them earlier. I'm not worried about it. I'm actually just gonna check that. And that should be fine. Okay. Okay, I already really wasn't that, like, super worried about it. Actually, Lucy really wasn't that needed there. If I do... If I hit the crocodile there. Yeah, I can hit that crocodile. Lucy can handle that. The Thoad's like, you killed my friends! Oh no, don't get on the horse! Alright, then you... I just need with those 5 Pokemons as damage. Yeah, I know, that's so silly. There we go. We're saved as expected of the boss and her comrades. I'm afraid I missed you. Stop giving the truck nicknames, you dork. Now you get upset if it gets blown up. Okay, Yvonne, are you alright? Where's everyone else? Realizing there's only 2 of them, Lucia clenches her fist. With anxiety and fear crawling onto her face, she dreads the worst-case response she's about to hear. Everyone's fine. Really? We need to regroup quickly then. Where are they now? But they all left. Left? They abandoned you and Jisui? No, of course not. We didn't want to end up like this either, but when Luca and I proposed that we should go find you, someone said there's no way we could win without our weapons or steeds. Many others agreed. No one wanted to take any further risks, so they just disbanded. I see. That's human nature for y'all. When things get tough, they only think of themselves and will run away and hide. All the more so if that's for the sake of a doll. The one with the blade stuck in your skull. Keep your mouth shut if you ain't got anything nice to say. Every winged cavalier has the utmost respect for our bosses. They were just shaken, afraid. Besides, Ivana and I are still here. As long as we're around, the winged cavaliers stand. Once we regroup with Boss Jisui, everything will work out in the end. Were you calling me a knife head? Calm down, he didn't say that. Jisui. Lucy closes her eyes, reminiscing about the partner who had always stood by her side. She feels as if she had regressed to her old Griffin self, unable to do anything without relying on the commander and others. Hey, Eggers. It'll take a lot of time to buy weapons now. Maybe hire a PMC then. Better yet, let's hire them. Let's hire all of them. Right, we need to fix Jisui first. We'll use the best frames available this time. Lucy. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine, I can do this. Even without everyone, I can still do this, because I'm not alone anymore. Not alone. Huh? Of course, General. Seeing her panic, Deshevnaya grabs Lucy's shoulder and forces her to lock eyes. You still got us. We're all the commander's dolls. The hero shan't ever abandon their comrades, General. We fight as one. Commander's dolls. Right, the commander didn't fight for our freedom just for us to wallow in self-pity. Lucy closes her eyes again, takes a deep breath, and exhales. Dolls have no need to breathe, but her mind naturally imitates the method a certain someone uses to find composure. Let's head back first. We need to confirm Jisui's condition and the outpost situation. We'll see what we've got, then decide what to do next.
か買ってお祝いしましょうか。
It's so weird hearing that voice because I feel like it should be much lower pitch, but it's not. It's just the appearance that throws me off. She's not bad at all. It's just funny. So, the Wing of Cavaliers and Mr. Pavel's PMC, I invited you over today because both of you recently proposed your own arrangements regarding Cliffwatch Town's future. As your contributions to this town speak for themselves, I hope we can set our differences aside and work together, reaching an ideal consensus here today. Miss Lucy, while the resources of capital at your disposal are impressive, you seem rather inexperienced in matters of management. Your Wing Cavaliers have failed to expand at the same rate of the town's growth. I'm afraid this will lead to your inability to keep up with the increasing security demands of the near future. My PMC, on the other hand, can adapt as needed and form a stable, mutually beneficial relationship with Cliffwatch Town. What you're saying is you just want to recruit the town's residents into your PMC, right? No, I'm talking about a comprehensive partnership agreement. Land rights, authority to conduct military operations, economic privileges, and so on. I see. That's quite ambitious for someone your age, Mr. Pavel. But how exactly would that benefit Cliffwatch Town? Choice. I don't think I need to remind you how rare it is to be able to choose for yourself in the Yellow Zones. Wakosh people spend their days slaving away at a factory. Those people fish corpses from beyond the ice sheets to survive. And so far, Cliffwatch has survived solely on its old mining industry and scavenging scraps. I have the necessary connections to bring major corporate backing. Building new production lines suited to this place is something the Olog conglomerate have been planning for a long time. They're just waiting for the right opportunity. When the time comes, I plan to invest in arsenals, military academies, and training centers. In return, everyone gets a job. Everyone gets to fill their stomach. What do you say, Mayor? That sounds really appealing. Cliffwatch could really use... No, it doesn't, Mr. Pavel. What? What? I'll fund Cliffwatch Town. We'll build schools, hospitals, repair roads, and ensure safe passage for all. We all know this place has abundant mineral resources. The refineries from the NSU era only fell out of use because they've been ravaged by Elid and vandalized by bandits. I'll restore all of them, secure trade deals with other regions, and bring in more diverse industries. More importantly, all of this will be at the hands of Cliffwatch Town itself. No outsider will have management authority or be able to meddle with any of it. This is some kind of joke. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for that kind of investment to break even? Yeah, Miss Lucy, what kind of return do you expect from doing that? I don't expect anything in return. You don't need anything. Oh, I see. Money isn't what you're after. Then perhaps you're looking for something more political, say, special privileges. The only privilege I want is for you to respect the Wing Cavalier's autonomy. We're here to ensure safe passage through the mountain roads. We don't need anything else. We will not force conscription either. Anyone who genuinely wants to join is free to come whenever they want. As well as leave whenever they want. Yeah, this is already gonna, like... Pavla has no chance on this negotiation at this point. Well then, Miss Lucy, let's take a short break first. Sure, okay. Lucy nods calmly, completely unsuspecting of any schemes at play while the mayor and Pavel step outside. The moment they leave the room, the mayor turns to Pavel with a bitter expression. Miss Pavel, while I'd really love to support the conglomerate, no offer, no matter how good it is, can compete with something that's literally free. If money can't change your people's minds, what about fear? Then it would have to be something so petrifying that it would paralyze even the bravest of us. I doubt you can achieve that. Miss Lucy has done so much for the people of Cliffwatch these past 2 years that we trust her almost unconditionally. She knows every I could have read that off as a threat, honestly. She knows every resident by name and personally helped every one of them. And no, it's not all about her wealth. She would attend every single one of our weddings, funerals, would laugh and cry with us. Most of us have already forgotten she's even a doll. Why don't you just say what you want to say, Mr. Mayor? I'm afraid our choice will disappoint the conglomerate, and Cliffwatch Town will miss the opportunity for prosperity. What a foolish choice. Maybe she still has money now, but her purse will eventually run dry. Have you ever considered what to do then? Well, just follow me, Mr. Mayor. You don't need to think rationally for the sake of the town, get it? Rationally. That's why the URNC appointed you, don't you think?
Back inside, Lucy sits neatly, smiling at the two men's return. Lucy, we're definitely seeing what you're capable of, but may I ask you one thing? Why are you doing all this? To free this place from poverty. I'm content as long as Cliffwatch Town becomes a wonderful place for people to call home. A home. That's it. That's it. Man cannot see things being so simple. Which is fair. To a degree, no one would suspect any, like, it is a very common thing for people to believe that nothing is ever free. I would believe that myself. So yes, this is literally a deal that's too good to be true. I don't know where your luck or money comes from, but you're a complete joke. What makes you say that, Mr. Pavel? You think humans are just like dogs? Feed them and they'll become loyal and see you as their friend, their idol, their hero? I've never once thought that way. I always have a hero. No one can replace him. I already have a hero, eh? That's because you know jack shit about humans. You're just keeping them hooked with food, water, and shelter. The moment you fail to deliver on any of that, they'll turn their backs and leave you behind. No matter how much you've done for them, no matter how grateful they seem now, eventually their own interests will become their priority. And all they'll think about is how you haven't given them enough. At that point, a little temptation, a little coercion, is all it takes for them to betray you, backstab you, leaving you with nothing. If that happens, I'll quietly take my leave. After all, I've never considered this as where my journey ends. Mayor, you said she laughed and cried alongside you, but that's her programmed responses. She never truly felt those emotions. See how she can just walk away and leave everything behind, despite seemingly having poured her heart and soul into it? Because it's all meaningless to her at the end of the day. And when you lose everything, Miss Lucy, I bet you won't feel a thing either. I doubt you will ever understand what home truly means, no matter how much you wax lyrical about it. I find it... I do find it funny how kind of, in a weird term of circumstances, she's more human than he ever will be. But I think that's the whole point of this bit. That deserves a slap right there. Well, yeah. Happy going now. Okay, take care. I'm taken with violence in the future. Yup. Jumping onto the truck, the group returns to the Winged Cavalier's outpost. To their surprise, Pavel is nowhere to be found. He merely stripped the outpost of all turrets, equipment, and weapons in the arsenal, leaving behind a barren and empty base. So certain that no one would bother to stick around afterwards, or thinking that the remaining cavaliers posed so little threat without their trusty steeds, Pavel simply left with all of his men. Yeah, they took everything from the workshops, those vultures. All those years of hard work. Where's Lucy? She's in the command room, but she's not letting anyone in because of Boss Jisui. Those bastards. I'll never forgive Viola, or that bastard. Yeah, there you go, right there. Oh. Valen hesitates for a moment before pulling out her communicator and dialing a familiar contact. Sorry, Lucian, everyone. I have to make the call for us all. Even if that embarrasses us in front of Master, I can't let Lucy suffer like this. Yeah. Yeah. Basti making a cat noise for some reason. What's up? Basti, I have to tell Master something. Is it about Lucy and the scummy PMC guy? Yeah, it's about Lucy. Wait, you already know? Dushevna and Fetusa were on call with Darling for the last hour and a half. I heard them asking for permission to send out Defy and 404 to level the entire town and Cliffwatch or something. Where have you been? Oh, Defy and 404? After receiving the data transmitted by Dushevna and Fetusa, I tasked Lorelei, Leva, and Helen with digging up more intel on the matter. With the data obtained by Fetusa and Sweeper to support our findings, Leva achieved a breakthrough. Project Pegasus, one of the many NSU military R&D programs that was eventually scrapped after its merger with the URNC. Enough units to equip 11 platoons were produced, all low-rate initial production modules. Dropping 404 and Defy on there is a bit of an overkill. Well, if anything, it will show him what happens when he makes the wrong move. The thing is, I don't know if they're going to respond that way. We'll see.
Each troop has one leader paired with 32 dummies. Of the 11 troops, 10 were written off or already disposed of. Only one's whereabouts were currently unknown, and that's where they are. The project was entirely led by OKB Smolin, a covert facility not listed in any official NSU registries. Out of its numerous products, including but not limited to various models of mechanical walkers like the Pegasus and armored vehicles and helicopters, none having any recorded combat history. As for the lead designer of OKB Smolin, his name is Dr. Nikolai Smolin. He was a strong advocate for incorporating stratospheric technology into the NSU military. His wife helped him complete the research on many of his programs, including the Pegasus. But ultimately, the NSU became part of the URNC before any fruits of his labor ever saw service. Everything related to OKB Smolin was erased from the archives, including the facility's location. Mr. and Mrs. Smolin were later arrested on charges of political corruption. On the surface, he's a dissident who conspired against the government, embezzled research funds, and misappropriated state property. But these were all, of course, trumped-up charges based solely on testimony and with little to no evidence to back them up. Dr. Smolin was merely a scapegoat for those powerful figures who had taken the wrong side during the internal political strife of the time. They used him to erase any ties they had with the old Soviet military. After his arrest, all of his property was made forfeit, and his children seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. While serving his sentence, numerous testimonies from his former students and colleagues led to repeated extensions of his term. Jeez. So Pavel and Viola are Mr. Smolin's Viola as well. Ain't it obvious? Pavel Smolin, a mere PMC operator and an underground broker, couldn't have rapidly risen to such prominence in this region of the Yellow Zone without the ample support of the Girard Group. Of course, he reciprocated the conglomerate's favor by playing a major role in expanding its influence in the region. He's been on quite a roll going through the Yellow Zones. In fact, the fact that he's so utterly obsessed with Cliffwatch Town and Lishu's ponies could only mean one thing. Cliffwatch Town was most likely a closed city, housing administrative and research facilities of OKB Smolin. Which explains why Lishu found the Pegasus in its vicinity, and located inside Pegasus's data storage are coordinates for the main production facility of OKB Smolin. Motor King Elite Team. We're just going to casually raise Pavel's droid to teach him. Probably is going to be what happens. You think someone who knows what the Singles Fairy did and what happened to them would have more respect for Griffin dolls? It would not surprise me if the actions of a few cause people to judge the broader grouping the same way. Look at a lot of atrocities across humankind that we've done over the years, and how we've judged the people that belong to that same group. A good example would be, Japan and China, I think, still have strife even several decades after World War II. You've got how the Japanese people were received after Pearl Harbor. You got 9/11 stuff, for example. Like, all of those events show that the actions of a few can completely warp the perspective of the collective group. So, and especially if people are directly affected by it, it will dramatically warp their view of that group. So if these people were hurt by dolls, no doubt, even if it was just a specific group, they might see dolls across the board the same way. Have some ire too, hence the Korean comfort statues. Sure, those were just examples I was thinking off the top of my head. So it wouldn't surprise me that, you would have that kind of a lock-in like that for, like, anger and frustration or hatred, all that stuff, for a specific group, for a broad group. You're saying Papa did all this to clear his father's name. Then why is he picking on Lucy and the others? It's not hard to see why. Lucy and his winged cavaliers are the force of justice and righteousness. Do you think she would allow the conglomerate to sully the town she's done everything to protect? Japan and Asia. Well, I was just saying specifically Japan and China. You could probably broaden that, sure, but I was narrowing it down to that one example. Like, I wasn't don't. There's nothing really to mention outside of that. It's just a handful of examples I was giving where people judged a group based on the actions of a few. USA brought up Japanese and Costa Rican. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like they, the actions of a few Japanese people caused negative viewpoints on the broader perspective of people who were of Japanese descent. It's the same thing here with dolls. The few dolls, or it might have done something horrible. Think about Dimitri. All the stuff that he had gone through with dolls. Why he had such hatred for them. Or maybe distrust. That might be the better term. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember exactly how he saw them. I know he definitely didn't like them. And same thing could probably be true for these two. I would counter the Japan and Asia, though. We don't need to go that far, guys. We don't need to go that far. The point was there. The point was simple. Don't worry about it too much, guys. Dimitri was betrayed by a medical drug. It was distrust. Yeah, okay. That's what I mean, is like, it's still that act of that one doll tainted his view of all dolls. So it's the same kind of concept. Besides, even if we can't save his father right away, Pavel is most definitely planning to take advantage of the machinery and the equipment left in the facility to build an even more powerful army to rule over the yellow zones. At this point, he would have no choice but to strengthen his ties with the conglomerate. Just like George from Makosh, Lucia is the obstacle he will have to face sooner or later. Right, Master. Can you give Lucia some comforting? She's been through a lot. Darling's comforting could be really dangerous. If Lucia's neurocloud gets bricked, the fault will lie with you, Phelan. Hey, can we stop with the melodrama? But instead, it's not yet time for me to get involved. If she were still a member of Griffin, a subordinate of mine, I'd make sure to reassure her right away. No need to be in such a hurry, is there? Now, you bet some are going to get the wrong idea if the commander starts being too kind to one specific doll. Okay, shut up, the both of you. She's a leader herself now. She should rely on her subordinates rather than me in times like these. But everyone's already left. Only Zishui, Luca, and Ivana are still here. You mean it should be us to comfort her instead? Call me naive or whatever, but I still have faith in those people. Let's wait a little longer. Dushevna, I'll have Mei Ling on call to assist with Zuhui's repairs. The operation is in your capable hands. Gotcha. The hero will surely bring the Khan back to the pink of health. The Khan? Fetusa, the airborne beacon will soon be in range to support you. ETA 12 hours. You may contact the bugs to adjust the signal. Okie dokie. That means we can chat with little Zoe, too. Phelan, I'll leave Lucia with you. If the situation becomes too much to handle, the closest backup you can call on is 404 Team B. Oh, okay, so Vector's group. Yes, Master. This was the 11-way war moment. That's just one of many, Kaichol. We're gonna have so many of those, and it's gonna only get worse as more of them appear out of nowhere. This is where I would roll in on the future maps with Team B if I had all of them. But Rushi and Wellrod are not here yet. I say yet because Wellrod is we know. But I wonder when Rushi would get added then. With help from Fetusa, Dushevnaya works on Jisui's injuries. According to this engineer called Mei Ling, someone hastily... I guess Dushevna... Well... That's such a weird, like, first half of the sentence, because I'm pretty sure they know who... Hastily patched up. Someone hastily patched up after she was critically damaged, preventing her core... Oh, no. I see. I just misread this. Someone patched up Jisui's body after she was critically damaged. preventing her core from suffering irreversible degradation. I missed the latter half of the sentence. She can only think of one person who could have and would have done that. Despite both Faye and Dushevnaya wanted to comfort her, Lucy still requests that she and Jisui be left alone until the latter wakes up. It's just you and I again. Just like when Griffin dissolved or when I left the Louis. Always wanted a home, but what exactly is a home? And what even is a home exactly? She closes her eyes and holds her partner's hand. Over the years, she had long buried her old, vulnerable self and carried on with a sense of duty strong enough to bear the weight of everyone's lives. But even after everything they've been through, this was far too excruciating for her to bear. So when Jisui, someone who had always supported and encouraged her unconditionally, was around, she felt as if she could indulge in some of the lackadaisical whimsy she had 10 years ago. After Miss Lee passed, her inheritance was bequeathed to me. But living alone in that huge mansion got very lonely, so I hired other dolls to keep me company despite being a doll myself. I paid dolls to be friends. That's so sad. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. That's how I ended up joining Griffin, fighting alongside the commander and our comrades, and even joining Squad Puzzle. Even though there was no shortage of painful and frightening experiences, every day I spent there was happy and fulfilling. Little Birdie told me. I figured as much. They should be coming soon. Everyone, I need you all to understand what your new assignment is. You need to log on to your girls' Frontline, or just go to it if you're already on it. Go find your Lucy, and I don't know, hug her or something if you can, whatever that entails. Go to her in the refitting room. And click on the interaction button. Zoom all the way in and boop her nose. I don't know. Do whatever you can do. Though the hat is big. Yes, the hat is pretty large. Head pats, do it. Fine, I'll go do it. Fine, I'll go do it. Hang on. Move it. Let me move it above the head. That's roughly where it should be, right? I lost my 50-50 trying to get V1 Lou. Guess that means guaranteed sex dance. Oh, nice. Understandable. The hand is summoned. The handle has been summoned. I like how this has just become a part of it, by the way. It's just we have the handle. Oh man, that's great. Thursday will be the Sextans update. Oh, okay. I don't know if I'll cover that one when it comes out immediately, because there are, like I said, I've got other gotchas I do want to spend some time on. I'll see if I can spend a little bit of time on it, maybe within the next a couple of days once it releases, but I kind of have to balance out a little bit. I've given GFL a lot of time lately. I know there's a lot of people that follow me for other gotchas as well. So I'm guaranteed having a dilemma between Gyoza Altar and Sopu. Oh yeah, because Sopu. No, I'm not putting the hand lower. We're giving her a head pat, not anything else. It was to escape that fear, that unease, that I came to the yellow zone. I thought I found others just like me, people who were afraid of loneliness and longed for a home. Blue Archive streamed it. Yeah, we gotta do volume 4. A single crystal clear droplet falls on Jisui's hand, and Lucy, holding back her sobs, murmurs sorrowfully,
I never wanted any gratitude. I never thought I needed the commander's praise either. What hero, what great deeds. It's all so surreal to me. I'm simply passing on what I was given. To those that are in need. Isn't that the right thing to do? But Jisui, at least, please don't leave me. Please don't betray me. Don't lie to me. Don't leave me alone in the dark. You really are such a cryberry, baby. Oh, hi. How are you doing? Lucy. Jisui. The sudden response startles Lucy. She looks up to see Jisui wearing a resigned smile. You're fine now. Yeah, it's getting a little noisy for naps. Man, you guys just won't give me a break. Noisy? Can't you hear it? If not, listen more closely. Surely you can hear it. Following Jisui's words, Lucy quietly closes her eyes. Perhaps because she had been so deeply focused earlier, her auditory module had been filtering out all external sounds. But now Lucy hears it, a faint hum. It's the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Got a game dying on me in 20 days for EOS. There's a game that's going out in EOS in 20 days. What? Even though I would understand Blue Archive's storyline besides Stroko robbing a bank. No worries. You're welcome to, yeah, you know, if you want to hop on and chill, you're more than welcome to. I'm sure people would always don't mind having someone else hanging out. But nah, if you got other things, you're more than welcome to do whatever you feel you want. But yeah, I can try to answer questions for Blue Archive because I do want. I've read I think a majority of it, and Enfield is one of my own. Is a game that I've been heavily involved with. I've been being a tester for it so much, it's got a bit of a closer connection for me than others. Don't worry about its counter side. Isn't that the game that they like? People were saying like it was going down, but they were talking about like a reboot or something, or I don't know. I remember hearing that like a game announced in EOS just to announce a sequel or something. It was weird. I don't remember if it was Counterside or not, but isn't Counterside also like super kind of not? I wouldn't say super old, but it's been around for a while. Star Savior. Ah, I knew it was like there was another gacha that was coming. So people were upset. But yeah, seeing the Winged Cavaliers arrive, coming down the countryside. Shining armor and wings, death from above, make their enemy kneel. Everyone's back? But why are there so many voices? Why don't you take a look yourself? She helps Jisui, newly repaired body, up to her feet. Together they step outside. Counterside as a fan project to archive it. Oh, did they get like the permission and stuff? Or whatever. It is cool when I see some games go into like the companion system. Like Alchemy Stars did that. I think they still have their game like their game is still operational. It's just you had to get the copy before they took it off. Trying to think what else. Technically, what's it called? Aether Gazer is in that state. Greeting the dolls is an unexpected scene of the night, illuminated by flashlights and torches. Hundreds of people carrying large quantities of weapons, munitions, and supplies are converging on the Winged Cavalier's outpost. What's this? Legend Khan, you awakened from your long slumber. The common folk hath grasped their right to bear arms, joining the hero's great army. Boss, it's all our comrades. They didn't run away. They realized we didn't stand a chance against Pavel, outnumbered 15-1 back then, so they went around neighboring towns delivering speeches and gathering as many like-minded folks as they could. Be it guards from Clitwatch Town or merchants who had receive the Cavalier's help. They all came after hearing what happened to Boss Jisui. We've got over 140 people now, and more yet to follow. Jeez. Even the mayor has come. They all said the Cavaliers have always looked after the people of Cliffwatch. Naturally, they couldn't stand by and watch us disband. They even brought all the weapons, supplies, and vehicles they could find. Eh? This many? Yeah, how am I supposed to cook for all of them? She staggers from shock and slumps to the ground alongside Jisui. They're like, what am I supposed to do? Before their eyes lies a scene with great hustle and bustle, not unlike a night market. People not just Cliffwatch, but also various surrounding settlements, camps, and villages have also gathered here. You know what they say about Yellow Zone residents? They'll always be packing something, whether a gun or a whole rocket launcher. I always thought that was just a Cliffwatch thing, but it turns out it's like that everywhere. Equipment, supplies, and ammo pile into a small hill in the middle of the outpost. Despite most of it being obsolete, it still serves to hint at Cliffwatch's past as a military facility. The Cavaliers can thus change into their new gear and weapons. There are 30 men with combat experience wishing to fight alongside us, but to put everyone in danger because of me. Miss Lucy, this isn't just your fight anymore. Mr. Mayor. If Pavel takes over, he'll surely forge closer ties with the conglomerate. Considering its relations with the settlements that have only deteriorated after the Makosha incident, it won't be long before violence becomes the only way to settle things. Cliffwatch Town isn't exactly the most well-off settlement out there, but thanks to you, it has enjoyed a relatively peaceful time these past years. We've come to appreciate and value that peace more and more. Miss Lucia, you once said you wish for this town to become a beautiful home, but you also said you'd leave sooner or later. Indeed, Mr. Mayor. Well then, Miss Lucia, do you know what home means? It means a place you can always return to, at any time for any reason.
What a nice man.
I understand now. Thank you. Jisui, Lucy, Master told me to update you on Pavel and Viola's info. The commander? He's found out what's going on here? Yeah, Master said he trusts you to know what to do, and that you'll definitely come out on top. Is that so? Is that what the commander said? Upon hearing Phelan's news, a complex expression crosses Lucy's face. She pauses to reflect, then nods to Jisui. After asking Dushefnaya to help prop up her comrade, she walks into the crowd. Everyone, thank you for risking your lives to stand with us in our darkest hour. We Cavaliers were never about waging wars. The dream we longed for had always been riding our steeds freely, not worrying about warfare and meeting new friends on the hilltops of Cliffwatch. We want prosperity for all, not just ourselves. Wealth for one is wealth for none. Hence why I've always shared with our friends, our comrades, our families, so that happiness may find us all. We do not take from others, but if someone tries to plunder what belongs to us or to our companions, we will fight back, but not because we want to become as greedy, as selfish, or unscrupulous as they are, nor because that is the only way to survive. And now I've made the call to attack Mr. Pavel's forces, to thwart his plans, and to keep our home safe from anyone who dares to try to lay their hands on it. The crowd erupts into cheers. Lucy organizes the original Cavalier members and veteran volunteers into corresponding squads, while distributing the equipment and supplies as needed. Unvoiced means we can... Alright. I appreciate it, but I never know how to respond to that. My hand could not stop the gravitational pull to phase head. Diabetes is too strong. I cannot handle the fact that they actually have animated her ears and everything. Like the ears down and her crying, I'm just like, I can't. I feel that same pull. It's meal o'clock. What? You want a freshly discharged patient to cook for you? If not you, who else? I even took all we had in the freezer. The only thing left is what Bosch Ushi made last night. dare they? I only messed up that one dish. Anyway, do your best to get some rest. We'll head out in 1 hour. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Lucy smiles and wipes the tears off the corner of her eyes. She turns around and notices Jisui arguing with Dushevnaya about which ingredients to use for cooking, then suddenly asks her, "Did you remember who patched you up?" "It was Viola. I think I heard her say something to me." "What did she say?" "She said that we can't win." I suppose she meant well. She can't exactly betray her brother, but didn't want us to get hurt either. However, how will we know unless we try? The devs really like Faye. Oh, she is a relatively popular character too, isn't she? Using the coordinates extracted from Dilu, Pavel and Viola lead all their subordinates, a massive force of Sanguis automatons, and various automated bots deep into the darkness of the abandoned mining tunnel on horseback. Although they encountered elids along the way, all were torn to shreds the instant they poked their heads out of their wretched holes. Those feeble creatures stood no chance against such a massive force. Pavel is, however, quite pleased by the presence of elids. Since no world exists wherein these creatures could coexist with humanity, the presence of such a horde alone indicates that his objective had likely never been discovered by someone else. I see. An abandoned mining tunnel, marked as hazardous. That would certainly keep the most suicidal idiots from wandering into here. Hey boss, these horses are incredible. They even come with built-in radiation sensors and emergency evasion systems. They were designed as frontline military hardware. Features like those are a given. No. Rather, those features were specifically added by Big Sis Lucy because she was worried about everyone's safety. Even as Dad's magnum opus, they only became such gentle steeds because everyone in the Cavaliers kept testing and improving upon what Dad started. Viola, I understand that you value loyalty and friendships, but it's time for you to let go of those dolls and the winged Cavaliers. Even if we did nothing, those two wouldn't last long in today's world. Not with that naivete. There are only two things you can put your trust in: family and power. Not necessarily. Yellow Zone works differently. GFL2 confirms she's a fox. She's a cat-dog-fox hybrid. I was waiting for someone to say she's a nugget, but I don't think I've seen that yet. While Pavel is lecturing Viola, the recon team reports back with an update. Several dolls leading a crowd are rapidly approaching from 6 o'clock. Pavel is baffled. He didn't expect Lucia and Jisui to allow these men to charge into what effectively is certain death. After quickly weighing his options, he gives a hand signal. Set up an ambush along the outer perimeter. Wipe them out. Don't let anyone inside. Piece of cake, boss. Just don't forget about the overtime pay. Of course, I'll triple the bonus. Whew, I'd have shot the president for that kind of money. Now get your asses going, rookies. Sanguis automatons will take your orders from now on, but if combat losses exceed 30% as per our contract, you'll be liable for compensation. So don't expect any bonuses if that happens. It's just a dozen winged cavaliers without their steeds. Relax, we won't get your toys damaged. Hubris. It's just, what? 2 plus... what? 5 dolls? And who knows how many people at this point. Miss Lucia, you may hold more wealth than I ever have, but you don't understand how to use humans. More importantly, you don't know when it's time to discard them and what to do without hesitation. They're here. Everyone, fall behind cover. Do shift knife, failing. Jisui, I'm counting on you. No problem. You focus on commanding. The forces of chaos may outnumber us, but the power of courage and friendship and this gun I found are on our side. Hark, for victory shall prevail for the forces of good. Don't forget 404-Team-B. Did they call 404-Team-B? Even if we stand to win, the casualties will be severe. The enemy still holds an overwhelming numerical advantage, despite reinforcements from Cliffwatch Town. Miss Lucia, as we discussed earlier, we need to hold position until the airborne beacon arrives. Until then, preventing them from retreating back into the tunnel is all you need to do. Oh yeah, and for Fetusa, and this sword I found. And then Dushevnaya, and this sword I found. Put me down. Oh man. Please try drawing as many of Mr. Pavel's men and mechanical units into the open as possible, especially the Sangos machines. The more the better. Understood. Observing the commander's stratagems has always been a hobby of mine. Now the time has come for me to employ the very same tactics. I cannot read. Raph, that doll is wielding a sword. Wielding a sword, do something! Wielding a sword in my girl's Frontline? Isn't this supposed to be a game about dolls with guns? Why does she have a sword? The sword talks! Oh gosh! Fixed bayonet! Before Zuzui and I left Griffin, Professor Persica once told me, a certain possibility is blooming within the neural clouds of dolls who once served under the commander like you. Now it's time to put that possibility to the test. I'm sure everyone can do it. Ah, I see we have a bunch of our Jaegers, and this man is standing there with a shotgun for some reason. How many people will Fetusa take out with this move? Let's find out! If I actually position her, I think right here, that actually would probably hurt. Yeah, we can do here. I'm not super worried about it. Oh, that's a Medzen, though. Okay, I got an idea. Oh no, you don't, buddy. Get over here. I don't like you at all. Alright, things are good. We're good. Carry on. Me in this game whenever I see a Medzen. And your life is now forfeit. Oof. Now he's had this one Deadeye. He went for the medic. Oh, that's fine. If we go for the medic, that's okay. This man, however, for crimes for harming. This man for harming Louis is going to get an ult straight to his face. This guy just doesn't need it. Oh. Well, you get this too. Crimes against. Hey, you know what? You just get a grenade. Tomorrow's the day you get her. Okay. Intense gunfire tears through the silent night. Muzzle flashes illuminating the dark mountain road with dim crimson glows. Despite their bolstered numbers and high morale, the lack of heavy weaponry and absence of their steel steeds placed the Cavaliers in a difficult spot. It's only thanks to Deshevnaya's pinpoint marksmanship, Balin's high-risk hit-or-run maneuvers, and Lucie's deliberate positioning of the humans towards the rear that the front line even manages to hold. These idiots, get off the horse if you can't ride. What are you even doing? Now's not the time to rant. There are too many Sengvis units on the flank. We can't hold on them any longer. Don't let them encircle us. The general is under fire. Go lend her a hand, Khan. Leave us to us. Jisui nods and looks at Lucie's squad, currently enduring heavy bombardment from the front. In that moment, Lucy is still trying to draw enemy fire while covering her comrades, using precise shots to pick off approaching hostiles whenever the opportunity presents. Understood. You two hold the line. The hero would never fall to such paltry Ha! Sergius, what are you doing? That's the number 3 on the commander's most adorable. That's the number 3 on the commander's most adorable poses tier list, as ranked by dolls aboard the Elmo. What? Perhaps for the first time ever, Deshevnaya stares at someone with a look of utter confusion that is usually reserved for when others look at her. Fetusa stands fully upright and gazes at the canopy above. Her feet together, both arms raised sky high at an angle. Deshevnaya watches blankly until a bullet knocks Fetusa to the ground, snapping the doll back to her senses with a squeal. Fetusa, what are you doing? Testing the signal. The beacon should be here any second now. Nixie, cease the distractions. Didn't I tell you before that you couldn't control those Sengvis machines because your clearance level was too low? Why are you bringing that up now? Put me in the pilot seat already. Little Fox there is about to get overrun. Balin's doing fine. You should start trusting your comrades more, you know. You're the odd one here, Nixie. After I took over several Sengvis machines myself, I realized that the problem wasn't your clearance levels too low, but rather the designation Sweeper doesn't not exist in their database. In other words, they just saw you as just another machine running the OGOS protocol. Nothing more. So strictly speaking, you were never officially part of Sengvis Ferry. What? Nixie, always wrangling about Sengvis this and Sengvis that. Why, how could they let such fervent proclamations be fictitious? So up next, I'm going to directly inject the existence of Sweeper into their mind. You could do that? With this beacon's massive bandwidth and everyone aboard the Elmo helping out, yes. Don't believe me? Just watch. Having completed her overclocking instantly, Fetusa sends a powerful pulse that every doll present could sense rippling across the battlefield. Suddenly, all machines utilizing Sengvis technology freeze in place. Scouts fall out of the sky. Well, I can never say that one right. Laying down suppressive fire, suddenly stop moving. Following several seconds of uncanny silence, they slowly turn toward Fetusa. In that very moment, Fetusa's hands hands over control of the body. Over to Sweeper. Now, my dear Nixie, it's showtime. She lifts her head and sees the Sengvis automatons kneeling reverently like subjects before a monarch. Even one of Pavel's mercenaries being sent tumbling from his stead by taking a shot to the knee doesn't elicit a reaction to them. Sweeper steps forward, glances over the kneeling Sengvis subjects, and flashes a cryptic smile. Fetusa, you truly know what pleases my heart so. Look, what's wrong with the save is very garbage. Figures we should have trusted outdated junk to begin with. These horses. Why is their performance so shit? Good is performance if you can't use it well. The mercenary hastily draws his pistol, only to be kicked flying in an instant after Sweeper easily closes the distance. The doll moves like a waltz dancer, effortlessly weaving through the hail of bullets as she knocks the mercenaries off their steeds one after another. Just as the other mercs attempt to rush in to support, they suddenly find themselves like fish in a barrel, as the entire Sengvis Ferry force has turned their weapons on their former allies. Uh-oh. I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is, your heads will be rolling immediately should you not surrender. And the good news? Super tilts her head and smiles innocently. The good news is that the horsies are pretty cute, so they get
Oh, well, good news doesn't have to do with me, I see.
After capturing Pavel's subordinates and shutting down most of the Sanguis automatons against Super's will, the dolls proceed deeper into the mine, flanked only by 2 Aegis units. According to the POWs, Pavel has barely any guards with him, but there's no telling what trouble he might still stir up inside OKB. One may so easily lose their heads in such treasonous maze. For that I say, follow in the hero's steps and turn right at every crossroad.
The horses are cute, so I'll spare. Yeah. It's such a silly line, but I liked it. It fits.
It's funny to me how Sweeper was talking all ghetto at the start of this. It'd be like that. I mean, it's been Sweeper. It's been 4 hours, man. Do eat some food. Oh, no, I'm good. Who eats at 1:30? I can think of a few friends I know. I can think of a handful of friends. Also, I don't think it's 1:30 a.m., is it? It was 12:30. Oh, it is 1:30. Ah! Fair enough. No need for that. I'll keep track. Lucy, permission to open fire the moment we make contact. Open fire. They're our enemy now. They also did terrible things to Jishui, didn't they? Yes. General, Lucy, what's wrong? I think she's keeping something to herself. Is it Viola? To face a former comrade on the battlefield, to have to make the order for their lives, is a choice none ordinary folk can make. However, heed this well. No matter what you choose, Foxbeat and I will have your back. No lunch break, Hawk? No, I did not think I'd been streaming that long, but it's fine. It doesn't matter that much to me. No, I had a meal a while ago, so I'm fine. So don't worry about me. I'm okay. Say, throw Pavel to the umpire and let justice be his arbiter. Justice? There's no such thing as in the yellow zones. While I do despise betrayal, had Viola not stepped in, I would have lost all the precious memories I shared with everyone. So as long as we can stop them from making further mistakes and get Delu back, there's no need to worry about my feelings on the matter, Lucy. So that's how you weaklings get trampled over. Someone like that will only come back and backstab you if they're spared. You need to rip out the problem completely, roots and all, if you wish to protect those who follow you. Yeah, I really need to consider how to deal with Mr. Pavel and Viola. Lucy ponders. In the past, when bandits were caught, she usually hands them over to the local leader. Punishments differ from place to place, and the Yellow Zone as a whole had neither time nor resources to waste on humanitarian considerations. Thus, hard labor or execution usually awaits the convicted criminals. But the actions that Pavel took against the Winged Cavaliers will be a difficult arbitration for the mayor, given both sides' military strength is far greater than that of Cliffwatch Town. Of course, the Winged Cavaliers are undoubtedly the victims, be it to get back at him or to rid himself of a potential threat. Lucy has every right to shoot Pavel dead on the spot. But could that really be considered justice? Just as Jisui told Dushevnaya, justice is an obsolete concept in the Yellow Zones. There is no agreed-upon definition of what justice is, only one's own beliefs. Can I really make the call? Had Dushevnaya, Phelan, and I not chased after Delu recklessly, maybe the outpost wouldn't have fallen. How's that even your fault? Pavel was right. I was never trained to be a leader, nor am I too bright when it comes to schemes and manipulations. I've only made it this far through sheer luck and imitating what the commander did. Do I really have the right to determine someone else's fate? Sorry for spouting such discouraging words at a time like this. Lucia shakes her head, signaling to everyone that she's made up her mind. At the very least, she understands that she shouldn't shake everyone else's resolve at a time like this. But the bewilderment that renders her heart asunder stays her feet, and before she realizes, Lucia has fallen behind the group. Suddenly, one of the 2 Aegis units turns toward her and poses a question filled with concern. Feeling lost? Yeah.
She answers with her eyes glued to the floor. Who was she even speaking to? She hadn't the mind. For some reason, she felt herself unravel upon hearing that voice. Words, feelings, thoughts that she couldn't even muster the courage to speak aloud to her longtime partner, Jisui, they all left her lips. I have a feeling this is the commander all of a sudden. It was never a remarkable doll to begin with. I only came to Cliffwatch Town in search of the commander and only assumed the leadership following memories of how he led us back in Griffin. But you haven't done an excellent job so far? Nothing I achieved was particularly special. All I've done this whole time was merely chase his shadow. Whenever I ran into trouble, I always thought to myself, what would he have done if he were here? That's how I've made it this far. But I'm not him, after all. I lack his composure when faced with despair, so I'll probably never escape my own cowardice. Upsetting, isn't it? Yeah, very, very upsetting. When I still had the commander to rely on, I never imagined that I would one day struggle with something like this. She turns her gaze to the H's beside her, revealing a rare expression of vulnerability. She seemed to have completely forgotten this model of H's is not even equipped with a neural cloud capable of conversation. Which means someone obviously was remote controlling it in order to speak through it. She was beside herself with hesitation, without the mind to even consider such a notion. Ah, yes, let me talk to this thing that can't even actually think. Oh, wait, who am I talking to? Indeed, it was insignificance incarnate in the face of the enthralling comfort she felt reverberating within her neural cloud then and there, so what did it matter? There's no person on Earth who doesn't struggle with such things. The more one shoulders, the stronger that fear becomes. It is the same for everyone. Even the commander? Lucia sounds a little disgruntled. She doesn't want to hear anything negative about him. Even objective words feel 1,000 times more offensive than insults directed at herself. She stares at the Aegis and gradually registers the unease she should have felt from the get-go. There's no such thing as a decision that's 100% correct. The decision made means innumerable unmade. Terrifying, no? In such times, finding the right path requires you to rely on others, be it your companions, the information you hold, or even your faith in yourself. Say, imagine you do not fight back against Pavel, then this place, the Cliffwatch Town, will become nothing but a factory producing Cygnus war machines. Here, consider another possibility. Kill Pavel. Will that solve the problem? Or will the conglomerate send someone even worse? I guess you're right, Commander. Finally, Lucia can feel warm tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. That title had always been a deeply buried anchor securing her neural cloud, a shining beacon that guided her through countless cold nights. It's really you, right? I'm not dreaming, right? Yeah, it's me. Long time no see. Sorry, Commander. After all this time apart, I wanted you to see that I've become a doll capable of standing on her own. But now I'm... No need to apologize, Lucia. Listen to me first, alright? I've read a lot about Cliffwatch Town, as well as the Winged Cavalier's every deed. You figured out the proper way to help people of the Yellow Zones before me. You weren't imitating anyone. You found the right path through your own means. That's honestly incredible. That's not the case. I still doubt myself all the time. To be without doubt is folly. It would never be a sign of weakness. In fact, it only goes to show how deeply you treasure your companions. They said it. Yep, they did. Who's writing Ishiki? No, this is the Aegis. This is the giant shield dudes that are next to him. They were running along. I think they brought 2 Aegis units with them, and he was talking through one of them. Incredibly, such struggles will always exist. And have you also struggled with these things? Don't tell me that you think you're the only one who's ever questioned whether you hold the right to dictate others' fate. So when you struggled in the past, have I ever served as a source of strength for you? I can't even begin to count how many times I drew strength from all of you. It's entirely why I'm still moving forward today. And can I count on you to be my strength now? I will do everything I can. She takes a deep breath. By the time her head is raised again, the confusion that plagued her eyes has all but dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination. The person who gave her guidance 10 years ago will once more give her a reason not to falter. That's all I needed to hear. I believe in myself just as I believe in what my commander said. Despite doubt and fear, determined we press on. Alright. The only person whose fate I will dictate is William! Right as the dolls break through the door that Pavel went through earlier, their surrounding space suddenly brightens up. Evidently, Pavel has just restored the power. The dolls gaze upon the vast interior of the former NSU secret facility, scattered throughout are enormous industrial pieces of equipment along with the wreckages of sentry robots. So it's right, most of the machinery here was sealed away before it could be relocated. This is child's play compared to real Sanguis fairy forges, but I guess it's better than whatever the doll community's got. Pavel went through all the trouble to seize Delu just to find this place. It's only 40 clicks from Cliffwatch Town. Strange I've never heard anyone mention this place. The NSU built a dozen secret sites exactly like this one after World War III. They were to be centralized and protected shelters for our operation, research and development, and medical personnel. Those who worked in this one most likely lived in Cliffwatch Town. After the site got abandoned and its original staff reassigned, the empty buildings above were discovered and occupied by Vanquid squatters. Though I doubt anybody even knew about this site by then. Is a click a kilometer? Yes, a click is a kilometer. Lucy and I were baffled when we first arrived in Cliffwatch Town as well. Everyone living there had migrated from elsewhere. No one knew about the town's origins. We just thought about the original residents were all killed by elids or bandits. Turns out they just moved out. I found Delu's hoof prints. They lead further in. Alright, stay vigilant, everyone. Mr. Pavel is a formidable opponent, so don't let your guard down. News of all of his subordinates being taken prisoner and the complete destruction of his Corporax Sanguis formation reaches Pavel. Such an overwhelming sense of defeat leaves a searing mark deep in his heart that he had been branded, as if he had been branded. Fortunately, he still had the intoxicating dream of the imminent promised victory to dull the burning pain from that whiplash. Pavel turns his attention back to the terminal before him. After multiple long-winded restart attempts, he and Viola finally succeed in awakening a decade-old machine from its slumber, restoring most of the factory's functions. During their hasty evacuation, the Soviets left more in OKB Smolin than just the Pegasus and the machinery. There's also several combat mechs that were never completed or couldn't be relocated. Though putting those to use would normally require an operator, Pavel has his own ways of harnessing their power. As such, when Doll's encroaching footsteps echo in the distance, Pavel mounts Delu with an almost delighted smile. He turns to his younger sister and removes the pendant hanging from his neck. Viola, take this. I just transferred all the valuable data into the key. Arthur, this is... I will win this, but if something happens to me, hand this key over to that person. He'll ensure your safety on account of the intel inside it. Brother? Let's just leave, brother. What could be more important than saving Dad? It's not that simple, Viola. That Rurik Girard with whom I struck a deal with is already dead. No one can guarantee that the conglomerate will still honor his promises. And no one can guarantee the data can really buy our old man his freedom either. We worked so hard for this. That is exactly why we cannot let all our efforts go to waste. OKB Smolin is in much better shape than I expected. This place holds enormous potential. I can easily build the most formidable private military in the Yellow Zone within 5 years if I control this place. When that time comes, I'll have the right to bargain with anyone I choose. Didn't I say I wanted to be a player, not a pawn? What I'm doing is to seize the dice with my own hands, while leaving you with your own life, with our last lifeline. But that means fighting Lucia and Jisuich until the bitter end. Then they only have themselves to blame. I already spared their lives once, yet they still refused to back down. Even chased us all the way. They spared your life first, dude. You just didn't know that. Same story with Griffin a decade ago. Griffin Lions used Dad and the others as stepping stones to the heights he enjoys today. The only thing left to us is this factory right in front of our eyes. I will never let Griffin dolls, our enemies, take this place from me. Dad would have agreed with me. I checked earlier. The self-destruct system is still in working order. But there's only one way out, using our key. You must survive, Viola. You're the only person who cannot die today. You can't either, brother. Why does this have to come to this? Lucia and Jisoo are good people. I know you like them, Viola. You're too kind for this world. You won't last in the yellow zone like that. We've already saved enough money. Go live in a green zone after this. I don't like those dolls. I just can't live without you. Don't worry, I'm only saying this so you can understand my resolve, Viola. I'm not going to lose in the very first place. Because not even Lucy knows the true power of this Pegasus. Pavel tilts his head and stares at the approaching dolls. Dilu steps forward, shielding Viola behind her. The girl glances at Jisoo apologetically before lowering her head. You know, when I was just a kid, I knew jack about my parents' identities or ideals, but I loved playing games and dreamed of becoming a hero. I got obsessed for a while with becoming a military contractor. Thought it was the coolest job ever. It's all about freedom, justice, helping people out, and playing with guns whenever you want. Sounds like that last part was what mattered most. It was then that I learned about Griffin. Funny enough, I always saw you as heroes, even though Griffin's most outstanding units consisted entirely of dolls and their commander. I still found it completely fascinating. That admiration lasted so long that even after learning about you driving General Carter to his downfall, I never developed much hatred towards Griffin, even despite my parents being his subordinates. It's just I never expected the one standing in my way to be that same Griffin. Are there really no more heroes left in this world? There's still room to talk between us, Mr. Pavel. I can help you save your father. No, there isn't. I must hand everything over to the conglomerate. Only when they start using the tech discovered in OKB Smolin will my father get his appeal and eventually be released. Besides, while I don't hate your kind, I despise you specifically, Lucy. Me? This man ain't normal. Who the hell would hate a generous sugar mommy? Well, there she goes, being called a sugar mommy. Because despite possessing all the wealth a man could ever desire, this doll still pursues ideals humanity has long since abandoned. It's as if she's screaming into my ears that the world itself isn't hopeless and doomed, but rather it is I who became scarred, rotten to the core. But she's not wrong. No, she is far from wrong. And unfortunately, his statement here is very true. He is rotten to the core. If you truly wish to help us, then please just turn around and leave. Can you do that, Miss Lucia? I could even beg you, please let me choose my own path. Unfortunately, Mr. Pavel, I can't go along with that this time. Your path will only bring misfortune to Cliffwatch Town and make life in the Yellow Zone even more agonizing. If you alone had chose to walk that path, I would gladly let you see what awaited at its end. However, there are others with you. As the commander's T-Doll, I cannot stand by and watch. Of course you'd say that. No matter how many times, people like you will always say that. I will defeat you and put a stop to your plan, Mr. Pavel. But that doesn't mean I hate you. There will be many more like you standing before me and the commander, enemies with their own bitter grievances. I'll defeat every single one of you and keep moving forward, feeling neither hatred nor regret while doing so. Because I won't let people like you dictate who I am. Pavel stares in disbelief at the doll before him. She has become a completely different person than before. Realizing he can no longer shake her resolve, Pavel switches to his other approach. Pegasus. The steel steed's eyes glow blood red. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding mechs spring back to life, raising their barrels at the dolls. An aura befitting of the final boss. I'm so... Okay, now, Dushevnaya. No breaking the fourth wall here. Not time. Give us cover. I didn't expect Tilu can control more than just the steel seeds. Did the military manage to reverse engineer the Sanctus Hive network? I told you, the Pegasus isn't your average walker. It's got everything a command platform would need, designed to be issued to elite dolls with full-on command modules. A true force multiplier on the battlefield. Every weapon still operational in this factory is under its command now, and there are quite a few of them. With the Pegasus, I don't need anyone by my side to wage a war. Just a little longer, Dilu, and we'll bring you home. Those machines may be relics now, but they were still built for warfare. Don't get ahead of yourselves, everyone. Don't you worry, Warmaster and I will unleash another combination attack to put an end to all this. I swear if you'll pick me up, I will... Mr. Pavel is taking direct control of all the mechs through Pegasus. Their firepower will be overwhelming. Please be careful. So much pressure. And nothing less of an awakened battle steed. That entrance was truly worthy of the last boss. The Shevnaya, please! Mr. Pavel's using Pegasus. I'm taking command of all units' fire control systems. The incoming barrage is going to be very dangerous. Everyone be careful. Kill the boss. I see. All I need to do is kill the boss, huh? And in this fight against the horse, against the Hans, I choose Cat. Oh wow, Cat actually cannot kill it. How about this, though? Really? Let us see. Go, Cat! Okay, then I guess we use the haunts. Time for haunts on haunts violence. Haunts defeated. And never win it like that. What? Oh, really? It was that tough of a fight? Okay. Full-on combat mechs and armored vehicles aren't something rifle bullets can stop. Although they aren't fully stocked with ammunition, a single hit from their main armament is enough to tear any doll's frame into pieces. Despite this being Pavel's first time commanding through Dilu, he's clearly undergone intensive prior training, and his control over her is far from clumsy. Unfortunately, Pavel himself remains the weakest link in his plan despite his efforts. The doll's movement is simply too fast for the human eyesight, reflexes, and input speed, all of which are unquestionably holding Dilu back. Sweeper is the first to seize this opportunity. She dodges Dilu's expressive fire, closes in on Pavel before bringing down her blade. Although the energy shield briefly blocks her strike, the residual force still tears open Pavel's sleeve, making Viola scream in panic. And she said this thing was designed for dolls, us elite Sanctus fairy dolls specifically. Your meatbag processing speed is nothing but dead weight. So to teach you how modern warfare works. Oh, come on, Nixie, don't remind him. Oh, so you're telling me to let Pegasus handle all this. Don't even think about it. I'm more than enough to deal with the likes of you. More like you don't trust those machines not to hurt your little sister in auto mode, huh? That's right. Autonomous bots don't give a shit about her safety. One straight bullet and she's DEA dead. DEAD dead. What's this, Pavel? I'm afraid that something might happen. Terrified. Aghast even. This girl was definitely reliable, but why does she sound so Sanctus fairy? Because she is. She's climbs atop a Hydra mech and continuously fires to its vulnerable joints, rendering it immobile. The Shevnaya then rips off its main cannon and fires at the autonomous AFV pursuing Luce, with herself thrown flying by the recoil. Ow, ow, ow. At least we secured a weapon which will stop the power. I mastered my legs. I can't feel them anymore. Yeah, just know it. If you dare to use my body as a sword again, you won't even find them attached to your body. You just got stuck under some rock. Get yourself out of there by yourself. Taking advantage of Pavel's inattention while controlling the mechs, Lucia grabs Dilu's reins. However, the doll's strength is no match for a machine even known for her power, resulting in her being dragged along. Mr. Pavel, stop being so stubborn. You still have a chance to take Viola's hand. It's not over yet. As long as you're gone. As if realizing something, Pavel redirects all remaining firepower under his control at Lucia. Ironically, this act also exposes the weird sense of trust Pavel has in her. Because no matter what it came down to, the idea that Lucia is going to rope Viola into this has never once crossed his mind. In fact, he's almost certain that she will do everything in her power to draw the danger away from his sister. It's only after inputting the command that this dawns on Pavel. His trust in this enemy has far surpassed his trust in himself. Dilu, halt! Out of ammunition, but still a machine of pure destruction nonetheless, the steel steed lunges forward, sending Lucia's body flying some 20-odd meters. Sleeper tries to hold onto the reins as well, only to be thrown aside. Dilu charges recklessly at Lucia and lifts her front hooves high into the air. Staring at Lucia on the ground from the horseback, Pavel lets out a victorious roar. Brother, no! Lucia! Jesua rushes towards Lucia, but the scene that follows leaves everyone stunned. The steed suddenly freezes as though it has crashed. Her iron hooves spin above Lucia without ever falling. Dilu's eyes flicker between red and blue, reflecting the struggle in her heart. You still recognize me? Pegasus, possible. I have access to its base layer. My authority should be absolute. Dilu isn't just your weapon of war. She's our companion and family too. Lucia slowly props herself back up, but acting under Pavel's persistent commands, Dilu ultimately stomps on the now standing doll. Lucia could have easily avoided the fall thanks to the doll's reaction speed. Yet she merely raises her hands to meet the steed's iron hooves. We're here, General. Lucia, hold on. Okay. A thunderous thud, but not from Lucia's body being crushed under. Her raised arms catch Dilu's legs, while Deshevnaya, Phelan, and Jesui join in to stop the steed's trample. Pavel notices Dilu's turning blue for longer than usual, all the while his control over the remaining combat mechs grows increasingly sluggish. Bill, you need to leave, now! Realizing that his defeat is imminent, Pavel only orders Dilu to break free from the entanglement, sending Sweeper 30 meters up into the ceiling with a powerful kick from the hind legs. With more and more mechs down or destroyed, Lucia clings to Dilu's neck tightly. Pavel points his gun at Lucia, only for Dilu to defy him, constantly keeping herself in line and refusing to give him a clear shot. In the middle of all the chaos, Pavel glances at Viola to check whether she's escaped this mess, only to see her running towards the factory terminal and inserting both encryption keys at once. Stop all of this now! With the interface showing 7 mechs still connected to Pegasus Mark I, Viola practically screams as she slams her fist onto the controls. Almost immediately, the rampaging combat mechs cease their activity. Viola, what are you doing? I'm saving my stupid brother. Don't think I won't spank you later just because of this. Enough, Miss Sweeper, it's alright. She gently strokes Dilu's forehead before lifting her gaze at Pavel. Mr. Pavel, you have neither lost nor won, but your war is over. Sure looks like it. Whether it's by the ideals we followed, the students and sisters we fostered, or even the masterpieces we poured our hearts and souls into creating, the Smolin family is destined to be betrayed. Even my own little sister had to let me taste what it's like to be betrayed by family. Dizzy would like that. Probably. Pavel lets out a deep sigh as he looks around.
Surrounded by every direction, from every direction by dolls, he could no longer put up any meaningful resistance. You've won. But I'll have you know that, even as the winner, you can't win everything. The bewilderment in Pavel's eyes twists into a desperate resolve stripped of all hope in an instant. He rapidly inputs a command into his terminal. Is he doing the self-destruct? What's that bastard trying to do now? Brother? Don't worry, it's just the Pegasus Mark I's self-destruct protocol. At the very least, that command is engraved into its base layer. A last-ditch failsafe that can never be altered or overruled. The Smolin family has been crossed too many times throughout my life. If even my own little sister is going to sell me out, then my father's creation will at least retain its dignity until the very end. No, but Pegasus is... Dilub is... Lucius and my friend. Following the command input, Dilub's core starts emitting a blinding red light, and a piercing alarm echoes throughout. Now move aside. Now that he's decided to end it all, Pavel no longer intends to harm anyone else. He rides Dilub forward, then slides off her back while the horse continues moving forward, allowing him to be captured. To take Vil and Pavel out of here. What are you doing? Lucia. Amid everyone's shocked gasps and cries, Lucia shows no intent of letting Dilub go. She charges at Dilub, galloping away, and with all of her strength, grabs the reins and leaps onto her back. Lucia! Jiswish shouts, intent on stopping Lucia, but it's already too late. A blinding white light engulfs everyone's visual sensors, and the dolls can only watch as Lucia is swallowed whole by the radiance. Dilub, do you still remember who your master is? Lucia's whisper is completely devoid of her usual gentleness. The commanding authority in it feels so imposing that even Jisue finds it uncanny. Amidst the blinding radiance, Jisue realizes that something within Lucia has just changed. She's still Jisue's best friend and leader of the Winged Cavaliers, but at the same time, she's no longer the Lucia that she used to be. By the time everyone opens their eyes, they see Dilub turned around, docilely carrying Lucia back, and they see Pavel wearing an expression of utter shock. Viola cries out and rushes to her brother, already kicked to his knees by Sweeper. He gazedly spreads his arms open for an embrace, only to be slapped across his face before being kicked in the chin and knocked to the ground by his little sister. Dang! It looks like she had enough of you for a long time. Well, I understand where Mr. Pavel came from. Dilub is already a member of our family. Even as her creator's son, I can't allow you to harm her. Hearing that familiar chuckle, Jisue glances at Lucia again. Does her best friend even realize what just happened? Seeing that genuine relief and gentle smile on Lucia's face after all the burden had been lifted from her shoulders, Jisue decides she'll ask another time. At least for now, the Winged Cavaliers have overcome... I didn't get to read all that. At least for now, the Winged Cavaliers have overcome another obstacle and finally time to take a good break. And there we go. Now we're just down to the final bit of the story, and that is all for this event. I wasn't expecting the sister to literally kick him in. Dang! And just like that, the incident comes to a rather unexpected conclusion. Although they've just fought a battle of life and death, everyone once again finds hope for the coming future on this festive evening. Now decorated with lanterns and lights, the Winged Cavaliers' outpost is warmed by a bonfire burning at its center, driving away the chill of the winter night. In a corner far from the crowd sits a lonely figure completely out of place from the lively atmosphere. Damn it, I lost! Brother, does it hurt here? I'm fine. Knowing my little sister can actually hit that hard actually makes me feel somewhat relieved. Viola sits beside Pavel, carefully tending to the wounds on his head. Like he said, most of these injuries were Viola's handy. Man, she really beat the crap out of him. Enraged by her brother's stubbornness, Viola completely lost herself while beating him up, Even Sweeper stepped in to stop her at the end. Man, you know you went really far if Sweeper has to stop you. Jeez. I have to imagine Sweeper's like, yeah, kick his butt, and then like as she keeps doing that, eventually she's like, okay, I think he's learned the lesson. You've hit him like 20 times now. That's 30. Stop! Sweeper's like, you don't need to keep going. I said that to thank everyone who came to help. Lucy brought every last bit of food and alcohol she could find for this feast. What a bunch of weirdos. Brother, you really need to take a good look at yourself. We'd be dead a dozen times over if it weren't for their mercy. To point fingers at the victor's kindness will have you see karma's wrath one day. That's right, you ungrateful prick. I'm still itching to send you to your maker, you know. And don't think we're over just yet. You even tried to kill our adorable little Dilu after causing all this trouble. Everyone. Approaching the siblings are Viola's former companions. Along with the dolls who helped resolve the incident. The girl shamefully lowers her head under the two cavaliers' scrutinizing gaze. Well, count yourself lucky because the boss said, at least for tonight, she hopes everyone can share a meal happily together. Viola looks gratefully toward Luca and Ivana. She understands perfectly well that she can never return to the Wing of Cavaliers again. But the fact that they're willing to tolerate her presence at all is overwhelmingly redemptive to her. She covers her eyes and lets her tears roll down her face. Looking at her crying sister, Pavel slowly raises a hand, only to helplessly drop it in the end. He then looks at the Cavaliers, whom he once saw as enemies, many with injuries far worse than his. This whole day, Pavel has been waiting in the same spot, waiting to see whether someone would come and beat him up, perhaps even end his life. But all that waiting was for nothing. Thanks. In that moment, a steaming bowl of dumplings is suddenly held before him. Here you go, O Demon King, ye who was lost and now found. Huh? What's this? A magical substance said to restore friendship once consumed. Following ancient Eastern legends, it bestows one with might to drive away the chill in men-broken bonds. Even fallen souls who succumb to darkness may find a lingering trace of warmth in its deliciousness. No, my punching bag! I wanted to do that! No, stop! So please enjoy. What? Who set your dialogue difficulty so high? Have some, brother. Lucia saved these for us. After everything I did. She said no matter which side someone's on, no one deserves to greet the future on an empty stomach. Reflections, admitting fault, accepting punishment, all of that can wait until after you've eaten. That's the human way of handling things. I tried to do terrible things and failed. I tried to give up on everything and failed too. I'm just a loser. You don't need to veil my failure with goodwill. But Pavel awkwardly accepts the bowl and stares at the dumplings. Viola gently rests her head against his shoulder. But I don't think wanting to save Dad is wrong, brother. Because Lucia said that the human she admires and respects the most once told her no wrong method can ever lead to the right path. Let's start over, brother. Let's find a way to save Dad that everyone can be proud of. And let's make our lives a little happier, alright? Is that even possible? Faced with his sister's innocence, Pavel can't help but laugh bitterly. People like Lucia and Jisue are far and few between in this world. No one understands better than him just how much darkness and cruelty lurks in parts of the world that Viola has never seen. He also knows all too well that he himself is part of that cruel world. And at this very moment he can't help but ask himself, just how many more excuses is he going to make? Having come this far, do he and Viola still have what it takes to walk the right path? Would they even be allowed to tread it? Would they be accepted? Suddenly Pavel realizes what he's feeling is hope. A sensation so unbelievably real, just like the tormentous flames spreading in his mouth right now. Brother, are you okay? Someone added something to these dumplings. Must be Deshevnaya's capsaicin. Oh, jeez. 5 million Scoville, I'm assuming, is what that's supposed to mean. That man's about to have a burning mouth for a bit. Oh, wow. Scoville heat units. I was gonna say, that's Scoville heat units, I'm pretty sure. Rip that guy's mouth. Said whoever gets those is in for a bright future. Yeah, maybe in the toilet. I was gonna say, that's like, what, three and some times the I was thinking it's like 3 or so times the power of habanero, I think. Congratulations, brother. Real bright. Yeah, exactly. John's about to be real red, yeah. Ah, why are you crying? Are you okay? Wait, don't wipe all your tears and snot on me. Ah, it burns. Alright, I get it, brother. You worked hard all this time. Let's start over from the beginning. Watching the scene in the distance unfold, Fetusa opens to a fresh page in her diary. Despite all the conflict and struggle, humans and dolls, enemies and friends can still sit together and share food. Isn't that what reconciliation means to humans? Absolutely fascinating. By fascinating, you mean letting 2 high-risk subjects free roam the outpost. I'd had those 2 locked up ages ago. Though I don't really want to admit it, I kind of agree with Sweeper on this. Is this really okay? Even if Pavel is behaving himself now, what if he tries to use Delu and cause a scene again in the future? He lost. I think he understands it's not going to work again. It's alright, Jisue. I believe that Delu no longer is a tool for anyone to control at will. Why? Because Delu managed to disobey his base layer self-destruct command, a decision born from memories, one she somehow made on her own. For the past 10 years, she lived alongside everyone and safeguarded us on our journey. Those memories have since turned into her own will. Just like how the commander granted us freedom through the agreement, which allowed us to break free of the confines imposed on dolls and let us create values beyond our design. I believe that if Mr. Pavel sticks with Delu a little longer, he'll eventually understand why Delu changed the way she did. But Lucia, you must have done something to help Delu break her chains, right? Me? No way. You must be seeing things. No, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. You clearly... Izumi suddenly cuts herself off after noticing the siblings walking over. Seeing Lucia rise to her feet, she lets out a quiet sigh and walks up with her. Mr. Pavel, Viola, did you have a good time? If there's anything you want to taste, Izumi will try her best to cook it. Instead of that, I heard you're not planning to punish us. Punish? By punishment, do you mean proper disciplinary actions through legal proceedings and sentencing? You know what I mean. Since the incident was entirely between you and the Winged Cavaliers, the mayor gave me the authority to judge. I've discussed this with Jisui, and at the end of the day, we're technical dolls, not lawyer dolls with legal modules. And we're not planning to install any in the near future either. So we don't intend to do anything. That's just an excuse. Even if you have reconciled, your cavaliers still have grievances of their own. Although we're the ones making the decision, we never told everyone else what they should or shouldn't feel or do. Everyone. But they've all accepted this arrangement nonetheless. At least, that's the energy I got from them. Mr. Pavel, you and Viola have deceived the Winged Cavaliers out of self-interest, causing major losses and many injuries. That much is fact. But we've also learned about the hardships you and Viola endured, and up to this point, no Cavalier has lost their life due to your actions. So everyone has decided not to seek revenge for the grievances against you. For now. For now. This is your second chance at life. Please grasp it well. That's mercy. That's a real mercy there. I'm sorry. Viola bows her head down before the 2 dolls and starts weeping uncontrollably. I always envied you, resented you, even though I knew it wasn't right. I still took out my pain on you. Everyone in the Cavaliers cared so much about me from the very beginning, yet seeing Viola like this, Jisui reaches out and gently pats her on the head. And make sure to apologize to everyone too, okay? Yes, I definitely will. I will do my best to redeem myself. What about the dude that almost died if Jisui didn't save him? I mean, that was technically more of her taking the damage, though, at that point. So, I would probably say it's more on her than it is on him. Which, it seems like she's okay with it, too. Watching his sister with a convoluted expression, Pavel realizes the doll's gaze has shifted toward him. He smiles awkwardly, then nods at the two dolls. I hope to go back with Viola after accepting your arrangement. Even without the conglomerate's help, recovering materials related to my father from the OKB Smolin could still result in potential evidence. I'll find a way to fight for my father's exoneration. Then we'll move somewhere quiet and live the rest of our days peacefully. That sounds like a good plan. As she goes on, Lucia passes a black bundle to Pavel. This is travel expenses as well as documents prepared for you by our acquaintance from Griffin. According to the commander's brilliant and beautiful friend currently vacationing aboard the Elmo, Dr. Smolin's case involved five high-ranking officials within the URNC. OKB Smolin was but one small inconvenient chapter of their past for three of them. A past they'd rather keep hidden. I know you're incredibly rich, but how could you possibly gain access to intel of the upper ranks of the URNC? That's just the extent of our commander's influence. How terrifying this individual known as the Tomato Emperor must be. Besides that, there's also a business card inside the package. Among our former comrades, one has become an extremely successful lawyer. That card belongs to her. She has yet to lose a single case to this day. You can go find her if you need any help. A former Griffin doll who gained freedom became a lawyer? Hard to believe that commander of yours was willing to let such competent dolls go free. That's the commander's charm, not something you people could ever imitate. Well, I don't plan to continue as an underground broker. I also don't like owing too many favors. Pavel retrieves two intertwined pendants from his pocket and hands them to Jisui. Our parents left these for Viola and me, each representing their respective access authorities. Together they unlock everything within OKB Smolin. You can retrieve all the data you need within them, including activation codes for the production lines. Consider this my repayment for your referral and travel funds, I guess. Are you sure? Aren't these what Viola treasured the most? That's exactly why I wanted to entrust them to you, Big Sis. Brother and I have already decided to start over. Even without these, family is still family. If they could make the Winged Cavaliers' lives just a little easier, I'd feel better about myself too. Oh, there's this too. Pavel hands another item to Lisha, a booklet. The doll frowns upon receiving it. These numbers are all intel and ledgers I've amassed over the years in the Yellow Zones, including insider details on the conglomerate spooks embedded throughout various settlements, as well as hidden weapon cache locations. Everything that I've accomplished as an underground broker, along with all the plans, secrets being currently being carried out by the conglomerate. That's a gold mine. Wait a minute, aren't these extremely sensitive materials? I initially kept it for Viola in case the conglomerate no longer needed me. However, they'd be wary about the information inside getting leaked. But now, please hand this over to the Tomato Emperor for me. This should help him understand how the conglomerate controls the Yellow Zone. Mander. I don't know what he's really trying to accomplish, nor whether he'll succeed, but many of the things recorded in this booklet will easily get people killed. If you don't like the sound of that, feel free to discard it. Understood then. On behalf of the commander, I shall thank you for providing him with invaluable information and supplies. But couldn't you hand it to him personally? I would definitely pay him a visit if I were to keep operating as a broker,
But right now I need to take care of my father first. Once everything's settled, I'll find time to do that. Alright, that marks the end of my business here in the Yellow Zones. Pavel bows his head at the two dolls. Unlike when facing the mighty head honcho of the Gerard group, this scene makes him feel much more at ease. Almost too comfortable. Brother, you're gonna get a big target on your back. Oh, he's absolutely gonna have a huge target on his back. But after lifting his head again, he makes another request that leaves Lucy slightly troubled. Pegasus was the name my late mother gave her, although Duluth sounds nice too. Would you mind calling her by that name as well, if only occasionally? Okay. And then Lucy's jaw dropped right there and then. She said she spent the next 3 whole nights coming up with that name. That's nonsense, I did not! It was well past midnight and many others are fast asleep. But for some reason, the 2 leaders of the Wing Cavaliers are gathered around the bonfire, wearing radiant smiles together with an Aegis that doesn't even have a neuro- Oh, that's cute. How sly of you, Commander, using a body like this to infiltrate our party. Hey, I was just using it to make video calls. I should have logged out by now, but Dandelion insisted she wanted to see the good food you lot were having. So you're abandoning us? Don't go, Commander. I'll buy you anything you want. I already paid dolls to be with me. I'd buy you anything. That is actually really sad still. I'm glad she's not in that circumstance anymore. Ugh. Girl's 100% a sugar mommy. But no, that's like, gosh, this is solving all of their problems, because they needed doll frames, they needed a way for them to really take advantage of their crops. I think they have all the things they really need. She's so she really is. She actually really is becoming one of my favorites. That's not what I meant. Also, I think Lucy's drunk. Please take care of her, Joshua. It was a big day. Come drink with us, would you? We've got dumplings. Here, say ah. You cannot shove food into an Aegis. I just told you, it's a video call. Wait, you got drunk too. Delicious. Please, I would love to if somebody actually drew this scene out where the 2 of them are like sitting there drunk and she's trying to feed him and the dumplings on the floor. Oh my gosh. We both worked hard this time. If we want to stand on the same battlefield as you, we can't remain our old selves. For the past 10 years, just when I have dreamed of the day we could fight alongside you again, and that feeling hasn't changed in the slightest. Commander, we worked super hard. Praise us all you want, don't hold back. Especially Lucy, she's changed a lot. She got to be the Griffin doll who's grown the most over the years. Very angry Perry noises. He's with you. She's my one and only best friend. Even though we very much like to join you on board the Elm immediately, the Wing Cavaliers and Cliffwatch Town still need us around, if only for a while longer. I look at the dolls around me and tilt the machine's camera up and down as a substitute for nodding. There's no need to rush. We're walking the same path, so sooner or later we'll meet again. Until then, you can come on board the MO anytime you want. We'll make up for the 10 years we weren't able to spend together. Being able to share such a moment with you is already the greatest reward I could have asked for. And Commander, there's one more thing we would like to seek your guidance on. A solemn expression suddenly appears on Lucia's otherwise gentle and slightly dazed face. I immediately catch on to the true intention behind this call. OKB Smallin, right? Yeah. We've had some internal disagreements. Some want to seal it away for good immediately, while others think we should investigate it first before planning our next steps. This is the second. No, this is the third. This is the third settlement, because Makosh happened before Basti, and then Basti we already know is on the Elmo. So her entire event has ended. So at this point in time, this would be the third settlement. Technically, this is the fourth. I could make the argument about being the fourth. But that's if you want to count the Doll community as the first. Because then you have a Doll community. You have the Doll community, Makosh, Port Mika, and now Cliffwatch. So if you want to count that as 1, 2, we would have 4. How do you think we should proceed, Commander? I see. Do not answer immediately, given I've already pondered that myself. A fully preserved and operational arms manufacturing plant of this scale shouldn't exist in the Yellow Zone. If the URNC catches wind of someone holding such arms manufacturing capabilities, Cliffwatch Town and Lucia's Wing Cavaliers will be embroiled in major turmoil, so sealing it away would certainly be the best course of action. On the other hand, the Yellow Zone's future does not look very optimistic. Even without Pavel's whistleblowing, Dandelion and Leva's intel has already shed light on many meticulously planned conspiracies the conglomerate has been orchestrating from within the URNC. Thus, there may come a time when people of the Yellow Zone will need the hidden potential buried within OKB Smolin. Let me read through Pavel's notes first. I don't want to make a decision before I put what he has to offer with my own understanding of the Yellow Zone status quo. However, that facility is indeed extremely critical. Do everything in your power to maintain secrecy. At the same time, try investigating it thoroughly to ensure there are no hidden risks. Understood. At that moment, the Cavaliers' cheers suddenly erupt from the distant plaza. Bosses! You've got 10 seconds before the fireworks show starts. It's Wing Cavaliers custom fireworks. Look, everyone. General Khan, what are you doing over there? It's more fun with everyone around. If only Master were here too, that would be wonderful. Let's think this machine, isn't that? Here we go, Commander, let's move. Alright, Commander, come with us. I appreciate the effort. And let the 2 dolls whom I finally reunited with lift me and carry me toward the They're just carrying an entire Aegis. An entire Aegis is just walking. Oh, hey, look, it's this. Look at Ivana light the fuses together. Whoosh, bang. The fireworks scream into the night sky before exploding brilliantly above Cliffwatch Town. The multicolored bursts illuminate the entire valley, casting a radiant glow across every upturned face. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, the girls all firmly believe that reunion is just around the corner. And when that day comes, it'll surely be a beautiful day filled with warm sunlight. Task Force Defy, communication number 7889, requesting connection. Go ahead. Regarding the upcoming Red Zone surveillance mission, Vymastina and I have confirmed the proceedings. While we have no objections to the mission details, our current hardware may limit operational efficiency. Is backup authorized? Who would you like to request? Her infiltration operation is nearing its conclusion. Feasibility of her withdrawing early and prioritizing this mission instead. Sorry, request denied. Reason being? We can't pull her out precisely because the operation is entering its final stage. You understand her better than I do. Should the mission fail because of this, she'd be extremely troublesome to deal with, wouldn't she? Indeed. However, I do have another suitable candidate. She happens to be an old friend of yours. No need to worry about her combat capability. You should be able to work great together. If that's the arrangement, then I have no objections. I'm assuming the one that was getting denied was the third member that was left, right? Is this Colada? Or Colada? For the Siege of Iliad. Event will be global in 6 months. I see. Additionally, arriving along with the backup personnel will be a shipment of supplies. Supplies? Is it protective equipment for the red zones? Not entirely. Considering the protracted tracking nature of this mission, a batch of lightweight wear has been prepared for emergencies. Lightweight wear? Mm-hmm. Although the reduced fabric coverage means they'll provide less protection from the tactical suits, they're far more practical when infiltration into certain sensitive environments is necessary. Alas, violence can't solve every problem. In any case, you'll understand once you get your hands on them. Sure. The style of clothing doesn't matter. As long as it ensures the mission smoothly proceeds, I won't object. Alpha really is as pragmatic as ever. Please remain on standby. I'll connect you with your new comrade next. Best of luck with the operation.
Alrighty, ladies and gents. That is Liu's event. That was a good story, though. I'll finish these missions on my own. It could be anything. A dress, swimsuits. You know, if you think about it, they're both pretty covered up by default. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was like a dress, swimsuits. I don't know. You have to remember, we're going from like a 0 on exposure to an unknown number.
Man, no one wants to sit at the chair.
They also could just be the sharp suits. Who knows? There's no way we will know what it is. Oh, Springfield's there.
I see her. Well, she's there too, but chat, you have permission to do it.
And since we have Lena here. I'm assuming you're up. Yep, there you are. There you are. I'm going to use the other camera here. Oh yeah, it's always that setting. There we go. There we go. The dork is here, yes. The goofball. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you sitting in that chair. I am actually kind of curious about something. How many of you all have really been going, How many of you have really been, using these? Because this is, for those that haven't seen mine, this is what it looks like. I'm actually kind of curious what everyone's looks like. If they use it. If you don't use it, it's fine. Don't feel like you have to. I still love that Mech T one. That Mech T one's great. I took some photos and that's it. Fair enough. I need to get a couple more. I just got to figure out where I gotta find unique spots for dolls and everything. You can use screenshots you take. Yeah, the new photo mode that they added. You can use the photos from it. But no, I've been just taking a whole bunch of them across. You know, if I know that they're around places, I will use it. There's only a handful of places you can, I think you can work with the characters. I think it's very limited. If they're a part of a set, like the Macchiato one there, well, ooh. If they're part of a set like the Macchiato one or any of the other sets, you will not be able to interact with them for like poses and stuff. And I think certain rooms you can actually interact with them. But if they're sitting down or doing anything else, you can't actually mess with them. So there's a handful of places that you can do things with here. What are you two doing here? All right. I know, Ikers, I know. You don't need to worry. Did the Helena just put in the wall? Yeah, fair enough. A shame. What is? But yeah, like, there's a bunch I need to find. Like, if I could, I would want to get one of her being goofy. Maybe we can catch that. Let's see if we can catch it, guys. I gotta find where the proper posture is here. What's the button to eat? Oh, F. Nope, that didn't work. I wanted to get one with her laughing, but it didn't work out well. Yeah. For the blue scene, which will you do? Arius. We're doing Arius. I'm gonna cover the entirety of Arius. Or however much of that is left. Maybe it actually would be better to get, like, the shot of the cat in it with her also doing the... Because it is kind of a goofy little thing. There we go. That works. That'll work. Finish the entire chat. Well, that's why I'm going to save it for the weekend. I might try that one again later. Oh, I don't need to be in this mode when I'm walking around. But it's like, that's what I would do with it, is that I have fun with kind of just finding their unique interactions and just kind of making it funny. She's so angry. Why is she so angry? So, but yeah, that is the... Can you peek on the server for a second? Oh no, what have you done?
Buddy, what are you doing there? You don't gotta have her flexing a lot of like that, bro. Oh no.
Bruh. That is something. I don't know if I can really... Oh, I mean... No, I don't think I can show that. You should do the screenshots yourself. They are kind of funny, though. Like, you can get some really good photos with some of them in here. I just realized she keeps this with her. You know what? You know what I do need one of? Come here, you. What do we think is a good one for mailing? Mailing needs to be on that board. Because mailing is a part of this group too. I don't know how many animations she has though, because I don't think I've ever actually like watched her thing too much. Unless the daughter needs to be on the board, right, chat? Can we even read what's on the book? Doesn't look like we can though. I'll see what I can add for it, because I don't know. I need to watch the animations. But yeah, that's what I use the board for. This interaction in which mailing is involved. Oh yeah? But yeah, for those that don't know, when you've taken a photo, I could use memory wall. And memories, pictures. It's this one. I don't think I can really... Oh no, I could shorten it. Let's do that a little bit. Yeah, we'll shorten it there. I think the only problem is the portrait mode. I'm just gonna have to do it on her. And then that should do everything I need. There we go. And now there she is. Right over there. So, really handy. I don't know. I just like doing that. It looks like I could only use 15 though, so I might not be able to enjoy as many of them as I would like. But I got a good number of them. I do need to find one for the rest of the group though. Let's see if I can put some more overlaps in or something. I don't know. No. Regardless, that is going to be all for now though, because it is getting early in the morning and I still have stuff to do. So I think I want to cover Infield next, and then we will do Blue Archive over the weekend. The Blue Archive will be the longer stream for us as well, so that is something we'll be able to handle. But yeah, as for now, that was pretty much all of the events there. What's going on here? Hang on. Oh, I see. Okay. But yeah. Anyway, for now, that's going to be all. I probably will see if I do Infield either tomorrow or on Thursday. Might be Thursday just to make it easier and kind of keep me a little bit more spread out. You can all doll pack launch display wall. Oh yeah, yeah. Right, that's a good point. But yeah, we should be good to go. Regardless, like I said, I think I'm gonna look into. I'll do Infield next, and then Blue Archive will be over the weekend. So for those of you that are interested in those, I'll see you guys around. I'll have the streams up for those when I can figure out the schedule, and then yeah, we'll go from there. So anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. It was awesome. The story was relatively interesting. So until then, have a good rest of your night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And I'll see you guys all again real soon. Laters.